really comfort picks for them.
Excellent. So, coming into this, who do you think this map pool favors now that you've seen it shake out? Again, with the knowledge that you've never seen Cloud9 play, so that's a very difficult question to answer.
I'm going to say Cloud9. I think that actually the calling that Alex had on the Vitality roster was very good on Inferno as well. So I don't think any of these three maps are bad for C9. I think VP right now are definitely on the back foot when it comes to Overpass. It's a map that they've looked vulnerable against other CIS competition. I think K23 just took that map against them last week. So this is not a flawless map for VP, despite the fact that they had such a crazy win streak in the Pinnacle qualifier.
Alan, do you think that it's a problem that Virtus.Pro has to ban out that nuke first and then can have Overpass picked into them? Is this a weakness that other teams are going to be able to exploit in their map pool?
Certainly, I do think this is a weakness. I think particularly since, I don't know, about 2017, 2018, I think teams have been moving in the direction of having at least being able to play in some degree all 7 maps, because you don't want to go into a situation where you're coming against a team that doesn't play your permaban, but you still got to permaban it because if you played it, you literally couldn't play. You don't have spots down on that sort of map. So I do think it is a big weakness. And looking at a team like Astralis in particular, who famously had a 7-map deep pool, they could just flex all over the place. Even if you banned out, Nuke, they always pick into Inferno. You can never really catch them off. So I do think having, a really rigid permaban is a mistake for a lot of teams.
Fair enough. Well, let's take a look at our players to watch here in this very exciting match we have upcoming. You guys have talked about it already, but it is Yakindar who has been the rising star here on Virtus.Pro, and Woxic, a player that many are really hoping returns to his former opping glory.
Yeah, Woxic is a player we just want to see pop off because his run at the end of his Mouse Sports tenure it left a lot to be desired. He was not playing in the form that we're used to seeing, and Yakinder is just the rising star for this Virtus.Pro roster. But there was some contention, Alan, with us in who we thought actually should be picked for Virtus.Pro, so I want to hear, there's more than just one player to watch for VP, I'll say that.
Yeah, I do think the Buster is
Well, that
player.
guy is a dragon ceiling.
It's crazy.
That's nasty.
What is going on there?
You're jealous, admit it.
I want that as a tattoo on his shoulder.
I need
next.
that in my hotel room at night.
All right, sorry to interrupt anyway.
So, as I was saying, I think Buster's the player. I don't think there's masses in it, but I do think Buster is the player to be watching here. The problem for me with Yakindar is from watching him playing in these, mainly VP so far, with this lineup been playing in CIS tournaments, from watching Yakindar, I just get the sense that in terms of the understanding of the team game, it's not there yet. And I just have a really big hunch that when coming into playing more experienced teams, I know Cloud9 here, they're not experienced as a 5-man unit, but some of the players here, they've played for years. They've got Kassad, they've got Alex. So I'm not totally sold on Yakinder. He could be a really great player in this tournament, but for now, I'm a little bit reserved on him. I want to see him, showing good team understanding, making good decision-making, showing good fundamentals throughout this game and the rest of the tournament.
I'm going to say this. I don't want Yakinder to do any of that. I want him to keep playing his game because he has been a monster.
This is why you play in NA. Like, what is this?
I want the stars to just keep playing the way they're playing.
Barry is a lifelong fan of just like pug play.
Star power.
Just fragging
Give me star
out,
power. Give me star power.
Yeah, I love this because, he's there for that loose play. He's there for the insane aggression, running through smokes, and it just tortures you, I know, Alan, to see that. The lack of tactics.
I know from watching you on League of Legends desks, it drove you mental watching all of these Chinese teams.
It does.
Just did stuff all over the place, made random decisions, and I just can't watch a team like Virtus.Pro without thinking, are they really in touch with like the top level meta in Europe or even NA? EG, Liquid, those sort of teams, they have really good understanding of how the top level team game is played. So for VP as a whole, I do think they're a strong team, but there are kind of fatal flaws that I could see being exploited in this tournament.
Fair enough. All right, let's take a look at our Pinnacle odds from last night. These are the odds that you guys predicted on. So coming up, this is surprisingly close for a team that we've never seen play before in Cloud9. It is kind of a lower margin than any of the other teams that have debuted in this tournament so far. So 2.42 to 1.57 in favor of Virtus.Pro. I'm very excited to see where everybody put their Pinnacle points right now.
Yeah, this feels like a pretty good, just kind of bet on. Okay, I don't know if we're supposed to say that. This isn't legal betting advice, but it seems like actually with Cloud9, you would want to actually risk it for the biscuit, because this roster, we don't know what to expect. VP don't know what to expect. And in the interview with Freya that Yakinder conducted, he talked about how he doesn't know what's going to happen in the server. And that's something that when you're facing off against a team, you always have in the back of your mind, okay, we know who that B player is. We know that when we kill him, that means that B side should be open. But with Cloud9, they could be running a play that round. You don't know if that individual that pushed on forward and died was the B anchor for them, because 2 rounds later, it could be someone completely different. So your reads in game, when you're actually looking at the kill feed, it's completely different.
So coming into this series, let's frame it a different way. Let's say Virtus.Pro, they've beaten Na'Vi in 2 best-of-3s consecutively. Those games on many occasions were not particularly close. The other team, they've never played an official match. All the 5 players, I don't think any of them have ever played together before, at least on a real lineup. So in that sense, it's crazy that we're even talking about this as a close game.
That's a great point.
It is a bit mad, but
maybe we're buying into the Henry G hype train.
He's fooled all of us.
He's hyped it up a lot.
The Colossus has been built into our minds as an inevitable victor in this game. Well, let's see if that is true of everybody as we look at our pinnacle point predictions here. We will be going to Bardolph and Haka to unveil their picks first. Who you guys got?
Did you guys not look at the weather forecast today? That's what I'm going to ask you, because, okay, I have a degree in geography, a bachelor's of science, to use the technical terms. I've looked at the data, I've looked at the weather forecast. It's going to be raining VP blood today on the server. It's going to be Cloud9. Let's go,
rugs,
baby.
let's go.
You can hear this is going to be a mad bias broadcast
Whoa.
today.
Oh my God, both the classes.
Absolutely, I'm all in.
loving
Do you know
it.
why? Because I'm not a fucking bitch. That's why. UK man's all the way. We got England squad on. We're on full white today. Let's go, baby. No messing around.
He's got his
Full
3
bias.
lions. He's
I'm
all
coming
in.
to be a hoodlum.
Oh my God, I'm literally a hoodlum as well.
No one can
This
stop
is
me.
great.
No one can stop me.
James, you're chaving out there.
We
I'm
get a
doing
bit
my
too
best.
close.
I'm doing my best. Absolutely. All full bias.
Jeez.
Oh my
Everybody's
God.
750 in on scene. Wow,
Let's
this
go.
is...
I love it.
Thorin's looking for that Skrilla as well.
Hell
I respect it. It's bias across the board. I love it. It's fantastic. Get the complaints in now. Send your tweets.
Wow. Wow, you guys. Let's bring back the first graphic first. What were you guys at, Maui? And
I was only at 250 actually. So
that's what I did.
I'm well, aside from Freya and yourself, I'm significantly lower than everyone else by the looks of it. And the reason that I went for kind of the lowest pick possible actually for this game is that I was really torn over this one, and I do think this is probably just in VP's favor, considering they're already an established team.
I did 250 C9 here as well. I was like, I don't want to put too much on this one.
Yeah, it could go either way. And,
you guys are fucking cowards, man.
I mean, with Bardolph here, 750, it could be down the drain by the end of this fairly quickly.
They've got no data to counter-strike with, unless they're like.
How did that work for Envy?
Let's look at. Yeah, but I think we've got a better class of criminal here with
That's
Alex.
true.
You know, I think at best they could look at Vitality. They could look at demos from his team when he was captaining their team, and maybe there'll be similar strats and so on. That's the best they can do. But he can completely counter-strike them. They need to adjust on the fly. And as we know historically, they might not be the best team at doing that. So if they are not able to get their plan B on the go, they might just shut down completely.
I mean, you're not wrong, which is why literally everybody went for C9.
That's why you made a mistake. These are facts, it's not an opinion.
Look. It's not like anybody predicted Virtus.Pro, which is remarkable in and of itself.
I have to say, I love Virtus.Pro, and Gen.G is probably my favorite player. Just the situations he's in. Like, I'm a big Gen.G fan. People know that, right?
You're a philanthropist.
But this is UK man. This is UK man. Do you know how long we waited for this? Just to get 2 people on a team. It's that toxic out here, man. It's that bad.
All right. Well, let's take a look at the fan predictions as well. I mean, there's a huge Russian fan base coming in for Virtus.Pro for sure. So I'm curious how this is going to... Russian fans, where are you?
The Cloud9 fans are here today, aren't
Damn.
they? Look at that.
Everyone knows what's going on, apart from 2 of you guys on the desk. You make terrible mistakes.
Damn. That is a shocking split there.
That is really surprising. I feel like people are voting with their hearts here, as did I with my pinnacle points, which are a token of my life force, actually.
Your appreciation
That's why I take them
for
so
Cloud9.
seriously. Yes.
All right. Well, I think we finally need to get rolling with this game. I do think we have a quote from Henry G here that we want to bring up right before this broadcast starts. It could have been any one of the 1,000 times he said how great this team is going to be in various, different phrasings.
How if this team doesn't win every event ever, it's a failure, completely, utterly. Yeah.
I believe that's verbatim.
That's
Henry
exactly what
G.
he said. Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll see if we. Oh, we apparently don't have the quote, but you can just look at his Twitter and honestly, every
Well, I just
fucking
told
quote
everybody.
is that. Yeah, that was it.
Just
That was it.
If he loses one map ever, this roster is a failure and everyone's out.
All right,
stay.
guys.
I'll stay.
Let's get back to our casters now. I know we're all excited for this match to start. Hopefully we get a 3-game banger, and hopefully literally all of us aren't wrong.
I just need to show the commitment here. It's full
Hell
white
yeah.
today with toothpaste.
I got a white
With
shirt on
toothpaste
as
in
well,
this
by the
bitch.
way. Under that raincoat, I got the white shirt out. I'm ready.
Marvelous. I'm excited. I'm sure a lot of people are excited. High hopes for one of the biggest brands in Counter-Strike. A great history. Not too far away as well. I think 2018. It feels like a long time ago though. All the things that have happened since then. The downward slope has been quite difficult for Cloud9. But now we're on the cusp of a new era, led by Gen.G. He will be hoping that he sees big things. You know, he's put big words out there on the internet. So now his team needs to deliver big as well. And I'm confident with, like, I remember when they announced one of their previous rosters, I was actually in the Cloud9 studio with Monzi at the time, and I was like, okay, well, you know, it's interesting, but it's hard to say because you need to see what they're going to do 2-3 months from here. But I feel like there's a lot more significance to this particular roster. Again, like Alex is a guy where he when he was on his previous teams, he would stream on Twitch, he would do demo reviews and so on. You could just hop in there. There weren't a lot of people in there, but if you were in there, I was one of the people in there. You could see he would break down what his team were doing from like a year or so back and so on, and see how he thinks about the game and so on. And obviously on the server as well, the man's got huge respect and he's commanded that respect in his salary on Cloud9.
Yeah, of course. And I love how they've been really transparent with the roles of this team as well. Because now we're not going to get surprised when Esatag is entry fragging for this team. Pretty different role to what he was playing on Astralis, right?
Yeah.
And that's really interesting because apparently he wanted to entry frag. He asked to entry frag, and that conversation with Gen.G went really well. I think Esatag was saying he's got a really different style of entering as well, which he thinks is going to work great. So for me, that's what I'm looking at straight away. I think Esatag could be such a big piece of the squad.
Yeah, we got the young man Mezzi there as well.
Of course.
We got, I mean, there's so much to talk about, and hopefully, I'd like to see 3 maps so we get to talk about all of those things, and Woxic as well, especially starting on Inferno. We've seen him do insane things with the AWP on Inferno. Closer ranges than some of the other maps, but not an issue for Woxic whatsoever. There was, I think it was, I forget who it was. Somebody upstairs was telling me in an interview, Woxic was described as a helicopter with an AWP in terms of his sensitivity and so on, and just his skill ceiling is very, very high indeed. I think most players can barely see it. So I think the personality you see on the server from some of these players is going to be really awesome if it all comes together. So I am super hyped from this, but for this. But again, I think VP, you know, since they changed brands, it's been very underwhelming. Not too long ago, they went down to rank 35. I think they're about rank 15 at the moment, so they seem to have figured stuff out. They've got Yekindar, who's come in from Prostar. Again, his ratings were pretty solid on Prostar, but once more, it's a question of can you hold that up against the upper echelon of Counter-Strike, which hopefully Cloud9 are in. Technically, I think they're ranked 238. Not that it's completely, not that it's relevant at all, but it's still a fun number to spit out there. I'm sure that will be shooting up very quickly indeed.
Yeah, I'm sure it will be. And just going back to your point on Yekindar, we heard Alan on the desk kind of questioning whether his playstyle will hold up against some of these European teams, because he can be very aggressive as a player. I think in terms of entry stats, he's one of the highest in the world, just behind guys like Arts, but those sorts of players who are just absurd with it. So Yekindar's definitely one to watch. I also think Buster is really good at having a more tempered style of aggression, but he's still very good at getting in between the cracks. So I think VP are a very, very tough team to play against for Cloud9 as your first opponents. They've got a very unique style of play. And here we go, James. UKCS, will it be back or will it be bad? Let's find out.
Yes, here we go. The debut of the new Cloud9 roster. It's crunch time. It's time to deliver. No more words. Time to talk on the server instead. They'll start on the CT side of Inferno. So many players to talk about. Barely spoken about Floppy either. Alex with a quick look. Has a look towards the B apartment to see what's going on. Figure out the climate of the situation. S-Tag is full of grenades on the CT side, smoke, HE, and a flashbang. Towards the B bomb site at present, a 3-2 setup for Cloud9.
Slow start to this pistol from VP, but they've got Banana, and they've got so many nades on the VP side. 2 mollies, if they keep those for the post plant, that's ridiculous. There's a lot of nades on the Cloud9 side as well, though. Banana control gathered by VP. They shouldn't have to use all these smokes on the initial push either. 2 smokes being used now, mollies being prepped, and they're lining up this push.
Woxic making his way up Speedway, so there will be a third man here to try and offer something, but it's an entire retake from Cloud9. They will not lose any player on the site. Woxic through the smoke, going fishing, catches something. The HE, that's for the bomb plant. Here's the beeps, and here comes a HE grenade. Oh my god, it's devastating! And we've got a dead Kika. The bomb's not planted just yet. The initial grenades from Virtus.Pro, they were looking to plant the bomb with those, and they've come and gone. Bomb now getting planted, and it's a 5 versus 3 retake. Still a smoke and a flashbang for S-Tag. Floppy with a kit. A lot of players moving towards this coffin position, but is there a flash for them? Woxic jumping through to take the attention of the other players. We've got Knives out as well. Alex trying to finish JMF in the corner, and Buster looking for the first frag. This could be perfect. The knife, of course, from the captain in the pistol round. Glorious from Cloud9.
Styling on him with the knife kill at the end. Woxic getting that 1 kill through the smoke as well, and then the nades to deny the bomb plant. That was so nicely done by Cloud9 there. Is that shot from Woxic. A little bit lucky, obviously, but then Floppy lines up that nade kill, and at least VP did have another smoke that they could put down at CT, but Alex just jumping in with the left click, and look at the hype.
I told you about counter-stratting. That was ridiculous. They had a HE from coffins. They abandoned the bomb site. They knew exactly what Virtus.Pro were going to do from the pistol round, from round 1. They're like, okay, cool. We're going to back off. You're going to stand here. We're going to sandwich you with HE grenades, and you're not going to plant that bomb. That's the first round of the series, of the entire series. That is terrifying for Virtus.Pro. They've got no data. They've got no information. The pages are blank.
And Alex, with that knife money, decided to drop an AWP to Woxic. In the second round, James. In the second round, Woxic's got an AWP. That is a very nice luxury for him. Going back to the point of the data, by the way, Yakinder literally said in his interview that's something he's scared of. Because normally, if you kill a player on the B site, for example, you kind of know, oh, that's normally a B player. Okay, now we can push B. But VP aren't going to know that because they don't know where these players are going to be playing.
Exactly. Virtus.Pro. This is a force buy, let's not forget. Very patient. They'll go 1 for 1 around the banana position. Still trying to take their initial map control. Woxic makes his way over. No grenades for the lad. He will take position. And even in this 1.5 rounds we've seen, the aggression, we see identity from this Cloud9 squad. Can he avoid getting traded? That's the question. Yakinder will fall first. Here goes Kikert as well. Woxic doing what he always does on Inferno. Able to fall back as well. Some distraction, looking for the flick. Doesn't quite get there. 20 seconds to plant the bomb. Still a man advantage for Cloud9. Elevated bomb plant to avoid the spray from coffins. Now you see Floppy going for the normal default. More grenades streaming in now, and the AWP is in the hands of James.
Flash coming in. The molly lands a little bit short. Still a smoke from Mezzy as well. It would be nice if they could smoke off Banana, but it's Sanji with the first fight, Jane with the follow-up, and now it's that man, Mezzy. He's been touted as the closer of this team. Can he win a clutch early in this one? Dipping back through the smoke. He knows Sanji's in this position, but Sanji's not giving him the fight. They're not giving away anything here on the VP side. Mezzy not getting given any opportunities, and that time is going to be too far gone. It's all about denying the AWP, which he will do. Mezzy eventually falling, and it's VP bouncing right back.
That AWP could potentially fly. Nah, not going to happen. Well, an early test for Cloud9. Yeah, you won the pistol with some style points as well, but you lost the force buy. What do you do now? This is good in terms of the viewership, looking at Cloud9 and what kind of form they have in. What kind of depth do you have? Again, this is the worst way to start the CT side. Win the pistol, lose the force buy. Your loss bonus is complete arse. You've got no money. If they lose this round, it could be a great start for Virtus.Pro, despite the fashion in which they lost that pistol round, which is still quite scary, but here we are.
Nothing too crazy from Cloud9 in this round either. It's pretty much their default setup. We've been seeing Floppy and S-Tag playing towards this B site. Obviously, in that last one, Woxic rotated over with the AWP to help out. Could see the same again here. Woxic starting to cheat over to the B site. CT smoke not where they wanted it, but Woxic will arrive towards B. Now, the one thing Cloud9 do have is 4 smokes still in their hands in this round. So if the clock runs down and Cloud9 can hold those smokes, that's when they might have a real chance at causing some havoc. But Woxic's already fallen, and Kicker is traded. That gun could be recovered on Banana, but it looks like Cloud9 are going to chill.
Importantly, Floppy Well, for Cloud9, Floppy has a smoke, which he has just deployed to slow things down if necessary. The gun won't be retrieved. Now, I do wonder if Cloud9 will do any fishing elsewhere. You can see Virtus.Pro sticking together. No sound cues, and Cloud9 will take the gamble. Now, they probably realized already that they've taken the wrong bomb site. With the Deagles and the Kevlar and so on, there is an option to just hold on to this. With 4 players alive, essentially with a force buy, it more or less gives them another force buy in the next round rather than all die and basically have USPs and be free kills for Virtus.Pro. So they can still try to turn this situation around in the next round by holding on to what they have. Maybe they fish here and there to try and collect a rifle or something, but I would imagine they'll save here.
It's a shame that gun has been dropped on Banana from VP, so there's basically no way of getting that primary weapon away from them. I think it was even picked up by one of the players who just had a deed in this round. So they're fine on the VP side of things. Cloud9 going to have to show some grit early in this game. After winning the pistol, they will be falling behind, but at least they'll have a chance in this next round. Again, still early days here on Inferno. We're really waiting to see those gun rounds come through for Cloud9. And obviously, we have to remind you that this is the pick of Virtus.Pro. Inferno should be a map Cloud9 have practiced at least somewhat, though. Got to expect everyone's practicing at least a little bit of Inferno these days.
Yeah, it's a big staple map. Very big staple map. Again, an early test is good. This lighting is crazy. I think the lighting is changing on that ceiling.
Yeah, it looks awesome.
Which, I know some might find distracting, but no issue for him. Early molly into the apartments. And again, 4 players saved in that round prior. I'm sure the HUD will be back soon, don't worry. 4 players saved in the round prior, so this is still a very dangerous round for the likes of Virtus.Pro. Going fishing on Banana, nothing doing there. And this is Sanji's identity. This is his signature. In the apartments with a Mac 10, you may later on see him flying out of that boiler door with pop flashes through top mid. He is a dab hand at that. And often it's by design, whereas other teams will be like, oh, we're struggling, got to pull this out, we'll see what we can do with it. This is just part of their remit. They're used to it. This is what they're happy with.
Yeah, Sanji loves those SMGs. Makes him very good in these sorts of rounds as well, where he's only up against the pistols. A couple of smokes all over that A-bomb site. Woxic playing behind one of them on the site itself. Woxic there taking a couple of shots, not really looking for the kill, but trying to bait them into Alex, which he has done. It's actually Woxic who got that kill as well, but he's the only man remaining, and he won't be standing much longer. Virtus.Pro with a 3-1 lead, but the buy about to come through for Cloud9. Not quite enough money for an AWP, though.
No sniper rifle, which is less than ideal, but less than ideal is good. Again, trying to glean as much information on this team as possible. Not a perfect situation, will be a good test for them. Now we'll see how Sanji is utilized with the Mac 10. I feel like his role is the definition of a thankless task. Early grenades on Banana. Kika lucky to be alive. Someone we haven't spoken about too much just yet. And S-Tag will finish off the job. Buster lurking now. I don't think he collided with that HG grenade, which would be a sound cue. Sometimes the spray will come after that, but at least he will secure the Banana position, trying to catch somebody out of position, but Cloud9 have fallen back already. Not too hungry, not too greedy. With the third man rotating on B, we can see a pretty passive on the A-bomb site, and S-Tag's continuing. Sorry, Buster continuing to go in, but Floppy trades immediately, and the timing is such. Oh no, that could be the opening they were looking for, Virtus.Pro. Straight through the smoke they go.
Yeah, Kindar getting that all-important kill onto the B site. Smoke can now go down. They can use their utility to make sure they're safe. And we're already seeing the individual loose playstyle from VP come through and work out for them in these early rounds. Alex is going to be boosted up. It's still a 3v3, and oh, the bomb is denied just in time. That's going to buy Cloudmore a bit more time to work with, because Mezzy is very far away from the action right now. He's just now pushing down mid. What's the play from VP, though? They're actually pushing into CT spawn.
Oh boy, and quietly as well. Woxic's got no idea, almost, but not quite. Now, Mezzy hasn't quite committed to the B bomb site just yet, but he is making his way over there. I guess it's a coin flip. You don't know which way they're going to go, but it is the A bomb site. 20 seconds, and Mezzy wonders, perhaps he gets close enough to upgrade his FAMAS at the very least. Nope, going to turn around. He's got utility to try and isolate a fight, but he can't be expecting these positions. Gen.G in the library and Yekindar on the site itself now. He could be coming from A or B. He does not have a kit. And I can't imagine there's one near the A bomb site. All the action's really been towards B. So he's got to find these kills quickly. Gen.G focusing on spawn for the time being. Demoli. And out comes. That's a nice headshot. Now, where is Gen.G? He's got a smoke to try and defuse the bomb, but a 10-second defuse? Surely not. He's got to find it quick, but Gen.G will deny him. And Virtus.Pro are up 4-1 on the T side of Inferno.
That's just such an unexpected position for Gen.G to be playing, with where that bomb is planted deep on the site. Mezzi clearly had no clue that was even a possibility. And it's understandable from Mezzi's perspective. He's probably thinking the player has to be near the bomb on the site itself. There was some early fights on Banana, but that shot from Buster, such an important kill there, just to get that one kill towards B, because that meant as soon as Yekindar got that spray through the smoke, they could commit to that B bomb site. They get another round win early. VP starting strong on their T side of Inferno. I will say, VP had a very good T side of Inferno against Na'Vi recently. I think they won 11 rounds, and they only gave up 1 round to Na'Vi on their entire T side half of Inferno. So I think VP are very good on this T side of Inferno. And that flash a little too fast. Gen.G with a nice little off angle to get the kill.
Yeah, it's very easy to focus almost completely on Cloud9 here, but VP are often a very good team. Should always be a very good team. Area control from Floppy. Just sneaks through the smoke grenade, but will VP commit to this? We can see a boost behind the smoke. Some HEs for the expected angles, and they're not wrong in that respect. Little spray from Kika. The numbers game is coming through now. Estag looks up, only to get taken down. Floppy with 2, though. That's pretty impressive. He's made it doable. Oh my God, Alex, how on earth has he landed that one? 2 versus 2. There's a rifle to collect on Banana, but he looks to be rotating towards the CT spawn area to allow one player from Virtus.Pro to focus on Banana while they work together. A tag, but no kill. Look at the HP on these VP players.
And the Cloud9 players, they're all so low right now. Mezzi and Alex, the UK brothers, looking on this retake. Mezzi starting to lead the charge. Again, the time is ticking. Mezzi misses that first shot. And now Alex gets an AK, but he's got to figure out both players are pushed in this same position. And he's just crouching in the corner right now. Might just be playing for exits.
Yeah, I think he wants to make it as expensive as possible, focusing on their economy rather than his own. Oh, he's lining them up as well. Bobby, big brain. Well, he's got as most as you could expect him to get from that. Virtus.Pro take nothing into the next round, but a 4-round lead.
Looking good for VP. I think a big part of their success is normally that banana control as well. I've seen a lot of rounds where Buster gets aggressive and finds the gap in the defense. Kicker is normally alongside him. In that previous round earlier, we saw Yekindar getting involved on banana. A lot of players on the VP side that can make plays happen. And we finally get a full gun round for both teams. AWPs out for both snipers. We barely even talked about James and his style of AWPing so far. He's got the AWP out on the T side. Woxic going for the run boost across mid, but it's a 3-man B stack from Cloud9.
Yeah, they didn't have perfect utility, Cloud9. I do wonder if that will encourage them to be aggressive. And this is one way to do it with area control. Woxic in the apartments. Hello, goodbye, Yekindar. That's a painful one. And we'll see if Woxic rotates his position from apartments towards long. We now have 4 players towards A with a Molotov around the long area. And James, he likes to hold angles for a while. And you can look to see that in Dust 2 as well. But in the meantime, Gen.G has found an opening on this A bomb site. Now, VP are not going to commit to anything just yet, but have a look at them walking on the radar towards that B bomb site. The bomb is still T-ramp, keeping their options wide open. They're showing presence on both sides. So that's a great response from Alex, but where do Cloud9 put their personnel? They've seen guys towards A, seen guys towards B. Keycut lost towards the B bomb site. Poking and prodding not quite working out now for VP as Cloud9 find themselves in a 4 versus 2. Bomb's been collected by James, who's still looking for Curiosity, but I think it might be time to save.
Got to get the first save in early. I'm sure someone will be keeping track. Maybe that's what we get our stats, man.
Hold on a second. He's making his way up banana. Buster feels like he could find an opening here. And I think everyone will expect James to save. So the fact he isn't, maybe he catches someone off guard. Woxic misses his shot. S-Tag still in the back. He's playing for the counter. He's playing for the clock. He's allowing Woxic to run distraction. There's the trade frag immediately, and now the rotation can come through. Dancing while he tries to avoid James. James might have time to plant, maybe not though, as S-Tag continues to go around the corner. Has he done his job? 4 seconds on the clock. It's going to be a real close one. I'm not sure if he's got it. Oh my God, that changes everything. 1v2 now for James. Alex is so far away as well. James able to reposition. There are 2 flashes for Alex, but they don't know exactly where James is. He's unscoped now, but he scopes back in confidently. I don't think they've heard him either. Last seen on the site, not in this area at all. He's got an angle to fall back on. This is looking painful for Cloud9. He's halfway there now. Mezzi alone in the 1 versus 2. He's got to jiggle. He's got to bait the shot, but James lands it. He's clutched it with maybe 0.2 seconds to plant the bomb. That is outrageous from Virtus.Pro.
I thought S-Tag had done enough. He was doing such a good job on that B-bomb site, just staying alive, playing the positions. James eventually hunts him down. It has to be a no-scope to allow him to get the bomb down in the first place. And then in this 2v1, Cloud9 can't figure it out quickly enough. They can't work together. Alex just jumping across. And yeah, I'm sure VP are hyped right now.
Oof. Can see that cry of Harosh from Virtus.Pro. 6 rounds in a row. It's VP calling the timeout for the time being. Success has been brief for Cloud9, but Virtus.Pro playing pretty well, so no disrespect there. Again, that pistol round was really epic, and that is something to think about for the entire series in terms of counter-stratting. But first, they need to get some momentum. They need to win a round. They need to win it with 3-4+ players alive, so they've got money to have a proper buy in the next round, being on the CT side. They got maximum loss bonus, and that's about it. Bunch of Desert Eagles, a lot of utility. We have seen they've got a discipline. They know how to use it together. But Virtus.Pro are playing well at the moment.
Kindar getting into the apartments. This is a slightly different setup from VP's standard opening to the round. Normally they'll have Kicker and Buster both taking banana control, but in this round they've stacked one more player over towards the A site early. It was James instead kind of holding banana alongside Kicker, but they've been able to get the banana control anyway, even with only one man here. Kicker's just clearing these angles, not even using nades. This is why VP can be a tricky team to play against. You see, Floppy's just not ready.
There's a gap in that smoke as well. He'll make his way through, no problem. 4 players, delete some grenades. Maybe there's damage to be done here. 1, not 2, however, for S-Tag. But Woxic is still at the back of the site. He is on fire, however, but no one's focusing on it. Putting in some more work of the USP, 3 versus 2. Kika just barely alive. Another awkward spot. Sanji upgrades the Mac 10 for an AK-47. Alex has surely been hurt in the flames. And Jane will clean that up. That really makes things a little less dangerous. Mezzi, however, was using a lot of Deagle in the warm-up. Look at the time on the clock. Still haven't planted a bomb just yet. He doesn't want to give the sound cue away. Oh, God. You can see immediately he realizes he has conceded his position. And that changes everything. Bomb planted. He has a smoke to try and isolate a fight. Maximum loss bonus. Won't be concerned with saving at present. Just trying to find out where the players are. Very awkward position for him, though, especially with James holding the angle. 7-1 for Virtus.Pro.
Another buy on the cards for Cloud9. I'd love to see Woxic go for some of those AWP peeks down mid as well. He's so good at those fights down mid, just because of his fast reaction time and his ability to go for those fast flicks. He can be very deadly in those duels. The problem is, he knows that James has an AWP on the other side, and he knows that James loves to hold angles. You even said it earlier, James. James? Oh God, I just got myself confused.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be one to look out for on a T side of Dust 2. Catching players rotating from B towards mid. He loves to sit and watch those doors from the Xbox. But first, we have some aggression on Banana. Kika with the ever-dangerous job of trying to avoid grenades he can't see coming. Makes his way through the smoke. And again, Virtus.Pro have done a good job on this T side of simply emerging quietly in areas. You saw the entries in the 2vx from Buster making his way onto B in that crazy clutch round. They will just suddenly be somewhere and not give you much warning, and that is pretty worrisome. Now, Cloud9 have got to find some rounds on this CT side. Otherwise, they will be way too reliant on the pistol in the second half. Still a 5-on-5 with a minute remaining. I feel like that might have been a little rare in these rounds thus far. Cloud9 fishing over the smoke somewhat. You can see Virtus.Pro with a heightened focus towards the A bomb site. But having seen nothing in that boost, that might be why Woxic's making his way towards A at the towards B rather at the wrong time. He has an angle on Speedway, but if he gets smoked off, Library may already be a problem.
Smoke's arriving on the site. That same smoke to cut off that close angle from Alex. He can't take the fight as easily. And with 35 seconds left, the push is being prepared, but Mezzi's got a smoke down. That could be dangerous for VP. They're having to run through that, and Alex is on the other side of it. 2 quick kills for Alex. He's hoping to see if he can do any more. Just sitting in that smoke, buying even more time. Gen.G clears him, but he doesn't get the kill. Alex with 3 on the site, and now Woxic has arrived. It's only Jame remaining. He gets the first kill. 12 seconds left. The bomb will be planted, but Floppy and S-Attack are running him down.
Looking to trade frag immediately before he can change position. Misses his quick scope. And Cloud9 finally get a second round on the board. Only 2 players surviving, which isn't quite enough. They may have problems with their next buy, but they will need to pick up an AWP at the very least. And I said Library is going to be a problem because the smokes were being deployed there, which is where Woxic wanted to rotate. But Alex bought enough time on the site staying alive that the smokes had gone, which allows Woxic to contribute as they close out the round.
I remember the last time we casted together, James, ages ago, 2019, we were casting Alex on Inferno. He had that ridiculous Deagle play from the graveyard. This was a really nice round from him as well. Playing back on that A site. I think any questions about Alex's individual ability after a long time off have instantly been answered here. He's already top of the board. He's already having a good start to this game. He's clearly had a lot of time to get up to speed individually. And finally, a second round win for Cloud9. A long time coming.
They need consecutive rounds, Cloud9. They have squeezed out a good amount of utility, but we can see the shortcomings. Mezzi on the FAMAS, so there is an issue. Now Virtus.Pro, look at this timing. Looking to burst straight onto the A bomb site, trying to catch them off guard. Gen.G with the MAC-10, of course, best man for the job. Bombs on the floor and short. 3 players are here, and Alex won't be able to hold on to the bomb site. Floppy smoked off, got to really try and avoid that spray, and they may have cooled around already. Lost position, and they can't go back to poverty straight away. They can hold on to 3 weapons if they are allowed. There's not too much money for Virtus.Pro, but they may consider hunting, considering how rough this half has been for Cloud9 the entire time. But again, finally, a smidgen of success for Cloud9, and VP flipped the script. We had a lot of slow rounds outside of the initial engagements on Banana, just quietly emerging. This time, just burst out the apartment, straight into a numbers game, trade frags. Thank you and good night.
Mezzi getting a little unfortunate, I guess you could argue, dinking 2 with the FAMAS there. That's why Alex pulls out the nade on the site, because he knows there's a chance he can get 2 kills, but he did it at just the wrong time. I do wonder whether... Oh, James actually died. Okay. I think VP should be fine. Their money's... Oh, actually, their money's nowhere near as good as I was expecting. That's great. A problem.
Gen.G with the MAC-10. No one does it better. Nobody does it better, because it's by design. You can see it here. You can see on Mirage of like MP9s towards the B bomb site. I love to see it. Maybe Cloud9 don't, however. But still, they held on to enough. They can buy around what they had. However, well, they could still get 7 rounds out of this. It's not looking likely at present, but it's still possible. Not too late to turn things around. Woxic looking down mid. Buster! Again! Just dry peeking. No respect for Cloud9. And it would be beneficial. Big pop flash, no swing just yet. S-Tag with the spray, and maybe VP will sit on this advantage. 5 versus 4, minute 30 on the clock. Plenty of time to make C9 feel nervous and stretch them out, but S-Tag's coming back. Unsuccessful, however.
Alex is going to go for it as well. On the edge of the smoke. Oh, did he spot that man there? I think he might have. He's backing away now. And this is exactly what I was talking about earlier, James. Buster just seems to have a great knack for finding those timing windows, for finding those really annoying timings on those peaks that the CTs are just never really fully ready for it. And now Cloud9 are down in the 3v5. They realize they probably have to take a risk here. They're fully stacking the B site. We always talk about the save game on Inferno and how that can come through quite often. I think we've got a great example of it here. Virtus.Pro are about to walk into a wide open A bomb site. And it's going to have to be another save for Cloud9.
Even though, or is it? Well, looks like they're considering something. Well, I'll talk about their responses later. We'll see what they choose to do. Maybe... Oh, no, they're going to cancel. So, if you see the aggressive response from Alex, this is why, you know, you'll have a new roster announced with plenty of new players, and you're expecting like a really slow start in terms of coordination and so on. But with this particular group of players, I just expect more synergy at the beginning, and they know immediately what to do. They're losing a guy, but he knows, all right, I need to make a play here. If we've got any chance of winning the round, I've got to catch somebody off guard and make a play, make a stand right now, which is why there's no hesitation in that decision making, which is promising. But Virtus.Pro are dismantling Cloud9 round after round at present. But again, VP are not to be trifled with. This is not just any team that we're talking about here.
Yeah, they've been beating Na'Vi recently, pretty consistently. We haven't had to see them too often against EU competition. That's what we were waiting for. Buster's just been brilliant on Banana, though. He was doing the same against Na'Vi, which is why I was seeing a lot of promise for Buster on these Banana plays. He's only 7 for 8 in terms of kills, but I think he's had a good bit of impact so far. And again, Cloud9 are able to save. They're able to keep a gun round together, but they need to start winning rounds. And 9-2 down on their CT side. Inferno is a map that has recently switched in the pro scene. It's slightly T-sided now as Inferno, and some aggression down Banana. Mezzi not going to get the kill, but his teammates will. The follow-up comes through, and Cloud9 win the early fights.
Now, will there be a response towards the A bomb site? They realized there were 3 towards B. Does that mean passive towards A? Well, they may be about to find out. Woxic just misses the shot, and there's an opening trying to catch Cloud9 out of position now. We can see Alex making his way towards the library, but can he even take a fight? 21 HP, still managed to slink through that Molotov onto the A bomb site. So he has a crossfire now with STAC, who's in the pit. However, they're going to be pushed from both sides. We can see Yekindar slow to make his way up long, but on the short position, we have 2 on the site now. Pulling a gun up, they were lining up for Alex, but no. Maybe a bomb plant can be done. STAG still in the pit. Floppy making his way towards short. Things slowing down now. Sorry, Floppy's coming in from the library to this position. Yekindar on a short area, and they're just not winning the duels here. Not quite on the mark. Floppy S-Tag now in a 1 versus 3. They're looking for him. Seek and destroy. They want to play that numbers game and still abuse it. Running low on bullets. He was trying to be conservative, but still couldn't get that second kill. VP out dueling Cloud9. You can see they try to win a numbers game if trade frags are needed on Banana, but still they come up short.
Yeah, those mollies down mid as well there. Instead of just putting the mollies down Banana, just to make sure that you can completely deny any other players from helping on Banana. Surprisingly enough, it's VP who have been taking a couple of these tactical timeouts. They've taken their second timeout here ahead of this next round. It may be partly because Cloud9 just keep on somehow managing to get enough money to scrape these buys together. In that last round as well, S-Attack does a really good job at surviving in the pit, but he never really got into a position where he could fight with his teammate, unfortunately. You saw that Floppy was really trying to push as S-Attack got mollied out, but the angle just was never given to him. VP knew he was in pit, so they just made sure they weren't exposed from that.
Yeah, VP running a tight ship. Just glimpses of opportunity for Cloud9. Once Cloud9 get the AKs, though, maybe they'll fare somewhat better with the duels. However, if they go into the T side with... Oh, dear. If they go into the T side with 2 rounds on the board, oh, is that going to be an uphill struggle? Well, VP are chill. They've pretty... In many cases, you could say they've won the round already on Banana. They slowed things down and not committed, so they haven't on this occasion, and Alex has now had the bomb dropped in front of the site. He's going to make a play with the flashbang, but they've tagged him. He's trying to do the best he can, but the 180 is not going to work out for him. Buster will hold position now, but Woxic is here. Bomb up, bomb down again. 2-on-2, still with an angle on the bomb. They don't know, Virtus.Pro, where Mezzi is right now. They're concerned about their 6. They've got some utility, they've got flashes, they've got mollies. They've got all kinds of junk to throw at this site. You can see Woxic trying to be in a very unpredictable position. Just in case they've got some shenanigans. Mezzi keeping an eye on CT. As VP run the clock down, you've got to wonder about Cloud9. Here's some grenades into the side. Now Mezzi's in a 1 versus 2. Bomb collection squad is on the way. Comes from the same angle, 1v1 now. 15 HP, he can't take a duel here. Picks up the AWP because of that. He has to land the first shot, but there comes the Kobe.
Jeez, that was a slam dunk from Yekindar. I'm pretty sure he bounced that off the ceiling of the map to get the kill onto the site. Beautifully done. Mezzi given no chance in the clutch. Still, though, it comes close from Cloud9. I think Alex has been really effective in some of these aggressive CT spots. We're always seeing him push into an unexpected position. He's having to do that because they keep going behind, but he's keeping them in these rounds at least. Unfortunately for Cloud9, it's just not working for round wins. And after so many buy rounds were scrapped together for Cloud9, this one has to be a weaker investment.
Oh, okay. Woxic with the Deagle will find himself 1 kill. There's only 1 rifle in this round for Cloud9. Holding money for the final round. It's a false start, you might say, here on Inferno. The pick of Virtus.Pro, though, and they're showing us why. Absolute dominance. They've got their foot on the side of the face of Cloud9 at present.
I think VP are also way better on the T side of this map than the CT side as well. Going back to that game I was referencing against Na'Vi, in that game VP started CT side of Inferno and they only got 5 rounds. So them starting on the T side here I think has helped them a fair bit. They're just way better on this T side of the map. We're seeing already just some of the timing windows they've been getting. This is the first round where the read might be wrong though, James. They're running into a 3-man B stack.
Indeed they are, and this might be the kind of round that Cloud9 needs. Any kind of round, doesn't matter how it comes as long as it does. Kika knows the angles, but doesn't land the bullets on this occasion. Still committing with 39 seconds. How many players are here? There goes the molly for New Box, and there goes S-Tag. Messi and Alex still alive. 30 seconds remain. But Messi's still on the A bomb site, only now rotating. Again, Alex trying to buy as much time as possible. This is absolutely ridiculous. Cirque du Soleil from Alex with the 5-7. Yekindar looking for that second player. How on earth is Alex still alive? Messi keep the gun out. He has to keep the gun out here. There's no time to rotate, however. And now he's at New Box. This is completely ridiculous. They've got to go for elimination. 10 seconds. Alex will have time. He's just dancing around New Box and the fountain. And he still goes for the peak. That is confidence. It's only a 3rd round. Much needed. But it can spur them on for the final one.
18 kills now for Alex. He's been doing what he can to keep his team in this game. That round is a perfect example of it. Buying so much time on the B site, getting that rifle into his hands, and doing huge work with it.
The way he's just staying alive in these situations is absolutely ridiculous. The peak as well is nasty. Hashtag UK Mans, hashtag Greg's, hashtag Bacon Sarnies. Final round of the first half. Now for... who knows? Who knows if it could be enough? Time will tell. See what they can do. It's been such a difficult road for Cloud9 on Inferno thus far. Slower pace from Virtus.Pro. 3-2 setup from Cloud9. Not going to fight on Banana this time. Suggesting a retake though. But Buster just looking for these entries. Been given some real estate to play with, and he is not shy with that AK.
The nice thing for Cloud9 here is not fighting for Banana meant they had a lot of nades to work with in reply. Now they only have a few smokes left on this B site, though. That's the smoke going down, but Kika has beaten it. Kika's ahead of it, and S-Attack's not ready. Yekindar with the initial entry. Floppy tries to go aggressive with the flashbang, but Kika gets the kill, and it's the last round of the half. They have to go for this retake on the Cloud9 side, but I'm not fancying their chances.
Virtus.Pro with more numbers than a lottery draw on this B bomb site. And Cloud9 are just getting taken out one by one. It's 10-pin bowling for Virtus.Pro in this final round of the first half. Looking to 12-3 Cloud9 in their new roster debut. Well then, Woxic, 1 versus 5. He's got a long road ahead of him. It may be cut short by Virtus.Pro in this round, and indeed it will be by Buster. Absolute dominance from Virtus.Pro in the first half of Inferno. This was their pick, and they are showing us why. A false start for Cloud9 at the beginning, but it's about how you finish, and we'll find that out after the break. After an amazing pistol round from Cloud9, success was brief, the environment was arid, and they come into the T side with only 3 rounds on the board. Now, if they have such prowess on their T side pistol as well, then who knows? Maybe the sky is the limit. Maybe they'll be left in the basement, though, by Virtus.Pro.
There's a very real chance of that happening. 4 players on the A side of the map for Virtus.Pro. They have a kit in the hands of Yakinda. As for Cloud9, again, a fair few nades for them. Alex being the man buying the utility alongside Floppy. And I think you can feel the importance of this pistol round for Cloud9. They are taking their time here. They're not going to be making any mistakes. They're making sure they know exactly what they want to do in this pistol. They're actually using decoys. Woxic just threw a decoy somewhere. I don't know if he's trying to fake a smoke or fake a flash or something. Either way, we won't dig too deep into that because Cloud9 are now starting to group up on the A site. It looks like a contact play, but it looks like VP are 1 step ahead of them.
Yeah, who's got the counters now? Don't forget the headshots though. Yakinda with the smoke grenade in the pit. Creates some space for himself. Stay alive. James here in Graveyard. And Graveyard is where he will lie. Kika takes one in the face and another one from the Glocks. And down he goes. No response just yet from Virtus.Pro. Still 2 players remain. Yakinda through the smoke is devastating them. How many bullets has he got left? Enough to pop Mezzi. And suddenly it's S-tag and down he goes. Oh my days.
God damn, Yakinda. That is filthy with the USP. To get 4 kills from the pit there, it looked like Cloud9 lost track of him in the midst of all the madness, in the midst of all the chaos. Mezzi dropping down for a nice couple of openers, but they didn't realize Yakinda was still here. He gets 2 for the price of 1, and then the ammo conservation at the end to just land those 1-taps. Fantastic stuff. That is why Yakinda was picked up for this VP roster. His skill set is unbelievable, and Virtus.Pro have got a great chance of just running away with this now.
Got to say, when Gen.G is 11 for 6, more or less at the beginning of a half after the T side, that is very telling that you have been on the receiving end of something disgusting, because his job is to use crap weapons, die, and buy things for other people. So if he's at 11 for 6, I think that right there is a fatal indicator maybe for Cloud9 on Inferno. That pistol, they had so much advantage, but it was whisked away, it was swept away. A tornado of bullets from Yakinda. Pop flash, the numbers game now. Cloud9 can try to abuse it. Alex Wing towards the tree position. But there's no oxygen there for him. Yakinda tagged through the smoke, has to be careful. I'm sure they'll go for a retake here. They've got a smoke, an incendiary. Try to isolate some of these players, but do Cloud9 have more aggression in them? They're all here. Mezzi has a flashbang. See if he's got an angle to use it. There's the isolation from both sides, actually, which will channel Virtus.Pro through coffins. S-tag potentially with a flank, just standing in the smoke of a Cloud9, with a Tech9 rather. In the meantime, Woxic up close to the MP9. Here come the trades, but rather numbers. Mezzi with the Deagle, down to 2 versus 2. Kika's picked up a kit and a bullet to the face as well, and James got a fadeaway. Not much else he can do but try to make it more expensive for Cloud9. They have forced their way back into this half for now.
Mezzi getting involved in these early rounds as well. He got 2 entries in the pistol round. Now he gets 2 important Deagle kills in this one. He only got 4 kills throughout the whole first half, James, but he's already got 4 kills in the second half, just off these first 2 rounds. I love this call from Cloud9 as well. Virtus.Pro have had some real problems holding that B bomb site. Oftentimes it feels like Yakinda isn't fully committed to the site hold. Oftentimes it feels like he's a little bit away. And yeah, that shot, lovely.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Mezzi, he was just deagling the whole time in warm-up. Yeah. And I was like, okay, let me see what he's got. He's getting some nice 1-deags down mid, and he continues to deliver them when it really counts. Now, again, as we said in the first half, the T's winning the second round rather than the first kind of benefits them, but maybe not when you're down and your opponent has 12 rounds. It reduces the small margin for error that Cloud9 have, and they still have to win against the Force by Virtus.Pro. A VP who have a double peek in the apartments. Floppy is surely going to be in for a nasty surprise. If he swings to avoid this angle, to see if anyone's in Graveyard, surely Gen.G's got him down guaranteed. P50 to bait Gen.G, only good for 1, but Kika can follow up with a second and fade away as well, so they still have some position. He's got James for support. This has not gone the way Cloud9 wanted.
Mezzi realizing he just has to play safe there. He can't try and jump out to get the kill with the AK. He can't risk giving that away, so he has to slow down and just allow the 3v4 to ensue. I think it's good that Mezzi is realizing that as well. Under the pressure, under these circumstances. Mezzi is a very intelligent player. He's aware that he can't push like that. They'd rather just regroup, and that's why. All the rifles gang up on James. He gets taken out of action, and now Kicker is alone on this A site. He knows that there's no push up A long. He's now spotted ESL. The rotate is arriving from VP, and there's only 34 seconds left here. Cloud9 have got to speed this up, and Yakindar's the man who gets the kill.
The timing's absolutely brutal, and surely it's irretrievable from here. Watson's got 24 seconds. Buster with the headshot. They force straight back. They're 2 rounds away from the first map, Virtus.Pro. It looks hard. It gets even harder.
When the going gets tough, the tough get going. Hopefully, James. But it's been so tough for Cloud9. Every time it feels like they've got a glimmer of hope, it gets snapped away from them. I liked this decision to go back into the 3v3 and just group up with the rifles, but Yakindar lands a couple of key shots, and there was just such little time left there for Cloud9 that Virtus.Pro could get into position, and now it looks almost certain that VP are going to be closing this one out. It's another round where Cloud9 have got to come up with something special to get themselves back on top.
Avoiding the initial grenades. They'll be passive on T-ramp. Looking to thin the utility of Virtus.Pro, maybe expecting them to use a lot of it early in case Cloud9 try to rush somewhere. 3 smokes remain for Virtus.Pro with a minute 20 on the clock. Buster alone on Banana. And have a look at Cloud9 on the radar. Almost in a straight line on second mid. They start to approach top mid. Jay moving off angle in the cubby hole. Just moving around at long while Sanji goes to join the defenses at B. So there'll be 3 players on this A bomb site for the time being, and Long has been smoked off. Alex goes back to get a fadeaway flashbang, a burst through the smoke. He's got some sound cues, Jane, but what is his plan here? Is he going to stay in situ behind that smoke or reposition?
Kicker sitting in the pit, but 2 kills instantly onto the site. ESL and Mezzi both opening things up, and even though James got the 1 lurking player from Long, I don't know if that's going to make a difference. Bomb down on the A site. VP is sticking around, but we know how difficult these retakes can be, and they're going to call it off. They're going to call for the save. Cloud9 continuing to fight as hard as they can to get back in this game. They're going to win another one. They need to make sure they don't lose this follow-up round, though, and with VP saving some guns, it's not going to be an easy feat.
Yeah, they could really do with winning that consecutive round, Cloud9. We would like to see a competitive game here on Inferno. A sea of red at the top there. All those T rounds won by Virtus.Pro. If you were just joining us, we saw a spectacular pistol round on the CT side from Cloud9 at the beginning of this match. And then Virtus.Pro smashed them. I hesitate to say Virtus.Plow because I feel like that's part of the identity of the Polish players, and something new should come for this particular squad. But it has been, they have been putting in work, let's say.
Nice that Cloud9 had something planned as well there on that A play, that double nade stack into the pit. Just gets them that 1 extra kill, which effectively confirms the round for them. A really nice wrinkle to throw in there when you know you have to do something a little bit different to win the round. And now the buy's coming back for both teams. Not too much in it in terms of weaponry. A couple of guns missing from Virtus.Pro, but it's not too bad. They're going to run into the molly. Yakindar's a madman. He's got away with it. Sanji also getting 1. And Yakindar is somehow still alive, even though he's the furthest man up on Banana. He's tucked himself into the little cubby hole, and he will be waiting there for further action.
James trying to bait. He's showing presence top Banana to make them walk past and knock into the Yakindar, and there's the free kill from it. And now James can come back and try to help. That becomes more difficult. Scurrying away, no grenades to delay James, just trying to hold position. Seems he will hold coffins, wait for rotation from Kika, who's only got a 5-7 right now. And James really has repositioned. He's got the headshot angles as well. They have no idea where he is, and he could fade away, buy more time for Kika. Mezzi now has to clutch. Surely they don't go back and forth again. Through the smoke, and Kika with the 5-7, no respect game. And it's game point for Virtus.Pro.
It's back and forth, but VP don't care at this point. They're so close to victory. They're going to need 1 more round to win this one, and Cloud9 at this point are probably out of ideas in these sorts of rounds. They've had a couple of nice ones with these forces. They've had a couple of nice rounds with the pistols, with some nades. This is where you wouldn't expect them to have much more up their sleeve, but maybe they've got some ideas. They've got some smart guys to work with. Alex and Esatag, obviously two big brainers. And a fast play up banana is the answer for Cloud9. They're trying to see if they can get back into it. Mezzi is able to trade, but there are still two more CTs here. Jane being one of them, finally pulls the trigger, gets a second kill, and it's all on Woxic.
The patience from Jane there, they're absolutely devastating. Gen.G with a signature kill, the MP9 to close out Inferno for Virtus.Pro. A devastating start for Cloud9. It was the pick of VP. Of course, it is a best-of-3 series, but that has got to be disheartening. Not much in the name of success there.
No, not much at all for Cloud9. And for Virtus.Pro, I think that the questions of how's Yakindar going to play against more structured opposition were instantly answered in some of these rounds. You can just see how much skill Yakindar has. Even in that CT pistol round, that was ridiculous. That was probably the play of the game in terms of individual plays. And for Virtus.Pro, everyone was fragging. You said even Gen.G was up there, I think pretty much with the rest of the pack. He was above Jame. Yeah,
he had a really strong score. And again, when you consider his unique role in that squad, it's very indicative of what the team on the whole are doing. Around the other way, please. Thank you. So, yeah, that was a great performance from Virtus.Pro. Again, of course, it's the debut of Cloud9, right? It's all eyes on Cloud9, but you have to bear in mind their opponent. It's a very strong opponent in Virtus.Pro, and they had a great game of Inferno, a very strong map for them as we've seen, as we just saw. And I think we saw some good individual performances. I think that's something that we can take away to some degree, at least with Virtus.Pro. I think Alex played very well. His aggression, trying to force his team's way back into some rounds, didn't necessarily work every time. I mean, it wasn't an easy task to do, but the way he did that, the quick decision making, was promising. I think they struggled with the individual duels when they were on the CT side, Cloud9. They lost a lot of them, but there's a lot more Counter-Strike to come. That is just the beginning. We'll find more from Cloud9 and Virtus.Pro after the break.
Guys, what the fuck is going on? We all picked Cloud9. We're gonna look so fucking stupid.
Dude, what the hell is going on?
Yeah.
What is that?
What was Henry talking about?
Okay.
What is
We can't do analysis on this. It's too embarrassing when we all pick Cloud9. We're just gonna have to go directly to the Alex feature, okay?
Wait. Wait, are we on?
Shit.
What the Dude,
all
what?
right, hey guys, welcome back to Flashpoint 2. Let's take a look at this feature on Cloud9's Alex.
For me, an in-game leader is just as important as a star player, and they both need each other, really. You can have a great leader, but he won't be able to get the results that you necessarily want if you don't have the fragging ability and the star player ability. And the same goes as for star players. If they don't have someone to lead them and call the right tactics, then they're not going to win anyway.
Alex in the corner with the AUG, gonna pick up one, gets a second, looking for a third, and he gets it! Apex setting it up, the spree almost takes down Terry. Alex, oh, what a transfer!
He just walks in. Get another one from Alex. He's on for the ace. Single-handedly winning the round in Flash. And Alex, incredible performance in the final map of a grand final.
Ok, Alex, est-ce que tu peux faire un clap comme ça
Prise 12.
Vas-y. 12.
12.
Perfect, impeccable. So, James, can you tell us who is Alex to you?
So Alex is my younger, shorter, and slightly better at video games brother.
Can you tell us about the move to France? How did it affect Alex?
So I'd say Alex is probably more French than he is English in terms of his mentality and the way he is in everyday life. And I think he probably speaks better French than he does English.
You ready, man?
Can you tell us about the move to France? How did it affect Alex growing up?
I think moving to France is definitely a different lifestyle for Alex, particularly having to go to school, speaking a language that he knew nothing of before he started school. I think that was quite a big life-changing experience for Alex. I think it's beneficial for him to have done that because it's given him confidence. He knows he can do something that at the outset might seem quite daunting.
We moved to France when I was around 8 or 9, I think it was. I was just playing sports, football 6 times a week and rugby on the 7th day. I was playing a lot of football and I couldn't perform as well as I used to be able to. I couldn't run as much.
When we moved to France, he spent a lot of time with sport. Unfortunately, he had a few health issues, which meant he had to stop playing football.
To begin with, no one could really work out what it was because we had some scans and there was nothing like physically wrong. And until we went to see this doctor who essentially told me that I had 60% lung capacity. I lived in the countryside where they have the vines where they make cognac and wine, and they put pesticides on there, and that affected my lungs, so I couldn't do any sports anymore. And that was the time where I had to really give up playing football and rugby, and so I just played more and more video games since that moment.
He had a good balance between his computer life and normal life. So no, we didn't have any concerns other than the arguments within the family about the internet speed and the use of the Wi-Fi connection.
So my first introduction to Counter-Strike was over 12 years ago, I think now. Instead of playing football and rugby in the evening, I would just play Counter-Strike as my competitive entertainment, I guess. So it didn't really change much until I became a professional, obviously.
Alex started playing competitively and then professionally, like through a very natural progression. He started off playing with friends, and then from there it went to going to like small little LANs with friends, to sort of playing bigger tournaments.
I played a tournament with my friends, and we ended up playing against the LDLC team back then, who were number 2 on Counter-Strike Source. And that's really, I guess, one of the moments where I thought that this is like really, really cool. I obviously was watching competitions back then, but I think it was a much different experience to actually play against a top team and realize that, yeah, this is fun, this is very competitive.
We were quite proud of him, actually. I do remember packing him off with massive suitcases with his computer and monitor, putting him on the train at about age 15, I think, and he went off somewhere miles away in France to play.
And then moving into Intense, or Intense as we called it in France, I was playing with some of my very best friends to this day. But that was my first competitive team, I guess, where we actually felt like we could go on and win tournaments, at least in the French local scene.
He then progressed so that he was playing for a professional team, but with very low wages, whilst he was still at school. So when he was about 16, he was earning money.
So I was playing local tournaments in France, and I was kind of getting noticed there, and that's where I met Lambert and Mistu, who I'm now very, very good friends with. And I essentially played with them for as long as I could. And it was a much different atmosphere because they were a lot more competitive and were looking to make it as professionals. And for me, going into that environment, that I guess was the moment where, without actually thinking about it, I probably set my mind to becoming a professional as well.
When Alex first started playing competitively, I didn't think he'd be making a career out of it necessarily. There wasn't much money in it at the time. But when he started getting a bit older and he started getting paid to play for the first time, it wasn't much money, but at that point you could sort of start to see the potential for a career out of it.
I didn't have any concerns about becoming a professional because I had been in the scene long enough and I knew the teams above us were getting paid like not that much money, but enough to live off. My parents were kind of more reserved because my mum and my brother all have done really well in university and have good jobs and good degrees, and I was never really interested in that. So I think they were more worried about the financial side of things, but they were still happy that I was doing what I wanted and chose to do.
At a very young age, he said he would be able to make a living from it. I have to say we were very skeptical, but it turns out he was correct.
The French scene is definitely unique for its personalities. There's lots of very prestigious players, I would say, very strong history in Counter-Strike, going back all the way to Counter-Strike Source.
the French scene initially had an incredibly set idea of what the paradigm of how to play Counter-Strike was having a lot of success like that for many years, then had this like sort of more, I would say, like fallow period where they weren't having the success, but they kept trying to make the old approach work.
They tried to keep hold of this playstyle that made them so good, which was, depending on which team, it was very one-dimensional fragging ability, I guess. But the game evolved past that, and they didn't evolve with it.
They had no good in-game leaders left in the scene. Like I said, the people who were trying to do it, Shocks, NBK, even bringing back Existence, who hadn't been at the top level for years and years, it kind of showed that they were out of ideas. And so I think in that moment, that's what made them receptive to a newer guy.
I definitely felt like I had a lot to prove in the first year, at least, going into LDLC, because I was kind of the pickup that not that many people expected or wanted, I guess.
So when he was sort of coming through the ranks, he was playing under some big leaders, like Existence and stuff. So at that point, he wasn't really taking a leadership role, but I think that we always knew the qualities were there and the hard work was there to fulfill that role.
And they weren't changing players, they were just recycling the top players in the scene. I think LDLC backing me over Existence was more of a seal of approval of what I was doing than anything else. It was definitely a feeling of going in the right path and I'm going in the right direction, because if I wasn't, then they wouldn't have backed me over him.
XMS with the bait and switch, and it's going to be the ace from Alex on the back of the boost, so very well called from LDLC.
I was coming to the end of my contract at the end of 2018, going into 2019. I didn't know if I wanted to sign with LDLC again. They obviously wanted to keep me. So I was talking with the coach of Vitality, and I told him that I was coming to the end of my contract, and if they were interested, I just put my name forward in that sense. And they decided at that point that it was a good opportunity for them to get rid of Happy and bring me in.
They had this guy, Zero, monster young talent with all these veteran players around him, but something was still off in the lineup, and what they essentially did was kick out one of the other, formerly very great in-game leader, who won 2 majors, Happy, bring in Alex.
My time on Vitality was kind of a roller coaster, I guess, because it started off very, very low. But I think we always had the belief that when we were further down in the rankings that we were a lot better than where we were ranked. So once we transitioned into me becoming in-game leader, not that I had all the merit or the credit for that, we kind of took off and got up to number 2 in the world and won 3 tournaments, I think it was.
His first real crack at Tier 1 to be an in-game leader, he was able to make this very unusual fusion of players, and as essentially almost a rookie himself, go all the way to the top.
I decided to leave in February after Katowice because I think that was the worst I'd felt in maybe my entire life. I just didn't, at that point when I was going to the airport to go to Katowice, I got to the airport and I asked myself what I'm doing, why am I here? Because I don't want to be here. I don't feel like being here. I was just too tired and too much travel, and I was burnt out, and I'd told Vitality the year before from, I think it was July, I think was the first time I said that, look, we need to do something about the calendar because I won't be able to do it again in 2020. I took the first 3 months of just recovering from all the competition, and I didn't really do anything. I was just sat, because we were in lockdown, I just sat here and just tried to relax as much as I could. I think the most important answer I had to find was to the question that I asked myself when I got to the airport was, do I really still want to be doing this job? And once I had answered that, I then had to find a team that was willing to work with me on problems that I'd had in the past, and yeah, Cloud9 kind of answered those questions for me.
I think it's absolutely exciting for CSGO fans that Alex is joining Cloud9. It's been a while since we've had an assertive leader within the organization, someone that can take the bull by the horns and lead the boys to a victory.
Alex could have an enormous amount of impact on a lineup like Cloud9. Like, I would definitely build this as like, now you can actually be a Cloud9 fan again, basically.
in-game leaders, their stock couldn't be higher in CSGO right now. Every org is looking for an in-game leader because, quite frankly, most of them suck, and it's a very difficult role.
The most important thing of a leader in Counter-Strike is just someone to look at and just be like, yeah, we're going to do this and it's going to work. Maybe
normally play B, for example, but Maui thinks that on overpass, that's not going to be a problem. He thinks everyone's going to get their spots, so shout out to Maui for that. Make sure to watch out for that in the game, because Cloud9 should be looking much better here on their pick.
That is an extremely sideways keyboard that we have there. Are you a sideways keyboard kind of guy?
Not really, not massively. Maybe like a little bit.
Yeah, there are some people, I think, maybe more like arena shooters. I don't know if they still play with their keyboard on their lap. You know, Space was at a premium back in the day. That was an interesting interview with Alex. What stood out to me as a person with asthma is that, you know, from pesticides and stuff in the countryside, he's got 60% lung capacity. I know when I feel short of breath, it really sucks even walking around. So that has got to be pretty frustrating. But he can still deliver on the server. And despite the score in the previous game, I think he did have a reasonable performance, despite them not getting the results they needed in terms of rounds. And now we get to see them start on the T side of Overpass. Virtus.Pro choosing the side as this is the map pick of Cloud9. Many players moving towards the playground, not for the swings though. Only Jame on the A-bomb site at present. Well, peeking around Party, but he's fallen back to the A-bomb site. VP will have a look towards short B and make sure no one's actually lurking outside. But can they rotate fast enough? Because Cloud9 seem to be Wing all the way.
Making sure they clear the bathrooms out first, though, and that is allowing time for this rotation. 2 CTs now arriving on A. A third man is getting into the picture. That's Yakinda arriving just before the push into this A-bomb site. Smokes at the ready, being deployed onto the site itself. And we are ready to go. Flashes over the top, and Woxic's able to get the first kill. Passive play from the CTs, but Sanji's isolated on the bomb site. He's still alive, though, and he's still doing damage. 2 kills from Sanji. He's surely going to fall here. Finally, they run him down, but the rotate has arrived. And, oh, Cloud9 have found the gap. They're going B.
They really are. Bombs being thrown on the floor to be collected by Floppy. Now, they don't have any smokes to hold down the balcony position. They will keep the high ground of S-Tag. Awkward fights are to come. Though that's a great insta-headshot from him. I didn't know there's a 2v1 to be had on the bomb site itself. Floppy trying to take matters into his own hands, but he couldn't quite land the headshot there. Buster makes the opening. 2v1 now. S-Tag last seen upstairs, but is he still upstairs? Bomb kind of planted for him. Smoke grenade is going to cause some problems. He's got a kit as well, Jame. But is he going to be able to get land the defuse? No, he's down, but so is S-Tag. Buster with the trade, finds the kit, and there's the pistol round for Virtus.Pro.
It's a great call from Cloud9 to get down to that B site, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's S-Attack making that call. He's had the freedom to make a few individual calls like that. This initial kill looked good as well onto the A site, but Sanji just stayed alive for so long. I think he really wins them the round there by getting those 2 kills, and then even though Cloud9 made a good maneuver to get to the B site, that smoke for the bomb was always going to make things really tricky for S-Attack in the clutch. Great round from both teams, but VP win it out, and Jame instantly goes for the orb. He was a little bit quiet on that first map, James. I'd like to see more from Jame on this one.
Shades of Woxic on the second round of Inferno, but will he have the same fate? Because Cloud9 lost that round. Now, Buster, does he check to his right or his left? There's a trade. That's enough for now, but Yekendar's still here. There's more aggression to come from Virtus.Pro. Very brazen plays here. Woxic trying to do what he can with the scout, but that won't happen either. The bomb is still in the control of Cloud9. That's a plus. 2 versus 3 with 1:20 on the clock. Who does that favor? Jame upstairs with the AWP. Focus on B from the remainder. Kika with an awkward as angle as possible. 1-for-1. Mezzi from range with the Mac-10. Now the question is, where is Jame and what does he have? A minute on the clock for Mezzi, and he will look to reset the situation.
Mezzi came close on a couple of clutch scenarios over on the first map. We've talked about how he's been brought into this team to win clutches like this. As an inexperienced player, that is a hard thing to do, but Mezzi started this one as well as he could. And I think he's making the right read here. He's going up through connector, up towards the A-bomb site. He's probably not going to use his nades because he doesn't want to give the game away, but that's not going to be a problem. Jame not in position. Now the smoke goes down. Oh, it's a fake, though. Jame is coming up to the A-bomb site. Mezzi's going back down to B. Can Jame read this, though? I don't think he's aware of it. The molly from Mezzi to cut off the rotate. He's going to get himself a free bomb plant here.
Onto the site he goes. 20 seconds, but once he's there, he might not be going anywhere. It's going to be really difficult to escape. Mezzi on the left side, not as difficult as I thought. He slinks away completely, and James got no idea. He's convinced he's still on the site, I think. Mezzi on the low ground now. Does he spot the jump? Just about. Great play from Mezzi to clutch the round. Much needed from Cloud9. Once again, opportunity knocks. We're not on Inferno anymore. They've reset VP after they lost the pistol. Again, they're in a strong position, but what a wild round.
Yeah, what a round from Mezzi. That is massive. And this is what Gen.G had to say after the first map. A little bit cold onto the server, but it's their pick, and VP played an excellent game. Everyone calm down. Plenty of CS to go. I think Henry's right. I think Overpass should be a better affair for Cloud9. And for what it's worth, on Mezzi, I did an interview with him like 6 months ago, and he said the two players he looked at most were Zipex and coldzera. Two great clutch players. He's already showing up here.
Not too shabby, but here we go again. Yekindar, how's he got two from that? They're just walking into the Deagle. No response from Cloud9. Caught sleeping again. No, it's not Inferno, but it's a 5-on-3 versus VP's force buy. That seems so simple.
All right, that's finally Yekindar take it out of it, yeah. Get him out of the server instantly, because he's been landing some stunning shots so far today. That Deagle close range is just so good when you can spam to the body, just with 2 body shots for the kill. That's why Yekindar's playing there. And now Cloud9 have to just come back into the 3v4.
Looks like Floppy will be holding on a flank and protecting the fallen weapons for now. See if he picks up an AK later. I think there's one on the floor. They've got to be careful with time. This is such an awkward position as far as time is concerned once you get onto a bomb site. If we're talking sub 25 seconds and VP have this many players alive with smokes as well, trying to plant that bomb could be what loses you the round. 35 seconds. And they're not on the bomb site just yet. Look at the response. Floppy's still waiting for that rotation. His patience has been paid off. But where do they go? 25 seconds. They're nowhere near a bomb site. Look where the bomb is. It's at the beginning of the toilets. VP will gamble a second player towards that A bomb site. 19 seconds on the clock. And they have not breached yet. They don't know the climate on the bomb site. Sanji's here with the Deagle. That's a nasty flick from Sanji. Just killing time now as more rotation comes through. Woxic in a 1 versus 2. That's a nice headshot with the Glock, but it's not enough. He's got to commit to the bomb plant. They can rush him. They can converge on him. Down to the Glock. He knows he's damaged him. Woxic, oh my God, he's the aim. 1v1 now. Buster coming from the toilets, and he's clutched it again. Another scary round for Cloud9, and they just about survive with 1 player alive.
Woxic's high sensitivity was just checking every angle there, trying to figure out where Jame was. He finally realized that Jame had backed off. The opening kills from Yekindar were really well taken, but Mezzi heard those steps, spray back, Floppy gets another kill, and even though Sanji comes close here, Woxic with a really nice clutch, and we are starting to see more from the individuals of Cloud9. The problem is we're only getting to see more of the individuals because they're getting put into these clutch scenarios, because these rounds are getting a little close for comfort. But at least Cloud9 convert back-to-back rounds, and this gives them a chance to actually build up some money, to actually get themselves into this game, which never really happened for them on Inferno. So I'm glad they win some early rounds. Now, Virtus.Pro have got a B stack in this one, and Sanji's up close with the Zeus.
Oh, here we go again. Sanji with the Zeus. I can't believe my eyes. However, Cloud9 have prevailed. For now. Yekindar is still alive, and he's been causing them some problems. Looks to, again, very patient with the Desert Eagle. No need to give him a 1v1 there. Let him stand there with the Deagle. Maybe a chance for Cloud9 to stabilize now to just have a bit of a breather. Because boy, has this been difficult. But there are positives to be had from that. They've had to try and survive early. And these tests may make them stronger for the carnage to come. Curious to see what we'll see from the next buy round from Virtus.Pro. They basically split this area on the CT side earlier on, which was very exciting to watch. So who knows what is to come. Yekindar offered nothing. Again, no need to chase him down. Best you can do is win $300 by fragging him. Worst you can do is die, lose an AK, and cost yourself a $5,000 for the next round. Just leave him to his devices.
Definitely the right decision. Cloud9 making sure their money is strong. We saw in Inferno all those economy issues they had, so I think that's something they are stressing at the start of Overpass. And we've got Orps out for Woxic and Jame. Jame is going to be playing in those bathrooms. He's got a good spawn as well, so we might see Jame go for the mid pick early. Let's see if Cloud9 are willing to fight him, though, as Jame looks for the angle, trying to line it up. Flash comes in, and Jame decides to play safe.
Yeah, he's deep towards A alone for the time being, entrusted. You see the rifle support later on. In the meantime, Alex makes a play. Oh, he's got a nice headshot onto Gen.G. Taste of his own medicine with the MAC-10. Traded by Keycurt, however. May have got some information. We'll see how he chooses to shape the round now. And going in first with the MAC-10, he's dead, which allows him to focus on the IGL with the remaining riflers. This is a strong buy from Virtus.Pro in terms of weaponry. Mainly smokes that remain for them. Still Jame playing alone more or less around a toilet position. Maybe Yekindar jump peeking long. Cloud9 looks to burst on long. There we go. Jame is activated early.
That angle was just so hard to clear from the T side, especially if Jame's holding it from further away. He's going to see you, and you're barely going to see him. So Jame playing a nice position to get himself an early kill. And now a rotate is coming up to this A site. Virtus.Pro stacking heavily on A. They've got Buster pushed into B short, so they've got 3 CTs on this A bomb site. Cloud9 do have nades, but they're going to need clean kills to get onto the site itself.
Yeah, Buster can see Monster from where he is, I believe, which is why they're just entrusting everyone to walk into Jame's AWP. And this is the rifle support I was talking about. It activates late, which allows Jame the luxury of focusing on toilets. Here comes a 2-man swing from the remainder of Cloud9. But there are so many CTs here. 13 seconds, the bomb is on the floor, and it's Woxic's turn to save the AWP. Not much more he can do, but look to hide in plain sight. A quick jump, and the Hunters are coming. He is surrounded. He does not want to die after time, so he's got to force the fight somewhere. Ooh, that's a close one. But down he goes. Virtus.Pro now with their first round since the pistol.
And Cloud9's money is pretty borderline here. I think they probably would be buying. There's the kill from Alex onto Gen.G. And this is the tight angle we were talking about with the AWP of Jame. He's much better served in that position. I thought Mezzy might wait for his teammates to push long there, because pushing it alone through the bathrooms when you know Jame was there with the AWP, it's a really risky game. And just giving away that kill puts them in such a hard spot.
Yeah, and I think it was maybe a gamble expecting the AWP to rotate, but with the rifle support, there was no reason for him to. But they were not able to deduce that in that round. Now we see some shortcomings for Cloud9. The AWP and 2 AK-47s. There's a lot of utility, however. Buster again with a brazen position, this time with support from Gen.G for now. Now if he elevates and sits on the rail, we can see the feet as people come in short B. In the meantime, there's a focus on the A bomb site for Cloud9. But look at the response. Yekindar moving up the long position while Jame tries to defend with the AWP. He's got angles. He also has some trouble as well. The Brolan-esque smoke that we spoke about yesterday is put down. Helps him create a bit of a wall. And Gen.G's here. Looking, they're lining up for him. Caught Alex completely off guard. He has support as well, and again, the CTs are delaying now. The flank is eliminated by Floppy. Trying to plant, James still lurking. Easy angles for him. There's the power of that smoke, one of them. Quite a few things you can do. A lot of time on the clock here. Such an awkward spot for Cloud9, and then there were 2. S-Tag's gone. That leaves Floppy with low HP, and Woxic as well.
And Woxic taking the tag down to 37. He's going to get back to the bathrooms. Normally a strong spot to play the post plant from, but when you're so low like this in a 2v4, it's not looking good for Cloud9. Woxic's looking for an early fight. They still haven't tapped that bomb, but that's finally going to happen, and now Woxic has to be scared of the defuse. He gets the first kill. Floppy spamming the bomb, but they realize they're not on it yet. Woxic still not able to connect. They're not finding the angle, and this should be it. Gen.G and Yekindar both cleaning up the kills. Good effort from Cloud9 getting onto the site in the first place, but VP just surviving at long made it really tricky for Cloud9 there, and they weren't ready for that fast rotation. They couldn't get down into Bank, into Dumpster. That might have allowed them to plant on the other side of the site, but as soon as Alex goes down, they have no real way of getting that bomb down easily, and VP always have a favorable retake.
You can see the problems that smoke causes from the CTs when they drop it between long and the default plant spot. Can't plant there for free with that smoke up, but there's nowhere else that they could plant. But maybe if they waited with the time they had, maybe it would have got even more awkward for them. And it's still awkward now with pistols and a Mac-10. A cameo Mac-10 for Alex. Mezzi. Oh, Buster's caught completely off guard, trying to support his teammates, but still Cloud9 not with as much success as you might expect, but it will continue. Gen.G falling back. He has to try and stay alive for that rotation to come through. Yekindar with a slow flank in the meantime, 2 by the barrels. A 2-man spray down for Gen.G and 4 rounds for Virtus.Pro.
Gen.G getting those 2 kills is pretty impressive. I thought he was about to get caught out, and then if they lost the site, there could have been some cause for concern. This is Mezzi just spamming desperately with the Tech 9. Couldn't get the clean kill, which might have allowed a quick push onto the site, and then real issues to arise for Virtus.Pro. But it's VP into the lead. 4-3 in their favor. Gen.G lining up the smoke. I don't know if I've seen that before. Where does that one go?
Fast one.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow, okay.
That's
With
really
Molly's
nice
ahead of it, so you can't even see where the Molly is. That's painful.
Yeah, it's gone all the way into that choke point.
Look
as
at
well.
Yekindar.
Wow.
Look where he's standing.
That's that deep smoke, though. That's why he can get there. That's
It's almost
really
a minute
cool.
40 on the clock. It's almost a minute 40 on the clock, and he's almost in T-spawn. How do you respond to this, Cloud9? You have absolutely no upper information. You have to expect 3 players on B. Oh boy. Waiting for the doors to be open. They don't have anybody in connector. So the CTs could, in theory, pinch them here. They would have no idea. Gen.G's seen the bomb, but there's a trade. The def cam will give him a lot of players, but again, they're in position already. Can they deliver? Buster's good for 1. The trades are here. Keycut now looking for the transfer. 2 versus 2. Bombs on the floor. James about to get smoked off. There's Yekindar coming in for the flank. Bombs being collected. They got half the information now. James on the way down. See if he goes for any wall bangs. Awkward situation. Out comes James. Who goes first for Virtus.Pro?
James looking for an early angle. Oh, Alex almost got spotted there. Smoke being plopped down by James to allow him to move on out, but it's Yekindar who might be able to get some kills from the back lines. He's just used a flashbang though, so the information's gathered here. Cloud9 know where they're coming from, but James got the angle from above, and Mezzi is left in the clutch. 1v2, here's the first man, gets the first headshot. It's up to James, who's up on top of the site, and Mezzi's hearing him. Mezzi's trying to find it, but James jumps up, and I think he's just got time. It's a close one, but James has the kit, and Virtus.Pro have yet another round.
Down to the wire. Virtus.Pro, they're working well together when they're in the low numbers. That flashbang was really solid. James very patient as well, trying to avoid getting sprayed, just walking into the angle. I do wonder if there's some nervousness on the younger players of Cloud9. Maybe the pressure of their first match, the expectations, astronomical expectations. But it's still early. Still early in this game of Overpass. But Virtus.Pro have gained momentum. 4 rounds in a row. Cloud9 are planting the bomb, however. We've got the Molotov up close once again. Virtus.Pro mixing things up. This time, Walks are getting very aggressive. The AK-47 with the opening kill. Yekindar's been a key player. And we did wonder for Virtus.Pro. Again, he had good ratings, but they've been against CIS teams since he came from Prostar. But it continues here versus Cloud9.
Nice shot from James, though. Straight back with a reply. Quick flick onto Woxic. Gen.G not ready for Floppy there at long. Loses that fight. Now James is alone on the A site with the AWP. He might just have to get aggressive here. He might just have to make a play because he's left alone on this site. They're not rotating to help him. So James realizes he could maybe do with getting an early kill and then perhaps trying to play for retake. But James is now committed to the truck position. Cloud9 not pulling the trigger yet, though. They've still got a minute left on the clock. They've got a man advantage. This is a round that Cloud9 should win most of the time. If you're going to be picking Overpass, you have to be able to win these sorts of rounds where you have the lead and you have the entire map to play with.
I do wonder if we have some fear of James. Now, the door's been blown off, which allows him to come out quickly, because there was utility for Virtus.Pro. The smoke has been deployed somewhere. I don't think it's gone in the right place, though. No, it really hasn't. And then here come the entries. Floppy trying to wide swing, but he was alone. The 3 come from Monster into a crossfire of CTs. 26 seconds, and Messi still alive for now. James creeping though. Maybe position unknown on the P250, and it's 2 HP for Messi, trying to create some space for himself, but surely James will land the shot just about. Virtus.Pro find their 5th round in a row.
Messi's getting close in these clutch scenarios, and you're seeing he is that last man in, trying to clean up all the mess. And the problem there, I think, for Cloud9 is that the earlier fights go pretty poorly for them. Lightning fast for James in that one, and then Kicker catches Floppy alone on short, and this is where the crossfire is established. Messi does a pretty good job at least getting himself onto the site, but he was low on health at that point. It was always going to be a tough clutch to win against James, who was so close by. And S-Attack finally buying a gun last second. AK still out in full force for Cloud9. You can see at the top of your screen, Cloud9 are getting the bomb down pretty consistently. They're just not able to win the rounds right now.
Virtus.Pro mixing things up from round to round. Very proactive, very aggressive. Not sure if, yeah, Alex has been spotted now.
Ouch.
A bell gets rung through the panel. Oh, Kika and Bust are pretty heavily tagged now. They want to be a little careful. What does Gen.G have in mind here? Because it doesn't look like anyone's close to make a play. Oh, the boost. Oh, beautiful. So many targets seen. A lot of information. Now, Cloud9, though, they've conceded that info as well. Does that mean that we'll see some aggression upstairs? They don't have position. They've got no information there, Cloud9. The boosts continue from Virtus.Pro. They just keep on coming. They smell weakness and they will exploit it.
I love the way they do that boost as well. Buster's low on health on the bottom of that boost, so he doesn't go exposed from the wall. He makes sure he can't get spammed. He makes sure he's behind safe cover, so he can't get spammed through, and his teammate just slides out to the right for the kill. Now, 33 seconds left.
Oh.
Cloud9 still yet to make up their minds, and KitKat's position could be key, but he goes down. Now they can run it onto this A site.
I don't think he needed to peek that deep. Could just play the off angle from that position. Wasn't going to rotate anytime soon. That changes a lot for Cloud9. James so patient with the shots. 17 seconds. Bomb's been dropped, collected by S-Tag. But how can he plant it? He really needs help. He will take out Yekindar in the meantime, but James is still alive. 1v1, 10 seconds to plant the bomb. And another flick. Virtus.Pro. James is firing on all cylinders, and those cylinders are going straight in the chest of Cloud9.
It's not easy to be an AWPer in those clutch scenarios as well, but James is one of the best at it. He plays this passive playstyle really well.
There was a round earlier where Cloud9 had 3 or 4 plays together and slinked away from A and went towards B. And I feel like it was fear of James, which is making them make that rotation. He's got so many corners, nooks and crannies to dance around, to re-aggress, to take another angle, to get 1v1s. It's really hard to trade frag him at the moment, and that's certainly helping Virtus.Pro.
I would love if we could come up with a name of that as well. When a player's like so good in a spot that you almost don't want to push him. Because I think of the NBA, for example, like Steph Curry is so good at shooting threes that he gets this gravity where the defenders get drawn to him. I would love something in Counter-Strike where it's almost like a repelling force, right? You're repelling people away from you because you're so good in those spots. Not a great buy for Cloud9 here. We might see a faster play into this B site, though. This is what teams love to do on these rounds. If you've got some good flashes, these plays can work.
Yeah, it's a nasty round in terms of the weapons, but Virtus.Pro have got the numbers here. Looking for the opening kill. It will be the MAC-10. The numbers are swarming all over the place, but Virtus.Pro are ready for them. They're cool, they're calm, and they are focused on these players. Messi won't last very long. 8 rounds to VP, 7 in a row on the CT side. You really want to rack up the rounds on your CT side, and so far, they're doing a good job of it. It has been a drought for Cloud9 of late. They've come close. They've come down to the clutch situations, but they're all going the way of Virtus.Pro. You can see the diffuses at the top of your screen. Every time it comes down to like a 2v2, a 1v1, VP are getting it every single time.
Definitely. VP just have the edge right now in a lot of aspects. And look at the setup from VP in this round. 4 players on the A side of the map early. This suggests to me we might see some aggression from VP in this round. They're already setting up towards mid, trying to see if they can get some early kills. Yekindar just took that nade to the face, by the way. Down to half health from that one early. But if Cloud9 peek mid, they might have some problems. James just now dropping off the angle at just the wrong time. Woxic almost catches him in the back.
Yeah, there was a jump peak from the slide in the playground. You can boost on that as well, but there's a lot of action. And again, it's going the way of VP. On the CT side, they are dictating the pace on overpass, and Cloud9 can't respond to it at the moment. Floppy and S-Tag in a 2 versus 5. Floppy is behind enemy lines. But look at the angles being held by VP. They're aware of their weaknesses, and down he goes just when he thought it was safe to make an opening. Denied.
VP telling Cloud9 to get out of town right now. S-Tag just backing away. There are a couple of low health players. I guess technically S-Tag still has the bomb. It's not very likely, though, if we're being realistic. 1v5s are incredibly rare, and this one isn't even an easy one. 35 seconds left. S-Tag about to get a fight. Not one he's ready for, though. Yakindar timing that push to perfection. Virtus.Pro with a 9-3 lead, and VP are playing great CS right now. Again, Sanji's having a fantastic performance. 14 kills for him. Yakindar's doing great work. James has been winning so many clutches. Everything's just going right for VP right now. As soon as we've hit the gun rounds in these games, they've just taken over.
Yeah, they've not really given up much in the name of weakness, working together well as a unit. Smoke on Monster again. Cloud9 looking to take some real estate towards the short B position. And VP have changed up their formation so much on this CT side. You can't even say, okay, they did this, let's do that, because the next round is doing something completely different. Gen.G knows his angles. Buster spots one close, and he can raise the alarm. 3 players on the B bomb site for Virtus.Pro. But again, Buster's just loving the peaks here. Doesn't even matter if it's T side or CT, he just wants to peek, he wants the engagements. Gen.G with the support grenades. Target practice for Buster. Just having fun here. It doesn't look like, I mean, sure, this is like anti-eco territory, but I can't imagine Virtus.Pro feel threatened at the moment.
Not with how this game's been going so far. S-Tag could get into a threatening position, though, sneaking in towards the bathrooms. James is jumping around on the site right now, so that might put him in a position where he could get dealt with, and then Yakindar wouldn't be too close by. They're going to go long, though, and Yakindar hears these steps. This is such a good angle. Out in the open, double spray down there, not ready for it, and the bomb has been dropped over at long. This is impossible. James gets another kill. Nothing doing for Cloud9 in this round as James showing supreme confidence on that second peak. And you can see right now, VP are playing their own game. They're continuing to play that CIS style. The individuals are killing it. This is why VP were qualified for this tournament. They've just been in incredible form recently, and it's continued.
Yeah, it really has. Very disappointing run when they first joined Virtus.Pro. Very storied brand in Counter-Strike. Didn't live up to expectations, but maybe now they can here in Flashpoint 2. Stunting the growth of Cloud9 early. Such harassment around overpass. It is a playground for Virtus.Pro. Same cannot be said for Cloud9. Those balloons are not for them. The door being blown off in connector can cause quite the problem. And so can a gun in the face. Yakindar looks like he fits in quite well with Virtus.Pro.
You know, Yakindar in his interview actually said he overlapped quite a bit with Buster when Buster came back to this lineup, but Buster was actually willing to give up his roles to make the most of Yakindar, to make sure Yakindar got his spots. I think it's really cool that Buster did that, considering he's been part of this core squad since 2017.
It's nice as well because it makes things fresh, like multiple roles for the team in that respect, because we see that with other teams. We'll add a new player, you just take up the roles of the last player, and nothing really changes. My God. The opening frag for Cloud9 is more or less in T-spawn in the second last round. With all that Virtus.Pro have been doing, how do you even get a chance to decide what you want to do? Cloud9 have been forced to react to Virtus.Pro rather than play their own game, I feel like. And that is a credit to Virtus.Pro. And look how many players they have on this B bomb site. No one wants to go and face James. 25 seconds on the clock. And maybe this time they will, as we've got Alex creeping onto the site. James doesn't reveal his position just yet. A quick scope, a nice flick from him, but it's a bigger headshot from Floppy.
Cloud9 now going for the jugular onto this A site. They're planting on truck as well. Not the open plant you might normally see. Sanji arriving, but Esatag is in the front lines. Floppy lands the first kill. Esatag able to trade, and it's a 1v1. Woxic playing back in the bathrooms. No nades yet, but remember that bomb is planted on the truck. Kickert's going to get on that bomb, and Woxic may have to go into the open. He has to hit this shot, and he will. Woxic winning the clutch for Cloud9, and after a long dry streak, Cloud9 finally get their 4th round on the board.
For those of you at home, that's where you plant the bomb when no one is covering the flank. That'll probably save you 40% of the rounds you lose in that situation. And again, it's a desperate 4th round for Cloud9, but this is still a lot better than the situation they were in on Overpass. And if they can get a 5th, then that would be fantastic. There's a lot to be done on the CT side, but I think it would be difficult to match the peak we've seen from Virtus.Pro. It's been great to watch, it really has. Very satisfying the way they have just taken control of this map, but there's one more to go. Woxic looking for the entries with the AWP, scoped in. However, Yekindar may have a better angle here. We shall see. Walks into it as Woxic readjusts, looking for a second. There's a 3rd and a 4th as well on this B-bomb site. Virtus.Pro looking for that early aggression from Cloud9, and in James, they really do trust.
Oh, this time James gets caught out, and that could be the round done. VP have to go for it. It's the last round of the half, but look how far away they are. They're just now rotating up to this A site. This is like maybe a 1% chance at most that VP win this round. There are so many nades for Cloud9, so many smokes and flashes left. VP have to land some banging shots here.
They really do. Cloud9 cannot afford to lose this round. No flank on the way. Maisie will keep an eye on it though. Plenty of personnel on the A-bomb site. 3 incendiaries for Virtus.Pro. 1 for the truck. Time starting to run low. Probably has to be a ninja defuse here. I see the smoke sailing in the air, I do believe. Trying to see something of anything. All they can do is feel all the bullets coming their way. Cloud9 will get a very important 5th round on the board. They've got a fighting chance moving into the 2nd half, and that comes after the break. Cloud9 take 5 rounds into the second half, maybe the favored half for them, the CT half. What do they have to show us? Haven't been able to show us much of anything because Virtus.Pro have had a pillow on the faces of Cloud9, but maybe now they can finally remove it and show us what they can do.
Yeah, hopefully they can start to breathe a little, get some freedom beneath their wings, because right now it is not going well for the boys in blue. Virtus.Pro already starting to walk out on towards the B site. They've got some nades at the ready. Flash is about to come through. ESL and Mezzi both playing in the pit position, but they both have no Kevlar. Alex has to land the first shot, and that smoke from ESL is doing a really good job at keeping him alive. He walks around for another kill. ESL doing damage, and it's all on James. Another clutch has to go his way, this time with the Glock in his hands, but he's not got the bomb. He might just have to play for the kills. James with the first into the 1v1, and James cannot lose right now, winning every single clutch for this team. VP are just playing so well individually.
They're so calm. Oh boy, avert your eyes, Henry. This is a tough one. They're just playing so strong, Virtus.Pro. There's no panic. Completely calm. James, calm as a cucumber. No, cucumbers are cool, not calm. Probably calm as well. I'll take it. And a timeout from Virtus.Pro, allowing Cloud9 to stew on that one. That's got to be dejecting. That has got to be dejecting. We see the force fires come through from Cloud9 already. Virtus.Pro now have won both pistol rounds. Let's not forget, if Cloud9 fail in this force buy, then this could be a brief half of Counter-Strike. We may go into tomorrow with limited information on what we've seen from Cloud9 because Virtus.Pro have just been so dominant. Some people pay to be dominated like this.
That they do, James. I was just bringing up the clutch stats for James in this map so far. That's his 4th 1vx he's won. So that's 4 of VP's rounds he's won in clutch scenarios by himself. I mean, that basically is making a huge difference right here in the scoreline. I think Cloud9 have come close in a lot of these rounds. They've shown the potential ability. They just need 1 or 2 more kills in these spots and they would win these rounds. But it's going against them, and now a fast B play at the ready.
In they go. Numbers game, abusing the advantages of the T side. Alex just waiting, looking to his left, taken out from his right. Losing position, losing players, losing chances here, but maybe Mezzi can do something. He's found 2 with a deagle already, and now he's gone. Woxic with a scout versus 3. This would be a miracle. Off he goes, looking for the first flick. Can't land a headshot or much of anything. And it's 12-5 Virtus.Pro. The meat and potatoes of this will start with Virtus.Pro likely on 13 rounds. There's not much to finish after that. Plate will soon be clean.
Not much in the way of investment here for Cloud9. Sanji's going to stick with the USP. I think that's possibly the most Sanji thing he could do. Doesn't even get the Mac 10, James. He's so good with the Mac 10 as well.
Yeah. He really is the bank of Virtus.Pro. Well, somewhat underwhelming thus far, but there is a buy round to come. But these are the crucial times. You lose that second pistol round. You start against 13 rounds.
Did ESL jump up here? Oh man.
If you don't win your first buy round,
go on,
it's so close to GG.
Knife.
There is a map called Jumps Training in the workshop where you can practice that, amongst other jumps, some which are older.
Imagine how... Oh, wow. ESL with a second kill.
Oh, look at the position, actually. He split. The bomb is still kind of reacting to where he is on the way to a bomb site. Oh God. No. If he doesn't focus on James, though, he's going to get shot in the back. Oh, there was a chance there, a glimmer of hope. I think many people were just praying Cloud9 might win that just so we can see some more Counter-Strike, because that's the way things are going. It doesn't feel like that might happen. 40 seconds. Woxic trying to play for time. He's got some sound cues to allow his teammates to stay on the site. VP are really playing this one patiently. More moonwalking, and there goes the bomb. Doesn't go for the rifle. Tries to stay safe instead. Prioritizes winning the round. Would be risky to go out there. And here comes Woxic. Found a Galil, actually. And then Keykurt's alone. This one has absolutely fallen to pieces. This should be free for Virtus.Pro. Maybe overplayed their hand here. 15 seconds, though. Let's not have any mistakes. Oh, Keykurt! Run away, Woxic. Run for your life. Where's he off to? He's still out in the open. This could still be 7 seconds. He's just around the corner. Keykurt's going to the side, but he doesn't have time. Where is he going? trying to bait the peak. Had no idea where he was. Cloud9 is still alive.
That was ridiculous that round goes the way of...
Oh,
what
God,
is
there's
this?
Henry spending the money. Look, man, I'll do what it takes. Where's the salary at? Let's go. I got a greater stars in esports. Just ask those girls on the right.
I don't think they can see it that well. They've not got the best angle. You gave the best angle to Henry, of course.
Yeah. No, never mind. Let's just leave that one there. Cloud9 have half the score of Virtus.Pro. They've got much work to do. They've been gifted a way back into this. They've kept Virtus.Pro off 13, and they're being pretty active VP. They're out in the go-karts, going cross-country on the grass of Long. They've taken initial map control. I don't know what they were up to in that last round, but they may have given Cloud9 an opportunity to show a bit of arse themselves. Shake the moneymaker.
Nice. These positions are somewhat interesting. Mezzy on his old team was playing in bathrooms, was playing on the A site of Overpass. This time it's Esatag playing here to begin with, though. I think Maui was mentioning he was expecting Esatag to be playing towards B and then Mezzy to be playing A, but it is Woxic who we might have to look at first. He's got the AWP on a tight angle.
Oh, Esatag was giving the sound cues away as well, and I thought Yekindar might get baited by that, but Woxic had to deliver the utility, which Yekindar can hear. He's being teased. There's a frag just around the corner. But what will Virtus.Pro do with this information? They may identify that there is some kind of hold around the toilets, but what can they do to play against that? They are running the clock down, starting to deploy the grenades now. No presence towards the B bomb site. Surely it has to be A here. Esatag can hear. He's got the shadow advantage as well, but not the crouch peek of Gen.G. Very nice response to that. Mezzy trying to hold things down. Needs a multi-frag. The pre-fire from him. 20 seconds. Bombs on the floor. Here comes a flank from Alex as well. Woxic also delivering. Starting to look brighter for Cloud9. Jame will try to hold on to the AWP. He is surrounded, however. He may even die after time. Alex stood running away. Doesn't seem to know where he is. There is a pulse in this Cloud9 squad.
Pretty hefty stack on that A site there for Cloud9 as well. They had 3 players there. I do wonder whether Cloud9 have put in more prep to Overpass, just in terms of looking at VP even, because they had a really good read on that round. They had really good awareness that they could stack that A site. And I also think that if I was Cloud9, I'd have probably expected VP to pick Dust 2, because that is the map that VP almost always pick. It's either Dust 2 or Inferno, but it's Dust 2 which is their most common pick. So they may have similar ideas for Dust 2. They may have done similar prep work if we get there. That's still a big question, though. Cloud9 with a nice boost. Esatag over the top. And Cloud9 starting to bust out some tricks now. They've got some moves.
Classic strats. Hop on your teammate's head. You'll get there before the T's do. And it is an easy spray down. No response from VP. They didn't have position to punish from above connector. They have a focus on the B bomb site. James still with the AWP. I love these hero AWP rounds. There is an AK as well, but generally speaking, the focus is on the AWP. Has to be the can opener here. But on a map such as Overpass, especially towards B, off angles can be held. Look at the creep. Here we go. James is able to get the first kill. Here comes Buster as well. The numbers is working out for Virtus.Pro. Now they take the lead 3 versus 2. Make it 1. Woxic has to clutch all of a sudden. Virtus.Pro always causing problems. That HE grenade will reveal his position. They know exactly where he is now, and things only become worse. No need to focus on connector. Slowly edging forward. He knows Jame is creeping. Jame holding the angle, looking for the peak while his teammate swarmed. Baited him into the shot, and there's no way he misses this one. 13 rounds for Virtus.Pro. They've broken the money of Cloud9. They've put him in a really awkward spot now.
Really impressive how VP set up Jame in that round, even though he's not playing that aggressively. Look at all these kills from Jame. His teammates are running him first, and then Cloud9 are thinking they need to peek to get kills. They're thinking that they need to fight, and Jame is just able to get all the information and get these trade kills with the AWP, which is not easy to do. But Jame made it look easy with all those shots. Just having the information, having the lineup early. Jame now 21 kills. He has been dominating on Overpass. And unless something changes here in this round, Woxic has got the first kill. That's a much-needed kill for Cloud9. They need to win this round. They forced up into this one. If they lose here, Cloud9 are in real trouble. So getting that early kill is a big benefit. Molly into Floppy's position. The smoke is delayed, but he finally puts it down, having taken half damage.
This is the flick Woxic. Similar positions to James. Similar positions.
Just inventing a new language for a second there.
Why not? Klingon, maybe.
Yeah.
Falls back to the A-bomb site. Some rotation, some activity from Cloud9, but they are playing the sites. Not too deep, not overextending. Not allowing Virtus.Pro to isolate them. A very tricky Virtus.Pro squad to deal with. Cloud9 now with the third man. As I say, playing the sites, we can see Alex has gone up for the two-man setup on long. That will make his rotation longer towards this B-bomb site. And here comes Kika, but where's the rest? The smokes are up, the site is split. Woxic will frag Yekindar, leaving to Sanji doing what he can. He's got a multi-frag though. There's still more to deal with, and they go so quickly. Virtus.Pro forcing their way back into this round, post-plant positions and all.
Mezzi has salvaged that AWP from his teammate's body. Could see a boost come into play if they wanted to go for it, but they're just going to walk out. Sanji still sitting in the water close by. He's only on 2 health, but the headshot could be offered. Mezzi gets the kill from above, and it's Jame in yet another clutch. This time smoked off. This is going to be the trickiest of them all for Jame. He has to line it up through the smoke, but it's a full 10-second defuse. The leg shot lands. Jame, he's got to do it. He's got to get the kill, but it's not happening for him. Alex spams through, and Cloud9 are still alive.
It's scary to watch. God, there must be a feeling in the pit of the stomach for Cloud9 when Jame is the last man standing. He has been the problem. Well, actually, one of many. Let's be honest. They've all been a big issue for Cloud9, but they keep the fights alive. 3 of the last 4 rounds now for Cloud9. They've all been difficult. 2 by timeout, 1 by defuse. They really are starting with the toughest test possible. They're on nightmare mode in this first game. This opening game of this team, of this new roster.
VP are one of those teams who are going to test you like that as well. Just with their aggressive play style, they're going to test everything. They're going to test if your team play is on point, if you've got good counter nades, if you've got good understandings of the chemistry between the players. I think we have seen that really been put into full force throughout this game, but Cloud9 is still going strong. 8 rounds for them. They won that last one, and this is an investment from VP on a couple of players.
No.
Woxic caught up close. That's an AWP that could be recovered. The spray from behind not successful, but Sanji pushes the smoke, and VP get a couple of guns and an advantage.
The dream is collapsing again. Every round it feels like Cloud9 getting smashed by a comet. Mezzi and Alex versus 4. And then it was Mezzi, again the last man standing for Cloud9, often the last one to fall in this series. VP slowing it down. And Mezzi has to wait, expecting the flank. Ask himself what his team might do in this situation. Have somebody check the 6. Oh God, it's an execution. He really is putting him out of his misery. That's a merciful kill from Virtus.Pro. 2 rounds away from a big 2-0. All eyes were on Cloud9, but Virtus.Pro have taken the camera and they're pointing at themselves.
Woxic just getting caught. ESL finally getting that kill, but it took him too long. Sanji took the time to push the smoke. Now I think we're going to have another hero round for Cloud9. I mean, they've won some ridiculous rounds here. They've won rounds with just USPs, so this isn't out of the question. They've got a scout for ESL. They've got aggression from Alex. He almost lands the headshot. Okay, finally gets the kill he was looking for. And Virtus.Pro were trying to set up around Monster. They're still pushing out here towards the B site, but they've got to be very careful they don't lose more members.
Oh boy, look at the harassment. The lack of map control. Sanji just chilling towards T-spawn, looking for any flanks. Virtus.Pro holding position. They're all in here, Cloud9. That's a nice shot from Floppy, but they need a lot more. They've got a man advantage now. Can they support him with angles? Just dueling. A map on the B bomb site. Floppy continues with the deagle. And there will be rifles to collect should they be successful. The bomb is on the B bomb side as well. Gen.G looking for a flank this entire time, a flank which will never come. Makes his way over. Now, I would imagine he wants to frag as many as possible. The more he kills, the less rifles Cloud9 have, the more money they have to spend. 30 seconds to do what he can. Trying to invite a swing. Oh, well. We know what Gen.G's main job is. Cancel everything else. Get shot in the arse. Disposal service. Jane won't be happy with that.
He doesn't have a pistol even.
Yeah, he's just trying to take money away. Oh.
Oh my god!
Oh, no, bro.
What?
Please,
How?
please.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he literally didn't have a weapon. He threw it away earlier. He didn't want to give them anything at all. He wanted to make them spend as much money as possible. I have to say, it's very efficient. Very efficient. Perhaps he took the instructions a bit too literally there.
Oh my god.
Oh, man. I've never seen Gen.G do something like that before in my life. I didn't know he was capable.
VP are cracking up as well. Still a 14-9 lead for them. Good to see Floppy getting involved. I think the Flopster's been a little bit quiet so far this series. Surely Cloud9 have to make some Floppy flip-flops, right? That's got to be a thing. I'm sure they've got people on it right now. As soon as I've given them that idea, they're on it. Quick play through mid for Virtus.Pro at the start of this one. They've got the control as well. And Woxic is still alone on the A site with this scout. I think this is okay when you've got an AWP up in an aggressive position, but when you've got the scout jump peeking from the site like this, if VP commit to A right now, the retake would be so hard, but Woxic lands a key shot at the start of the round.
Ooh. He's jiggling his head, trying to avoid those headshots. Now, if Cloud9 are to have a run, this scout could be a nice warm-up for him. Some shots have been missed. Yekins are so sharp, though. But here come Cloud9. They're not done with this game just yet. Now Gen.G. Don't think he'll be disposing of all his weapons this time. Again, looking for the flank, but everybody's on the site, as is the bomb. A smoke ahead of the bomb. He has time. This could still be a damaging round for Cloud9. Still looking for the flank. Now, Virtus.Pro don't have much money in the hole. 38 seconds. If he wants to make a play here, time is running out. I suppose there could be a hero AK in the next round as well. But should Cloud9 win this round, they'll only be 4 away. Yes, it's been a difficult task for them. Very uphill struggle. More climbing than walking. But there is a chance. Virtus.Pro have been extremely dangerous. But Cloud9 are about to make it to double figures. 3 weapons in the hand. And indeed, it will be the hero AK-47 in the next round. Makes sense. Reset the opportunity to try and do some more damage.
I would love to see Gen.G get his chance to be the hero as well, James. You know, too often...
Gen.G is the hero if you're smart.
He is.
He's a smart person's hero.
That's true. He helps a lot of stuff happen, but you know what I mean. He's getting the big... Oh, he's not getting the big gun. Kickert's getting the big gun. He's bought armor.
I knew that AK was going. I knew it was going. In fairness, Gen.G's got 2 flashes. So if they can use that flash to allow him to swing and try and take a duel with a little assistance, then more power to them. But you just knew it was not going to stay in his hands. Honestly, criminally underrated. The role he has, I love it. He delivers. People will never appreciate it enough. Everybody should buy Gen.G stickers. I bought a souvenir Mac 10 for this reason.
Yeah, get it on the Mac 10 or the MP9 as well. Gen.G's favorite weapons. Kicker is going for that solo play. No flashes to help him. He just wants to fight. He spotted Alex towards the B site, and he's going to sneak in. This could work for him. Alex has been spotted, smoked down defensively from Cloud9. This is causing a ruckus as well. Look at the minimap. Cloud9 are rotating down towards B, but KitKat's still committing to the site. No fights given to him. Now he jumps up, and Floppy gets the first. Alex with one of his own. It looks like the rotation from Cloud9 is warranted. They're getting towards the bomb site, but VP are still in contention here.
The bomb will fall back for now. Gen.G, he's done his job. While Kiko was looking to make those plays later on, Gen.G had the 2 flashes, go for the pillar flash. Didn't quite get anywhere, but the idea is what I wanted to see, so that's good. And Yekindar will try to do damage once again. Hasn't picked up that rifle, however. 1 versus 3. Floppy needs to stay alive here. They can't have every round being expensive for Cloud9, because if VP win one later on and they keep maiming Cloud9 like this, they may be really lacking when it counts and they're up against match point. 16 seconds and he'll make a run for it to the A bomb site. Woxic lies in situ. Looking for the plant now as he moves forward on the radar. Swatting Yekindar. And Cloud9 are 3 rounds behind.
Starting to heat up now. Only 3 rounds in a row, but because of all these low buys, Cloud9 seem to be winning throughout this game. It means it is actually getting close for them. So many CTs rotated down to the B site. Woxic finishes the job at A.
That is a stressed man right there. But it is baptism by fire, and that's absolutely the best way to do things. No soft targets. Let's get straight in there as Virtus.Pro look to on the B bomb site. We've got chain flashbangs into the B bomb site, but we've also got frags from Cloud9. I think everybody wants to see this, or most people. Floppy with that long reload. Mezzi will cover in the meantime. Some nice teamwork there. They'll all survive. They'll build that little padding in the coffers so they can buy again if they are to lose a round. That is exactly the kind of round Cloud9 needed.
Got to give a shout out to Mezzi as well. He's just taken the top spot on the scoreboard, even ahead of Jame. He's been putting up some decent numbers in terms of kills. It's not always led to round wins for Cloud9, I will say that. And he was often the last man in on the T side, kind of cleaning up the mess. But at the same time, for a rookie playing his first big tournament, he's doing a good job in this game. And now Virtus.Pro are going to up the pace towards this B site. A couple of early flashes being deployed. This is a gun round for them, but they're faking the early B play. Now they're going to move into B short. A lot of nades baited out from Cloud9 as well. They used a lot of counter smokes there, and VP still have a fair amount of utility if they want to pop this site.
In they go. A second attempt. Mezzi through the smoke, though. Landed an important headshot. Buster needs a multi-frag. He's got Keycurse to help, however. Swinging around the site now. They are decimating Cloud9 on this B bomb site. Mezzi needs help, and he needs it fast. He's alone. He's in the water. Woxic will try and distract in the meantime. That's beautiful from Mezzi, but he still needs more. 2-on-3. Still in the water. Looking for the burst. Low on the bullets. Woxic with a flick. 1 versus 2. Is he going to the high ground, or is he leaving? Cloud9 still have money in the hole thanks to that previous round. Does he commit the AWP? He's being given nothing. Virtus.Pro playing for the beeps. If he jumps over, I don't think he's saving his AWP. He has a kit, trying to bait them out, looking all over the place, and there's Buster to put him out of his misery. Match point for Virtus.Pro.
So unexpected for Buster to just run into the open from Monster in that post plant. He could have just played the time, and you see Woxic is fully not ready for that. He's no way in hell going to expect that angle. Initial spray from Mezzi, a couple of good headshots from him, but none of his teammates were able to get kills on the B site. Even though Woxic got that initial trade and put it into a somewhat winnable position, it's not meant to be. It's Virtus.Pro with map and series point. 3 of them, in fact. They've got a 15-12 lead and 3 chances to close this out.
Lovely from Woxic. The aggression they need. Cloud9 need 3 from 3 now. They've had a good run on the scoreboard, but Virtus.Pro have broken the scoreboard now. Broken their run, rather. The scoreboard still works. And again, that anti-eco run was so important for Cloud9 to have this buy here. Alex gets dropped. Floppy still trying to defend the B bomb site. It's been a problem. We've seen a lot of CTs in both halves on this B bomb site. Fadeaway flash towards Monster as Virtus.Pro make their way away from B. Just as Woxic jumps in and commits deep on the B bomb site. S-Tag will just sit on long in the meantime with an off angle. We don't have any sound cues just yet. As things are quiet, it's Mezzi who makes his way towards A. VP trying to identify what play they should make. Kiko going super wide in case there was a flank earlier on, and Mezzi's been spotted on the site. And I'm not sure if S-Tag can help him, but maybe post-plant he can. Slowly backing towards the site. He'll be checked for, or will he? Sanji goes wide and goes down. 30 seconds on the clock, the multi-frag from S-Tag! Running out of bullets down to the pistol. Mezzi comes in to make the save, which leaves Keycut alone. 1 versus 4. Very expensive round for Virtus.Pro. There's not much money in the bank. S-Tag eliminated. Cloud9 are heading towards 13.
That's the kind of situation where maybe if VP knew 100% that ESL always been playing that A site, maybe they actually realized that he's still there. But they are just completely clueless. They didn't realize ESL was still on long. They didn't realize perhaps that ESL has been playing that A site in almost all of these rounds. And even though it didn't look pretty from ESL, the spray was successful. That's the main thing. It was effective on this first kill, and then winning the second fight alongside Mezzi getting into the action. Well-timed peek from him to get the kill in the back. Good teamwork between those two players. And this is really heating up now. Virtus.Pro only with 1 AK for this round. And if they lose this one, then we're going the distance. Kicker spent all his money on that AK as well, for what it's worth. Well, I think did he save it?
Oh, so tagging, the door's been broken off. And that's the advantage of the HE grenade there. Really limits the cover. You need someone to cover the pinch, but gives them more angles to CTs. And Alex comes to show some presence as well. Refusing to be bullied by Virtus.Pro. They will return the favor in kind. This is a great way to move into potential overtime. One more round in regulation after this. Looking very likely with that Glock of Gen.G. And boy, did they come for him. Well, then the test continues for Cloud9. They've got to go high up. There are more hurdles to jump over before they can make it to the third map of Dust 2, including a potential overtime. But I think they're all warm now, especially Mezzi, 28 for 18. Hashtag Beef Wellington, hashtag Chessington, World of Adventures.
So Kicker was the man who saved the AK previously and didn't have money, but Gen.G drops that AK over to him, takes a Tech 9 for himself. They get 4 rifles out for Virtus.Pro in a round they will be wanting to win to close out this series. Cloud9 have fought hard to come back, but they still need one more round to take us to overtime. And they're getting aggressive on B early. ESL here to help from Connector. Virtus.Pro losing some map control early. Alex is able to get this early information. Now the question is, do VP have this awareness? They heard that smoking Connector, and they're actually going to commit towards the B site.
Oh my days. That was scary to watch, but they'll poke and prod, but not commit just yet. Buster still has the wide ground at the playground. Here's that awkward angle from Alex, but he's missed a shot, went too wide of the crosshair, and now short B has been taken. ESL has an angle though. He'll fall away from it for the time being because he has no cover upstairs. He's got to be real careful. Buster still trying to find out what is happening. What is the climate for Cloud9? Mezzi creeping. Risks are being taken. ESL with a 2-man spray down. Mezzi sees the barrel of the gun, and here we go. Surely it's overtime. 2 versus 4. ESL alive with 5 HP. Kika and Buster doing what they can. They don't have the bomb right now. 35 seconds. Is there enough time to do this? Buster's been lurking the entire time. ESL still in Connector. There could be a run here from Virtus.Pro, but this is going to be a very important fight. ESL looking the wrong way, but backing off. Spotted by Buster! Just about 2-on-2. 20 seconds left.
Bomb just about to be recovered, but they have to go B. I don't think they can go back A. And both CTs were here, but they're actually rotating away.
Oh no, where's the bomb?
Mezzi taking the first fight. Kill is found. 9 seconds. They're going to get that bomb down just in time. And Woxic has to clutch with the AWP. He's sitting back at Heaven right now. Goes into the underpass position. Oh, Deagle in hand. He spots the first player spamming the site, trying to see if he can desperately get an early frag. He knows that one of them's low. That's why he's deciding to go with the Deagle here, but he's continuing to clear the angles, and it's not going to happen. Buster closes it out, and Virtus.Pro take it 2-0.
I can't believe that clutch from Virtus.Pro. Definitely the better team on the day, just too strong. And today, overtime was not meant to be for Cloud9. So close, but to lose it like that has got to be frustrating. That's their first game of this new roster. Their absolutely first professional game. First map was a wipeout for Virtus.Pro. Second one didn't go their way, but there's plenty more yet to come from Cloud9 and from Virtus.Pro. Thoughts to the desk after the break.
Well, we have some very good news for Counter-Strike fans out there. Turns out Henry G is now rejoining our broadcast crew. He'll be here for the rest of Flashpoint on the desk, of course, after that performance by Cloud9. What were your guys' thoughts on that game?
I gotta give it to Virtus.Pro there. I think they played very well. For a map that they have had some problems on, Overpass, I think they really put it together at the end there. Some excellent clutching from their side as well. I was so impressed with James. It felt like every time James was in a clutch, actually, in the green room, I was just saying, he's winning this. This is his. He's got this one. So really tight stuff there. I like the game plan a little bit more, though, for C9 on Overpass, which was to be expected given that it was their map pick.
Yeah, certainly on the first half in particular, the amount of really close afterplants was completely insane. So many rounds going down to 1v2s, 1v3s, even 2v2s. And in those scenarios, it felt like most of the time actually VP were the team coming out on top, which I wouldn't necessarily have expected, to be honest. But I don't know. I don't think VP are particularly strong overpass team. I was really expecting Cloud9 to come out strong there, and it just didn't happen, did it?
They nearly pushed it to OT after a pretty weak start on that map. So it wasn't all disastrous, right, for Cloud9 fans. I mean, it was on the first map. But the second map, at least, there was some life. But you do have to be disappointed if you're coming in saying, hey, this is VP's very weakest map. It's a punish pick from Cloud9. Theoretically, Alex should be top tier at IGLing on this map, and the result is that disappointing.
Yeah, I think the clutch factor is just such a big problem because when you're a new team, that is always one of the hardest things. Coordinating what you need to do in a clutch. Who's going to be taking point, who's getting first contact, how to make those comms clear and concise. And Cloud9, they came up behind, but they gave a good effort, and a lot of those rounds, they were very close.
Well, let's hear from Virtus.Pro. Freya is with Yakinder right now. He was absolutely on fire this match, 2-0 to him. Let's hear what he has to say.
It was absolutely indeed incredible stuff here from Yakinder. Thank you so much for taking the time to have a chat with me once again.
Hello.
Before we go into the specifics of that game, I know we were talking before we went live here at Flashpoint. So you were saying you were kind of unsure of what to expect from Cloud9. So can you talk me through exactly what you found from them as a team?
Well, I mean, we knew that Inferno is a map that you need to actually practice a lot to be good on it because the rotations, the strats, everything is really hard on that map, the hardest map in the pool, I believe. And that's why we picked Inferno. We were pretty confident in our Inferno because it's our almost strongest map, maybe even the strongest. And I mean, Inferno went as it should, but Overpass, we have some problems lately on Overpass, so it was kind of tough to play against Cloud9 there. They were playing a really good game in Overpass. I believe they practiced Overpass, but on Inferno, I don't think they had much time to practice there.
Yeah, let's talk about Overpass for a little bit. As you said there, it's not a map that you guys are normally playing as much as some of the other maps in the pool. So what kind of differences did you see from Cloud9 there coming into it? You said they felt like they were a little bit more comfortable there.
Well, I mean, they mostly actually started playing like aggressive, especially on the balloons area. Voxic finding those entry kills on CT side on Buster. That felt a bit. How do you say it? On Inferno, they weren't so confident because we were leading really heavily. We were winning all the duels. Jame won the clutch, as on Overpass as well. Like Jame won like 5 clutches or 6 clutches this game. It's unbelievable. But they felt a lot more comfortable. They were taking like water control, and then Voxic was picking on balloons aggressively. Isdek was pushing middle like a lot, I think, and the confidence, you could actually feel their confidence, in that map.
Something you mentioned to me as well before we were coming into this match is you were a little bit concerned about the positioning of some of the players, as this is the first time that we've seen Cloud9 coming to the server as this new team. You weren't exactly sure what to expect from where the players would be playing. So how did you kind of overcome that as a team? How was the focus there, to not get distracted by that?
We actually put our attention to it. So after like 2 buy rounds, we already knew all the positions that enemy like Cloud9 are playing. And after like 2 buy rounds, it was already in our heads, and we could easily like do stuff more freely. Of course, we didn't know if like if they have some setups with different nicknames or something like that, but they didn't have, so we just knew after like one or 2 buy rounds.
And you mentioned Jame there being an incredibly instrumental player during that series, but you yourself as well with this aggressive style, it's absolutely incredible to see. I know you were talking about your relationship with Buster and how that's kind of helped you develop into this role, but can you kind of talk me through that and how, you're allowed to be getting these aggressive picks all the time?
Well, I mean, on Inferno, it's a bit... you need to do aggressive picks on Inferno because that's the map where you can't like get terrorists all the control. Like they can't have mid and banana because otherwise CTs are gonna just get wrapped and lose. So either they stack something, but a good team will read the stack and will play on the other side. That's why you need to be aggressive on at least one side of the map, right? So I was playing my own game that I have I was playing my own game on banana that I have, and it was just a normal game. That's how I play usually. On Overpass, CT side was pretty harder because I got killed like 2 or 3 times at least when as first. So it didn't show up on my confidence. I just okay, sorry guys. I mean, it's okay. 10-5 half. Nice Jame, good clutch. Nice Jame, good clutch. No, Jame, nice, good clutch. like that.
Can you walk me through what happened in that final round as well? Because obviously we saw Cloud9, starting to make that comeback. It looked like it was almost going to go to overtime. So what were the comms like for your squad in that final moment?
Like actually, I knew that there was underpass player. He didn't show up, but I knew it's their setup, like where Ezdak is in underpass. And I was watching underpass. I didn't say it actually to my team, which is a mistake because I thought that he's in underpass. And Sanji walked into my crosshair, and Ezdak got 2 kills, like in a line, And I was thinking, wow, so unlucky, man. But like, I still believed in my teammates, and Kicker got a refrag on Monster, and then I knew that Buster's position is not known, and it's a really high percentage chance to win the round after that, especially after they got the Ezita kill. Then luckily they had a smoke and a Molotov to clear some of the positions, and they traded well. But what I want to say, there was one round where our team speak crashed, where Jame was in clutch versus I'm not sure. Jame was with Sanji on B side as terrorists, and it was an important round for economy, and our team speak crashed, and Sanji and Jame couldn't hear each other, and man, that was pretty heavy, like mentally to accept that, but whatever. It's just a part of the game, so we just focused on playing.
Exactly. That's what we always like to hear, Yakinda. Now, just very quickly, of course, you've managed to get the first win in your group. I want to get your thoughts on the other 2 teams, obviously OG and Gen.G. I know you said OG, you find them quite a difficult team to play against just because of that style, but what about Gen.G? What are your thoughts on them?
I don't think Gen.G will win OG though. Like, I mean, I'm 90 98% sure that OG is gonna win Gen.G, and we're gonna play OG for the. Is it the first place of the group who wins that match?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna play against OG probably, and like Gen.G, they have 2 stand-ins. It's really hard to play with 2 stand-ins, especially at this level of the tournament, and especially against a tier 1 team like OG, because they just know their game and they're not gonna let Gen.G play aggressive, and that's gonna be it.
Well, Yakinda, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with me once again. Congratulations on that win. We're going to head it back over to the desk where they can continue to break that one down.
Thank you, Freya and Yakinder. Very exciting match from Virtus.Pro. They continue their map win streak here at Flashpoint. Didn't drop a map in the Pinnacle Cup qualifiers. Did not drop a map in their first match of the tournament versus Cloud9. As you heard, he anticipates, as do we all, that they will be playing OG this weekend in that winner's match. What were the best parts of Virtus.Pro's game plan for you coming into this one?
So today, I really feel like VP were like a wrecking ball. That's how I would describe it. I do think in some areas they don't quite have all the team play down. They still make some mistakes. But the thing is, if you can't hang with the individuals, if you can't handle, particularly on T side, the amount of pressure they put out, if you can't, hang with that level, then you just might go out the game even before you get the chance to exploit any weaknesses they might have. So for VP, looking so impressive there, I really think they could take it to OG and they could win this group at this point.
Yeah, for me, I got to agree with Alan that the individuals for VP were at such a high level today. Whether it was the clutches from James or the picks that Yakinder was finding with the rifle, it always felt like they were in the right places at the right time. And sometimes that's what you need in order to beat a team like Cloud9, where there are a lot of unknown factors. You can't really anti-strat them because you don't know exactly what they're going to be going into this game with. So you do need to rely on that skill. And VP had it in spades today. It was a close game, but at the same time, VP... right now, they're just hitting a sweet spot right now, and maybe it's a little bit early for them to be peaking like this, for James to be going off, to have that many clutches so early on.
James was gross in this series.
Yeah, but if he can continue that form, VP should be one of the favorites in the rest of this tournament for sure.
How do they compare to you guys in terms of some of the other teams that we would consider favorites here? Do you think that it's possible for them to take down teams like Fnatic or Big?
Yes, I think so. I think there's absolutely a world in which they are able to win the whole tournament, in fact, because the way that they play the CT side, as we saw on that Inferno game especially, they made Cloud9 so uncomfortable all the time. Anytime Cloud9 was breaching into a bomb site, if one angle wasn't smoked, if one angle wasn't Molotov, you know that a VP player is there, and he's going to timing you the second you're not looking at it. So it is just so infuriating, I can imagine, to play that VP squad.
Yeah, I certainly agree with Maui here, and in terms of, in particular, a matchup with Fnatic, I think after seeing that series, that could be a fairly decent matchup for VP, because VP was so proactive in that game, and particularly that was probably the main problem with Cloud9 on both maps. They weren't proactive enough, but VP, they were everywhere. Individual aggression, T-side, just getting the numbers out really fast instead of doing the slow defaults, compared with Fnatic, who are just going to potentially just play slow defaults almost all the time. So in that matchup, I'd really enjoy watching that game. It could be a really great one.
Well, let's take a look at a tweet we've got here from that past game featuring our talent, including Maui, on the pole. Bardolph there, grinding against you. That is very sexy. You have a lot of admiring female fans, and also Henry G dropping the singles on you from the audience there.
Damn, some baddies in the crowd, it looks like. No, wait, that's the UK chicks, I guess. All right.
Oh, man, jeez.
All right. Well, at least Henry's there to enjoy it all, and me and James are putting on a great show right there. What's that? Yeah, we're looking good. James. Oh, man. Wow, he's not here anymore, actually. Never mind. I looked over, and he's gone already.
He's gone. He's absconded. But let's take a look at our next round, do some actual analysis with you guys, as amusing as that tweet from Atantalas was. All right, so coming in, let's take a deeper look at round 10 to start things off. You guys were very interested in how this one played out, so tell me why this is so significant in the scope of this game on Overpass.
I think this round is really cool because it shows just the relentless pressure that VP puts on you. They had 2 boosts at short at 2 different times, and then James able to come in with the op. This actually becomes a really close round, but James comes in the clutch, and it just kind of highlights at the beginning of the round, the pressure, and at the end of the round, the clutching ability. It just shows that VP is the whole package.
Yeah, certainly with this round, from Cloud9's perspective, it was constant pressure. The whole time there were things going on, reboosting short, the late round as well with Jane was just completely ridiculous. Coming into this pissed round, this 1v3 was completely insane. I have no idea how he really managed to do it on this one, but Jame in the late round was just completely unreal this game. So good.
Yeah, and that's the second Jame clutch that we saw, 1vx there. And also, you know, if based on how close that overpass map was, you think if Cloud9 wins the pistol there, they may have been able to come back and use that momentum because they nearly pushed it to overtime, even with that pistol round loss down 5-10.
Yeah, they even got reset really badly at one point in that game. I think it was on around 8-14, and then they were able to win around with just deagles, if I'm not mistaken. I think 1 scout, 4 deagles. So if they had money going into that half, you could expect that they could have had a really dominant one there, because to get 9 after a really untimely reset and losing the pistol in a 3v1 fashion, I think if they had a hotter start there, we'd be actually not even on this desk right now, or probably going to a third right now.
Yeah, I think that overpass for Cloud9 is actually going to be a really tough loss to take, because the amount of late round situations, the amount of clutches, as say the reset after the pistol, later in the half even, it's just, you know, that's a really tough pill to swallow when, you know, just one change, you take it to overtime, and then from there they could have won it. They certainly in the later stages of the second half, they were really taking it to VP. So I'm not sure how they go on from this. I think, for me, coming into the series, I didn't expect Cloud9 to play out that, particularly on the T side. From watching Vitality with Alex, I expect them to be much more decisive mid-round. I expect them to be running much more set rounds and pop plays and 4-1s. And it just felt like in both of these games on the T side, they're playing so default, so slow. They're getting picked apart by Virtus.Pro. Their endless aggression, the individuals going in. So I really hope when we see Cloud9 again in this tournament that we can see more facets to the T side. I don't want to just see defaults. I want to see them being more proactive and getting in the face of the other team.
All right. So, you know, for every dark Cloud9 game, there is going to be a silver lining, right? So for Cloud9 fans, you probably are pretty disappointed in what you saw today. I think we all are. Literally everyone said that, hey, Cloud9 is going to win this game. Not one person picked Virtus.Pro, which is pretty ridiculous. But if you had to take one silver lining takeaway for Cloud9 fans, what did you get excited about from seeing from this new roster?
I think when a player needed to step up at the end of that game, they did. Esatag had a huge round at that half. Woxic had a couple clutches himself. They were shining in certain positions, and Mezzi actually looked really good on Overpass.
29-17 on Overpass.
That's crazy, because he had a pretty poor performance on Inferno. Floppy as well. They both kind of couldn't get into their groove there, and they are the younger players on the team, so you really wanted to see at least one of them pop off on the second map, and Mezzi, he delivered, so you can get excited about this guy. You can see that when they're in their comfort zone on a map like Overpass, there is some potential there. They have some strengths, and that these players, when their backs are against the wall, when they know the series is on the line, they will step up in ways, and you could see that they were broadening out their plays as that half kind of tapered off. When it started coming to the end, they started getting more aggressive. They started getting more comfortable, flashing for each other constantly, just making sure that they took the matters into their own hands, and they were proactive by the end of it all.
Yeah, certainly on CT Overpass, I thought the Woxic looked a lot better than what we saw in CT Inferno, where I think in that game he was playing a bit too passive, a bit too static, particularly around kind of the mid area. He wasn't going for the aggressive picks towards mid. He wasn't moving around so much in brackets, but certainly on CT Overpass, he was going for the aggressive picks towards Party. He was getting around Con. He was doing all of these sort of things. So that would be the bright spot I take away from this game, that Woxic, certainly towards the latter stages of Overpass, really looked like he was coming into form. He was moving around a lot, making some good mid-round decisions. So hopefully, moving forwards, Woxic can stay at that sort of form more consistently throughout the series.
And by the way, guys, even if Cloud9 somehow gets third place in this very competitive group, they still will have that last chance qualifier in order to make the playoffs. So they just have to be good enough to make it to the playoffs. They're going to get an extra week to practice after that. And so this team might take a few matches to gel, a little bit more time in order to hit their stride. So don't read too much and panic over one best-of-3 match. Now, we're going to take a little bit of a look forward into our next match between Gen.G and OG here, because Freya is now with Elma Putty, the coach for Gen.G.
Thank you very much, Monty. I am indeed. Thank you so much for taking the time to chat with me, Elma Putty. First of all, I just wanted to ask about the team's boot camp situation. Of course, we can see from your camera you are in a boot camp with the team. So are the two stand-ins and existing Kriyas also with you here?
Yeah, all 5 of us are here. I was coming from NA, got here one day before the other 2 flew in from Sweden. So it's been good to have everyone here and hopefully get things going as fast as possible.
Interesting. So how many days practice have you had with the whole team now in that boot camp?
5, I think.
How's it been
Not
going?
much
What
time
have you been focusing on?
I mean, we've been going through all the maps, trying to get our map pool as strong as possible going into this. Obviously, OG have a pretty deep map pool, so we couldn't leave anything out. So just trying to get everything up to speed. And 5 days to get through all the maps was as much as I would have liked, but we've done what we can, and I think we have some good things to show, particularly coming out fresh, because they're not going to have any read on us. They don't have nothing to watch, so I'm sure we can give them a bit of a run for their money.
A good point indeed. I did want to touch upon Kusta. As far as we know right now, he is taking on that in-game leader role. Is that still happening now, and how is that kind of integrating into the team?
Yeah, he's still all in on that. That's all he's doing right now. Exist is here. He obviously has some great ideas to add with his experience, but as of right now, Kusta's just going in all in it, and he's learning every day. He's very good at self-reflecting on what was good call, what was maybe needed improving. So I've been really happy with his improvement, and I think he has a really bright future going forward.
And obviously, as the coach of the squad, how have you been kind of helping him get used to that role? What have you been particularly working on together with him?
I think a big thing is that reflecting with him. Obviously, we talk about beforehand what kind of rounds we want to run, how we want to maybe try and manipulate the CTs, how we want to try and move them around the map, some of the utility we're going to throw, and then particularly, as I said before, like reflecting with him, going through, watching our scrims back, and just talking about like, oh, maybe this call could have been a little bit better. This was really good, really like reassuring him when the rounds were good and he called a really good round. And yeah, as I said, if something maybe could have been a little bit better, talk about that. And he's really quick at bringing that on board.
And of course, Exist and Kriaz are coming into the team as stand-ins currently. So how have they been fitting in? Of course, you mentioned there with Exist, obviously a former in-game leader in his own right. So what have they been bringing to the team, and how are their roles kind of fitting in?
They've been fitting in pretty well. Krez is really flexible, which is one thing we loved when we talked to him. He said, I'm pretty much down to play anything. I can play an anchor on a side. I can rotate depending on what you need. So he's been fitting in really well, and Exist is obviously a very smart player, so he's been able to fill in the roles we've needed him to play, and I think it's gone pretty well for the little practice we have.
Of course, it is going to be a tall task ahead of you guys, as OG are going to be the first standing in your way here at Flashpoint 2. So what are you kind of thinking of them as a team? Because we've seen them, you know, coming on the up and up so far this year. They've been looking pretty consistent recently. So what are your key focuses for this one?
I think we've just got to try and make them uncomfortable. I think they've been playing pretty well, but I don't think they're the team in the tournament that is unbeatable right now. I think Big's probably the favorites going forward. So I think there's some few cracks in OG that we can try and exploit.
Well, we'll see if you can exploit those indeed. We're going to be heading to a break, but after this, it's going to be OG versus Gen.G coming up.
Up next, Gen.G take on another G in what G?
OG takes on Gen.G.
G. Yeah. Feel that cringe through the camera.
If you go and look at the case of BnTeT coming from Indonesia, there's basically no reason actually as to why a player would make it from there. The fact that he basically even got to become someone that Westerners would know and want to recruit, I think it's one of the most unlikely stories probably in Counter-Strike history.
My name is Hansel, my nickname is BnTeT, and I play for Gen.G Sports. I'm from Jakarta, Indonesia. When you play CSGO at Indonesia, there's not much team. Yeah.
First of all, he comes from a region that has absolutely no tenure, no legacy in Counter-Strike the franchise, even the old versions. There was never any team from Indonesia that accomplished anything. There was never any player that accomplished anything. And yet his route to getting the success that he's had was basically like doing it the hard way.
I started joining Indonesian team, which is pretty small back then, but it's something. Yeah, I would say I was a competitive person. I like to not give up. If I see someone is better than me, I need to practice more to become better than him.
Oh, 1 HP. No way, BnTeT. How are you alive? He's now going to look for this frag. He's got this ace locked down. I don't think Bash has it. He doesn't. BnTeT pulls it in with an ace.
So for BnTeT to be actually originally found, he played on a team called Team NXL, which at the first Asia Minor went 0-3 immediately. They lost every map that they played. Yet, despite that, BnTeT had the highest rating in the entire tournament, so he was absolutely going to turn some heads, and Tyloo acquired him within a year after that.
Tyloo is one of the best team in Asia to play CSGO, and Tyloo asked me at a very good moment. I'm not scared, I think. I just take the risk, take the challenge. Without thinking any longer, I said yes, and then I joined Tyloo.
Still alive by the sandbags, he's got no help, he's at the point. There it's in! BnTeT, what the hell is this? Is he going to get the ace? He's so close, Saudi's still alive! Rock's running out, but it's BnTeT, what are you doing?
Which means he gets it down to a one-on-one. He can still swing out on Voxic. That's very well done from BnTeT. He's still going in. That's a beautiful flashbang coming. Oh my goodness!
God.
BnTeT, you can't do that. That is disgusting.
Ooh, good opening kill from BnTeT. Oh, he's gonna spray through as well. And 2 flash assists from Summer. Oh, and the spin as well. A 3rd kill. And BnTeT is just wrecking G2 in this map. He's gonna add a 4th onto it. What an absolute monster.
BnTeT, he's starting to get the timing right. 1 down. Surely not again. He's done it. So close so many times, but this time he gets the cigar and BnTeT doesn't even blink.
Yeah, I think back then we dominate the Asia scene with Tyloo.
I mean, the first time I heard of BnTeT was probably when I wasn't even involved in Team CS. It was probably just me watching one of the majors or one of the tournaments which Tyloo would regularly qualify for, and I think it was just as a fan probably the first time I heard of it.
BnTeT was a better player than the level that Tyloo was able to actually compete at internationally. The fact that coming from his region, he is essentially a diamond in the rough, isn't he? He's a guy who's just over in the scene where he's never going to make it if he's stuck over there, most likely, because just not enough other factors that can help you. But he could be a great pickup potentially for a Western team.
Tyloo knew that playing internationally is my goal, like playing in NA. And I tell them that I really want to join Gen.G to compete at North America, and they support me. Now I'm at North America with Gen.G, which is I'm very grateful for this opportunity because I really want to compete at North America to play CSGO player.
Yeah, to have a player come from Asia and be brought into a Western team is, I think, incredibly rare. I think it's maybe been tried 1 or 2 other times before, and both of them didn't go very well. So I think we've been very happy with how it's kind of come across. I think way better than what's happened before.
I like living here at America, and I'm just so happy to live and compete here.
It's the moment you've all been waiting for, the grand finals here at DreamHack Anaheim 2020.
BnTeT has this crossfire with Kuster. Damage done on the Deeg. BnTeT looking for a bit more, and there's a 3rd for him. Still alive, and the bomber is beat. BnTeT could do it all.
He's got one, the bomb tap, they have to stick it. Dash has won the round, and surely this is done. It is 19-15. Gen.G go flawless in overtime, and they are your DreamHack Open Anaheim champions.
With Gen.G, we compete at DreamHack Anaheim. We managed to get 1st place. I think it's really great for us.
And they win it. They win it, right? Their first event. That is a strong honeymoon period, and you're supposed to be able to ride that sort of momentum moving forward for the rest of the year. So it's so unfortunate that it got stopped short, so short before they could ride it out.
Pretty much straight after that, I think we played 1 match of Flashpoint, and then everything just got shut down.
The pandemic is not that much at Indonesia. Yeah, it's worse at the United States than Jakarta. It sucks, I think. Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, my parents is kind of worried about me, but they trust me. They just said, wearing mask, please wear mask every day and don't go outside. And I tell them, yeah, don't worry about it. I didn't go anywhere, and I just follow the protocols. I don't know, I just worried to get the virus and can't compete again and can't play in CS again while I'm still recovering the virus, I think. I'm just not thinking about it, about the pandemic, because I think like the pandemic will be over maybe soon or later. So I just trying to having fun with my coach every day because I live with him.
It definitely could have gone poorly, being locked in the house with the wrong person. He's taken a big leap to come over here to America. As of high, I mean, it's not easy to be away from home a lot of this time, so I think it's been really good for me to stay with him, and I'm glad he's appreciative. I know he's appreciative, so it's been really good from that point of view to have someone as nice as him to be stuck in a house with for all this time.
We cook together at apartment, and sometimes we go take a walk together to get some fresh air. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool to live with him.
We try and obviously do some stuff together, like sometimes we'll make dinner together, or cute little things like that, and just try and just keep each other sane, because it's obviously a little bit lonely sometimes just being stuck in your rooms. Our cooking together is not a wide spread of things. Fried rice, pasta. He does cook an Indonesian dish. I'm unfortunately not very good at handling spice, so I did try it, and it was just a little bit too much for me. I start sweating like an idiot when I eat too much spicy foods.
Yeah, I think he's pretty good guy. I like to live with him.
And now it's just been the two of us for 6 months, and as you said, we've been basically locked in the house together. We head across to the office every now and then, but yeah, we've just been locked together. We have our own little schedules, and yeah, it's been pretty good.
Yeah, it's really good, of course. I have friends instead of being alone here. I have friends at my apartment. Yeah, I think it's good.
I couldn't ask for a better roommate and someone to live with and be stuck here in America with, so it's been good from that point of view. He is a unique talent. I think mechanically he's very, very high up there. So it was worth the risk of going to Indonesia and picking him up and giving him a go. He is that talented that it's worth the risk.
I started to join American team, which is one of my dream. And at age 25, I don't think it's pretty bad to compete at United States, to start competing here as a career. And I think this team has potential moving forward.
Welcome back, everybody, to another Flashpoint team interview where I have the wonderful MBK from OG on the line. First of all, obviously this is the first time that OG will be competing here at Flashpoint, so how are you and the guys looking forward to it?
I mean, when we came in, we expected it to be a LAN event, so that's why we were really excited to be able to do that. But obviously, with the evolution of everything, it changed. I mean, the season one was fairly successful for a first draft of what the future looks like for Flashpoint. And yeah, I mean, the teams are at our level, in a sense that we feel pretty confident going against the whole field. And so we come in as favorites as well, which is something that is different from the other tournaments. So yeah, that should be a difference maker for us, and looking forward to see how it goes.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing you guys competing here as well. And I just wanted to start off by talking about the team's kind of overall growth over the past year. Of course, it's been almost a year since the OG roster was announced. You guys have managed to make it to your first ever grand final back in New York. You've been looking, pretty consistent recently as well. So can you kind of talk me through how you guys have kind of grown and developed as a team over the past year?
I think the most important thing for us was that we grew constantly ever since we created the team. There was not really a time where we became really worse, and then it was like our form was like in waves. It was really just straightforward, growing more and more. And I think it comes a lot down to a lot of communication within the team, and when there is something wrong that is happening, talking our way out of it. And I think that's one of our strengths that we have, is that we can figure things out on how to adapt, and that's also one of the, if not the main quality of Alexei as a leader, to be able to adapt to all of that. And it's also that type of new gen of in-game leaders that are much more adaptive and working with the team in different ways to try to adapt to everyone. And so yeah, it was just constantly adapting on what roles of the players, who wants to have input, who doesn't want to have input, and all that kind of stuff, and making it comfortable for everyone as much as possible. And so I think it's been the trend for us, and the skill we have smart players, we have all of that, and it's just a matter of making everything work together, really.
Yeah, I want to touch on a couple of things from that. First of all, how you were saying, Alexi's adaptations as an in-game leader, which we have definitely saw when we were at the most recent Blast event, listening to some of your comms. It was very impressive how he was kind of micromanaging the team during those particular rounds. Even when something, went slightly wrong, he would adapt very, very quickly to that. So how has that been for the team? Has that sort of been a constant development just from him personally? Have you guys been able to have input on that as well?
I think it really depends because at the beginning of the team, when we created and we thought about how things were going, it would seem more that it was Alexia and me that were going to take the things into hands in order to move forward. But very quickly, a lot of players, when it comes down to like official games and crunch moments, you have players like Isa and Valde that become very vocal and very, very active, sometimes too much, which is sometimes that was something that was problematic in some of our games, where Alexia doesn't have the time to speak and to develop his ideas, and like he was being cut by one or another thing. And so that's like one example of things that were happening. And so it's just a matter of making it work and finding the right balance into all of that, really, because we knew that we were going to come in with people that have different voices and like that would voice their opinions, but ultimately it didn't come from the persons we expected it to be. And so it changed completely the dynamic of the team. So we had to adapt to a lot of things. Like, for example, at this point, I'm barely talking, if anything, in the game, even in preparation and all of that, because it would add one more voice to what's already happening, and therefore it would just make the team explode because we would not be going in the same direction. And what I'm always proning is for the five of us to always go into the same direction, so that it's always better to go as five into a wall and try to break the wall together than just being in different directions and not doing anything. So if I were to add like my voice on top of it, then it would just, I think nothing will work out at all. And so yeah, this whole constant work on that balance is the most important thing for the team, and it's something that we're working on a day-to-day basis, really.
Interesting. How has that balance kind of been found? Now, obviously, you said that you don't have too much of an input, but how much input do the other players have as opposed to Alexia as well?
I mean, I think it's something that you can also see in game. You have like players have a bit more freedom and like can do a bit more things, and it's been found by just losing and then figuring out what to be done better, what place the players should have in like one or another situation. And yeah, I mean, losing has been the biggest factor into us improving in that sense, because you can practice as much as you want, you're never going to have the same situation and same reactions and the same instinct that you have in official games. And obviously what you want to have is to find a solution for the moment when it's important, when the rounds are going to be tight and all of that. And so yeah, it's been an ongoing work, and the more experience we got by playing together, the more we could find the balance of all of that. Sometimes it's working, sometimes it's not working, and it's hard to always judge because a lot of games are different. When individuals are taking too many liberties, then it can lead to the downfall of the team. But if individuals don't take enough liberties, it also leads to the downfall of the team. So it's always like a thing where when you have a very liberal system that we're playing in with how Alexia is leading, finding that balance is crucial. And it's something that you see in other teams, like Fnatic, for example, to me would be the best example, where for like years and years they've been creating that style, and at some point it became not good because there were too many liberties and the team adapted to it, and then you could just destroy them by knowing that mid-round, if they are 4-on-5, they're going to push everywhere, so you just have to wait for them. And so for us, it's kind of the same idea with different problematics. Working on it constantly and losing is the best factor, really, to get better.
And just
for fuck's sake, can you guys figure out what we're going to put on Thorin's Twitter account later? We're on broadcast now, okay?
I thought the secret's out, so, why not just embrace it?
Christine, what's Thorin going to say next?
That's
That's what this segment could be called, right?
To be continued, yeah.
Some would say that is what my biography might be called.
What's Thorin going to say
What
next?
is next?
I wonder that too. Every day, people start tweeting at me, asking me why I keep doing content with Thorin, and I'm like, fuck, what did he say?
Asking why you don't control me. Classic one as well, right?
That's right. For some reason, people think that I'm like the official Thorin police force, which actually might be a really good skit idea.
Not a bad idea.
That's actually a good idea.
Yeah.
So we came up with one right now. You'll be seeing plenty of those skits. I like your shirt, Thorin. The blue looks really nice on you with the complexion.
Apparently it brings my eyes out.
It does.
No, the thing is, I thought, you know what? BnTeT spent all those years in Tyloo. Make him feel comfortable again when he comes to a new area,
That's good. That's good because I don't think OG will be making him comfortable. So I'm glad that at least somebody has his back in this matchup right
Thorin's
now.
always got the players' best interests in mind. He's always here to enable, put the players on a pedestal, make them the star. That is Thorin's MO.
Exactly.
Gotta agree with that. All right, so let's start with our bracket here in our Tower of Babel group. And we have seen the first match, Virtus.Pro 2-0 over Cloud9, dropping Henry G's new Colossus hard on its ass into the losers bracket. OG versus Gen.G is our next matchup. OG, one of our invited teams. Gen.G playing with a couple of stand-ins, but they've committed to that boot camp in Serbia. We heard from Elma Putty right before the match. However, let's start with OG and their recent performance. Is this the easy favorite of this group, or have you been convinced by Virtus.Pro's strong showing against Cloud9?
Actually, I had Virtus.Pro when I was writing the secret team or what have you that was going to win the whole thing. In my mind, it was absolutely either Big or VP. So VP 100% are the strongest team in this group in my eyes, but OG are right up there with them. But this is a newfound success story for OG, right? They've been a squad for almost a year now. It will be a year, December 5th of this year. And they've been slowly but surely getting to the point of what you expect when you see the names on this roster, making the grand finals for the very first time just a few weeks ago at IEM New York and making semifinal after semifinal. So these deep runs for this experienced veteran roster, it's going to mean a lot coming into Flashpoint 2.
Just to clarify, you know when they said the secret thing where you're going to say the team that's won? You've just said it was.
No, it's fine. It's
all right.
It's not a secret.
Listen,
it doesn't have to be a secret because the only thing we put down on that piece of paper was for posterity's sake, so we had proof that you picked the favorite.
Right.
Feel free to say this favorite. I mean, it's important for us to do that in this event, right?
Did sound like she was just saying I wrote that as the secret one, though. So at least here's the thing. At least she threw Big in there, so maybe she went with Big in the end. We'll never know. We'll pretend we didn't hear that segment. No, I agree. I actually think I've noticed some of the analysts. Not all of them are feeling OG. Certainly they've had their issues. They've had plenty of a million close games they've lost. You never quite know where their strength's going to lie in the map pool on a given day. But I think if you just look at the quality of the players, like this guy on your screen here was the absolute rookie, no-namer guy brought in, and unlike some of the ones Henry G's brought in, he's straight fire basically from the get-go. He's been really, really good. So this guy, I actually think Issa is the player I always have my question marks about. I know he's got skills, but I don't really feel like he's sort of adapted. I think basically the rest of the squad, they have the pieces to be a top 5 team. I mean, I know they're close now in the rankings, but I was saying that from the beginning. If you can get a team with Alexi B, NBK, Valde, and then you just get some fragging power, that's like a pretty well-rounded squad. So they've had their teething problems, certainly, but perfect timing for
me. But the second player is Mantu. I think he's a rising star in this star-studded lineup, and he's got 3 in-game leaders to kind of surround him and kind of set him up for success, right? And that success we've been seeing it, and not just with the AWP for this guy, it's been with the rifle as well. So he's just kind of juggling both of these weapons and actually getting a lot of ground for himself and his squad. So it's been impressive.
So let's talk about IGLs with Alexi B. Is he, for your money, the best IGL that we have in Flashpoint this season?
Yeah, I would say so, because the difference is the other big candidates is I think it's between him and Golden for me. And the difference is, first of all, Golden speaks Swedish. When I listen to the comms, I can't necessarily understand it as well. And his team tends to be, no offense to him, but it's also a mixture of some genius players that have always done those things, even when he wasn't there. So the difference is, I've seen what Alexi B did to ENCE and what ENCE was like without him. And I've actually heard him when he was on the comms in this OG team. And I saw that when he would take control, that was when they would win rounds. That was when he would make the reads. He would correctly put people in position. When he let the other people, some of those other people who've been IGLs, pipe up a little bit too much, that's when the rounds would get messy. So I'm sold on him. I think he's a very, very legit in-game leader.
It has been impressive, especially the amount of micromanaging that he tends to actually get away with in the middle of these tense rounds. And he's actually placing the pieces exactly where they need to be. And actually, over the past few weeks, I like this new turn in OG. Before, it was a lot of defaults, a lot of slowing down the rounds and being very methodical, which is great, very calculated. But lately, they're throwing in some curveballs. They're throwing in a lot of contact plays, and it's all because of Alexi B. The way he is on the extremities of the map, and he just draws out so much aggro, so much contact towards him that the rest of his players across the other side of the map usually find some success on those contact type of plays. So OG, they've got a big strat book for them, but it's always the case of how is Mantu going to actually perform? How is Issa going to perform? These are the two, I think, rifle and oppers that OG need to have success on, because I don't think you're going to see that sort of performance from MBK. And sure, Alexi B, he usually does put good numbers on the board, but he's not going to be the star fragging power that OG need to be able to actually get more W's in grand final scenarios.
Well, they got a long way to go before they make it to the grand finals here at Flashpoint 2, and their first opponent will be Gen.G. Now, this is a tough group. It's not tough because Gen.G is in it. Let's put it that way. This is going to be most likely our weakest team as a result of limited practice time together. They've made some adjustments. Of course, the Gen.G that you saw at Flashpoint 1 had Daps and Som in it. They have both left to play Valorant, and Gen.G has been without a full-time roster ever since then. They have Kreyaz and Exist coming in as substitutes. As we heard from Elaputty, they are in Serbia in the boot camp with the rest of the team. So they have gotten everybody together. They're trying to make as good of a run as they can. Kusta as the IGL. Let's start there. What are you expecting from Kusta in that role?
You know, that's a big question mark. He's very new to that role, and I know that Kusta, he's been kind of bounced around in the top teams of NA for quite some time, not having as much success as I'm sure he would have hoped for, but actually 2020 has been his year. Kusta has absolutely proven what his responsibilities are, and he's shined going through the motions of completing those. So I think it makes sense that he's now the in-game leader of the squad with Dap's departure. He's a level-headed player, he's a mature player, and he actually just has good self-reflection in that server. He's able to just identify what went wrong, what didn't, and hopefully he's able to properly communicate that over to his new ringers that aren't even native-speaking English players, and somehow, some way formulate a winning plan.
I don't hate the move in isolation. Like, in terms of how he transformed himself as a player from basically, like, when he used to be an AWPer back in 2016, people used to say his coach just microed him. He didn't even make the decisions. So to then swap to being a supportive element, who's actually one of the better players at Flashpoint 1, that's impressive. But that's actually where, while I like that upside, like maybe he could do it, he's certainly a guy who's willing to change roles. What I don't like about it is for Gen.G's specific lineup, though, because the guys they're bringing in, I don't expect them to bring heavy firepower. So my issue is, yes, maybe Kusta can do the IGL role, but will that take away a player who actually in his role was doing a very, very good job? It's a lot more difficult to do that and think about the other players and work with stand-ins, people who aren't even in your team. And as we're saying here, they got the players on site, but they didn't even have the boot camp that Cloud9 has. Some of the teams we've heard came over to Europe early. So I think there's not really any reason right now to think Gen.G will be good, because the only thing on paper that could have done it was just take the original three and tell them just frag out, forget everyone else, play selfishly, and maybe we can do something off that. So I'll also add in one last thing. When you've played with Daps in a couple of teams, he was in Cloud9, he was in Gen.G, you'll also pick up some things from him. And he was a guy where it wasn't super set strats. It was more like, this is the like timing of when you do things in the game and the order you do things. So I think that's a pretty good person to kind of like bone up on the knowledge from and then be able to start on a decent level.
Yeah, I do think it's going to be tough, especially in this group. Like, I think that's the hardest
group in the tournament.
Yeah, it's the hardest group in the tournament. So Gen.G might have been able to take a map or two, here or there from some of the other groups, but it seems unlikely. Although with Cloud9's performance today, you never know. Let's go into our map, Vito. Right now, so we can take a look. Now, we don't know much about Gen.G's preferred map pool right now, but I know you guys know a lot about what OG likes to play.
Basically, OG never want to ever play Vertigo, but that's interesting because if I was against Gen.G, I'd just leave it in there. I don't believe they've practiced it in 2 days and are going to play it. So Gen.G goes with the overpass ban. Right, if you actually look, that wasn't probably going to be the pick of OG anyway, so they do the Vertigo ban for safety. Right, it's Gen.G's pick first, so we can't really know where they're going. I'll tell you this, if they pick Mirage, they've just done an absolute favour. Mirage and Inferno are two where, if you're on the side of OG, you love it when they pick those maps. So I hope you go into something weird like DOS 2, something along those lines, because otherwise I don't really see where you get chances. So Train's not terrible. I think actually Mirage would be a good one at this point in time. This is a bit of a curveball for me. I didn't necessarily expect Dust 2.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting Dust 2 either. However, I do like this Train pick coming out of Gen.G because, as you mentioned, Duncan, OG usually always ban Vertigo, but when they don't, their secondary ban is always Train. So I like the potential punish pick coming out from Gen.G. But this Dust 2, that's odd. They usually do tend to lean towards the Inferno and Mirage, but once again, Alexi B, deep strat book, deep understanding, and deep map pool.
Well, the good news is they get their choice for the third map anyway, so I guess there's a logic, like you get it as the insurance policy. If the other team 2-0s you already had bigger problems than the map pool anyway. I think at this point in time, I would actually personally go for Inferno if I heard that interview before, and I know that they barely practiced. This is a completely new lineup, and these aren't even players with any connection in their history. So I would prefer not to go to Mirage and give people kind of the FPL game, but it's going to be Mirage anyway. It's still a map that heavily favors OG. Remember, we barely know anything about Gen.G, so quite frankly, Gen.G's entire series starts just with their map alone, in the sense that they might not win this overpass.
It's going to be tough.
Oh, sorry, Train. Train was that.
Train was the first one, and you're right, Thorn. Mirage being that third map, that's Alexi B's playground. You know, all those 4-1 contacty type of plays that I mentioned he likes to call, that's all on Mirage. Yes. He's got so many of those different types of looks. So Gen.G, they've got to be ready, and they have to be able to win that initial kind of skirmish that generally happens on a default in the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, very interesting stuff here, at least to start off our pick and ban. Now, Yakindar said in his interview that he thinks it's 98% likely that they face OG in that winner's bracket match.
Okay. I'd just like to know what, like in that one, just say 100%. Why do you retain the 2%, Yakindar? That's what I want to know. What advanced calculation has he run that's given him that 2%?
Well, hey, it's 2020, you know? I mean, these matches, they are close. I'm not saying that Gen.G...
online.
It's online, right? And in my mind, I'm thinking, what is BnTeT going to do? What is Hanzo Ferdinand going to do? Because when I looked at his stats earlier on in this year, when he initially joined this Gen.G squad, when he was free, the honeymoon period was absolutely in there. When he didn't have the win conditions of his entire squad that he had to consider. When he didn't have to really focus on hesitating on his English skills and what kind of information he's giving to his squad. When he was in that state, he was popping off. He looked like he was farming in NA. He didn't look like he was phased at all. There was not an opponent that was making him kind of turtle up and look like a noob in the server, right? So I'm looking at BnTeT. Hopefully he's loosened up. Hopefully he's coming into this this series understanding that he has to be the star. There's no one else on Gen.G that is going to do what BnTeT can do.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw that feature beforehand about his time here in Los Angeles during the pandemic and everything that he's gone through this year. Let's get into our predictions right now, starting off with our pinnacle odds at the beginning of this map, and we are going to see the table first. Maui, oh my.
Wait, but we're all negative except Maui said it was 17.
See, this is what happens when people put 750 on C9.
True.
Yeah, it's not looking great for you guys.
Anders is hilarious, though, because here's the thing. I have no doubt, logically, right? Really, everyone who's like minus over 500 should have a red thing, but his is so egregiously over. It's like he just gets the red thing on its own.
He's just showing who's losing right now. Maui, the only person who's positive, and only then by 17. We have been going hard at the underdogs, I have to say, trying to win big. And everyone predicted Cloud9, which is why we have this resulting situation. And many people picked 750 on them, too. Brutal.
It's all in the strategy, Monty. It's all in the strategy. One of these bets, it'll pay off, right?
Yes,
it'll pay off. One of these bets.
One of these days.
All right, let's take a look at everybody's predictions right now. And, of course, we'll start with the biggest loser, Anders, who is going to be casting this game, who has put a conservative... Why would you do this? I put 750 on OG this time. Anders, explain yourself.
Well, this only because I had... Listen, I'm not going to lie, Monty. If I could have put 1,000 on Cloud9, I would have. Like,
Double down?
Yeah, I was all in. I'm not ashamed to admit that, you know. I was all in that Henry train, you know. I'm still on it. I'm going to do it next time. I'm saying it right now.
Anders and I had a conversation.
Cloud9 win the major?
He's calling it here already.
There we go.
So I had a conversation with Anders in the green room, and I'm like, you're the biggest rube of all time. Basically, I was like, if I told you that I had, a brand new shiny Corvette with the biggest engine, and it was definitely going to win this drag race, and I just tweeted it 50 times, you just bet on it, even if you had never seen it. and he agreed that he would. So.
Listen, I'm pretty sure this is how Pinnacle make their money, guys like us. All of us here are just making Pinnacle money right now.
Well, I mean, I'm sure they'd be happy if everyone was like Anders. But
Did you have that Corvette somewhere?
What's all this about this Corvette? Yeah, not into racing, but it sounds interesting.
Yeah, I might be ready to invest.
All right, how about the other analysts and casters who aren't here? Some of them more conservative on the old Cloud9 up there in the 650, 750 range on OG. Where are you guys feeling this one?
I mean, my logic was just, since I think they're the favourite anyway, and actually the odds were pretty heavily against the Gen.G guys, but it's not impossible, as Christine says. Like, listen, if Automac and BnTeT just pop off in the series, there's a miracle chance it can happen. So I just wanted to be like, let's just conservatively collect a nice little, you know, amount from OG, and then we'll wait for some more nice big odds and ridiculous underdogs to lose with.
Yeah, look, this is a long shot for Gen.G, but they've got the individual skill to be able to at least make this one competitive, and that's what I'm looking for.
Excellent. Well, we'll see how they do with these stand-ins and their new roster. Not that long to practice for Gen.G, but we'll see if they can muster any kind of firepower on our first map here. And casting the game, we're going back to Anders and Semler.
Oh my.
Where's my Corvette? What's going on?
Your Corvette.
I was being promised a car. I was had down payment ready. OG. I had PayPal. I could have transferred the money right away.
Oh yeah.
Don't even have it.
Not Bitcoin. All right, good. That's progressive.
Paying everything. It doesn't really matter. Listen, we're gonna get into this. Semler, tell me how you think about this match. Just, I'll give you my thoughts afterwards. What are we in for here?
I'm currently wishing that my first way with the points earlier today was to do 500, 500, and then I was like, you know, we'll put 600 on Cloud9.
All right.
400 on.
Tipping a little.
I mean, OG, 98%. I think I agree with you, Kinder. There's like a 98% chance that OG are just going to smash through here this pug and just get it over with and move on to the next one. There's too much firepower on OG. They've got strats. They've got, I mean, I think that they go toe-to-toe with any of the firepower on Gen.G. So, you know, given the fact that there's that depth of roster for OG, it just should really be them. That being said, there is firepower on Gen.G. That's what was being talked about on the desk there. There is firepower on Gen.G. They can give OG a run for their money, but...
Listen, I hope it's going to turn out that way. I think it's going to be a fucking mess, Semler. And
you do?
Yes. I think it's going to be an absolutely wild ride. Doesn't mean it's going to be not entertaining. I just think it's maybe going to be a little bit of a confusing game for Gen.G. But I'd love to be proved wrong, which has been happening a lot recently. So
I mean, dude, we have not had... I mean, no joke. This is how Pinnacle make their money. It's like guys like us who are just putting points in there.
That's exactly right.
We're all the way down there.
That's a nice little peek there. And I think that was also Isa pushing into T main, which is generally, you know, that's some good information. Not going to confirm everything, but it's going to be worth something, right? Shooting them in the knees, like it was Die Hard all over again.
Shooting him in the legs, Anders. Apparently it can be done.
Yeah, I guess so. They haven't heard anyone in T main. They haven't heard anyone at Ivy, and that's they didn't get a lot out of that. Oh, they got a smoke though. Look at that.
Yeah, he's got a smoke. Could swap out. That was a Glock though. Okay, on automatic. I thought it was a P250 for a second there. But this is going to be a B execute coming in. You have a lurk coming in from Kusta. He's over at Ivy right now. Reminder that Kusta is currently calling the shots for Gen.G, and that can be a tell. You know that OG are going to be aware of that information, and that may influence how they react when they see him on the map, where his positioning is. If he's all the way out here on the flank like this, could make OG think that it's going to be B.
What are they doing? They just threw their last smoke on the Gen.G side, so that's already out, and it's sort of blocking off between the trains over at B, as you can tell.
Oh, never mind.
Oh, there is a huge rotation. How have they just... I mean, I think still this retake could absolutely happen, but they've sold it so far. Kusta with a great flank, and that's going to be huge. Now, he doesn't even have to get any more kills. Just stay alive back here. Don't get found out. This is actually doable. It's going to be interesting to see. Man 2 will take down BnTeT right away. The bomb is down at the very least, and Kusta's showing up, tickling them a little bit with that Glock. And again, a couple of shots is all you need. Stay alive. That's the only thing that matters. Oh, Kusta coming in. Big kill to take down Isa. Man 2 falls next. The bomb is no longer being defused, and suddenly it looks like Gen.G are able to pick up this pistol. I can't see how Valda could fight his way out. It's Kusta with the triple kill. That is such a miracle that they make that work.
Yeah. I'm going to get mad at OG if this is how they decide to go, if they throw fundamentals completely out the window. So going into this match, that's what I was saying. You have enough firepower to measure up against Gen.G, no problem, OG. So what you need is to have the discipline of an actual team. You need to go back to the fundamentals and work on that, work with that. abuse the fact that you have more experience as a roster. But over-rotating so massively without having seen anybody apart from Kusta, no bomb, no nothing, just rotating everybody off B. Come on now, let's calm down a little bit here, OG. You're still going to have to take these guys seriously. This isn't full pug.
Well, not yet, Samla, but, you know, that pug is also, it's always lurking right on the surface, isn't it? You know, we're on thin ice here in this game, I reckon. That won't take a lot. Just one false move, and we're going to crash through right into that space. I actually would really like to rewatch that first round because I'm really not sure exactly what it was. That I mean, they had one smoke on B, and then like what was it, just Kusta making noise over at A, and they were like, all right, let's go.
He ran out on A, and they were just like, oh sweet. They saw him Ivy, spotted him Ivy, and that was the like they just spotted him and they rotated.
I'd almost say that our rotation was so much that I almost feel like they must have practiced against each other and sort of sold them the idea that they like doing. Like it's almost too much for OG just to buy that, you know.
I think that OG are just not expecting much from Gen.G. They're probably expecting very straightforward strategies, and so when they see Kusta, they're like, okay, cool, this is gonna be an A split. Let's just rotate over and smash him, right? Oh, buddy. Kusta's going to win out versus Alexi B, and there's a shot coming in. Freeze catches Velda looking the wrong way.
They've got double HE, so just keep that in mind, guys. If they go for the bomb plant here, let's see if they could line it up. It's not going to be just quite yet. Yeah, Mantu's going to put down one of them, and it's on BnTeT. He's got all the health, so that won't make a big difference. But for a second there, I actually thought maybe they could have done something cool where they sort of time it with the bomb plant. That could have been really fun. Doesn't look like that's what really is in store here. They picked up the AK that Automatic threw away out in the yard early on, and I was very seriously questioning what that was about, but it seems like it hasn't really had any impact on this round, so I guess fair play to Gen.G. Good round.
Oh, man.
Did you know you can sit on the faucets in these showers?
That sounds extremely uncomfortable.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. These aren't really comfortable looking showers anyway, are they? Like,
no, I mean, it's kind of just opened up onto the office as well here, you know? It's like, get a snack, take a shower real quick, get a snack while you're doing it. I don't know.
That's an incredibly liberal office policy, isn't it? Like, if you go and get something in that fridge, you're just essentially, like, if you just, like, slightly to the right, you're like, oh.
What is this, Finland?
Colleagues just showering, my guys. What's up?
Oh, this is in Russia, after all.
That is true, yeah.
They got a strong sauna culture out there.
Maybe
they're going to have a sauna at the train station.
Yeah, well, you're not wrong. Third round here. And that scout is still in play. Didn't do anything really exciting last round. Exist. Just throwing some bullets out there, why not? They're going to be pretty quick about it here, not messing around. MBK with a good kill before he went down, but I like this. I like this pace currently for Gen.G, although they actually slowed down just as I was saying that. But I was going to say, if you wanted to have that upset win, I feel like just exploding into this game and sort of, you know, overwhelming OG a little bit would be the way to do it.
This is the winning strategy. Get in there fast. You have nothing to lose if you're Gen.G. Absolutely nothing to lose. Nobody's expecting anything because you're a pug coming into this pretty much. You haven't had any time to play together, to practice together, exist as a stand in these sorts of situations, right? So the winning formula for you is to embrace the pug life and just get in there fast, play chaotic, and let OG overestimate. Or rather, underestimate, right? Overestimate their abilities, underestimate, you know, but essentially not take you seriously, and that'll get you some rounds, like we're seeing here. I really think this is OG kind of coming into this like, haha, okay, cool, guys, we're just going to be playing as a pug. Let's get in here and just smash them real quick. And they're not, they're giving Gen.G opportunities and rounds that they probably wouldn't give to other teams, right? That they're a little bit more prepared for. So right now it's 3-0 for Gen.G on the T side of Train.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
finally going to get that buy going.
It's obviously too early to be alarmed in any way.
I mean, I don't know, dude. OG have disappeared completely from series before, though, so now I'm a little bit worried.
No, I'm not.
Just a little bit worried.
Not even one tiny little grain of worry.
Just a little bit worried.
Nothing at all.
Just a bit.
No, it's the best of three, Samla. It's only the first 3 rounds. They just only want the pistol. That's it.
Hey, Anders, you and I watched FCS, man. 3 rounds tells a story.
Listen, when we get to the middle of this half or something, I'll revisit this. I'll tell you what I think at that point in time. For now, just waiting for it. Smart Molotov back there. Let's see, Manta looks like he wants to repick. This could be the beginning of a really good early start for Gen.G. If they can win this fight, he's at a bit of a strange off angle, and it's a one and done with the AWP. If he misses this, BnTeT will absolutely take him down. And BnTeT, though, also patient on the other side. Good return there from Kriaz, I'm assuming. to take down MBK.
I'm just calling him Craze.
Craze. Could be that too. Someone to find out. I don't know how you would, but. All right. See, the thing is, Mantu's still up there, so they can happily be three people out in the A yard at the moment, or at least over towards the A side of the map. Because as long as he's holding this position, they already feel like, all right, it's fine. Nice counter Molotov to buy some more time. That's pretty important.
Luckily, body blocks that smoke as well, so it's not perfect. If they don't know that, and you're already going to have Valda rotating off. So it is looking like this is going to be the A split in a moment here as they make their way out through Ivy. OG looking to get on the board in a big way here. Lexi B is going to catch one. Still does not have to worry. There's that smoke up. It's going to be very difficult for Gen.G to get in here and punish this. And Issa still hasn't even given away his position.
Yeah. And that is really huge. I think you're absolutely right to point that out. 15 seconds on the clock, and they're starting to see if they can make their way out. There was Isa coming in, and now there's absolutely nothing. Yeah, automatic. Better save that AWP, and OG find a way to calm down at least this round for now. Although, I mean, you know, if Mantu doesn't win that fight over there, who knows? If then the next thing that happens is MBK goes down, and suddenly it's a 5-on-3. So, you know, it's a pretty good round for OG, but there are some things you could have been worried about in this one too. No bomb plant.
No bomb plant. This is where it gets weird, though. If Gen.G starts slowing down, this is playing to OG's strengths, 100%.
I definitely think so, yeah.
So I really do think that Gen.G need to embrace the chaos and just play fast, play quick, play loose, and just get in there looking for some duels. So hopefully we'll see that change of pace now here from Gen.G, that they'll be able to get in here and look for some fights, maybe catch OG getting greedy again. Well, that's MBK through the smoke, going to take Kusta out. Mantu, you see they were ready this time, automatic with that AWP, had the angle on Mantu, and it's a 4-on-4 going onto the B site here for Gen.G.
Yep, and they're actually waiting for them. Pretty good smoke to create a little bit of cover. They're going to boost over it, in fact. That could be dangerous, but it's going to work just fine. Nice shot from Alexi B. Some deep grenades. Exist is actually going to take that one right to the face, but it is not done yet. Still a 3-on-3. There's no flank coming in anymore. The whole retake is going to be happening here from inside of the B bomb site. They have a couple of smokes, so they could do a lot, but they would love to get one more kill, and that's not going to happen. Exist lurking at the outside of the smoke, and he's able to just get a bit of a one-way looking over it to take down Alexi B. That's really cool, and now they can relax a bit more here on the Gen.G side. In fact, as you can tell, the OG team is so far away now that it almost looks like they've already decided make it expensive and then give up the round, and that's what they've done here. Some shots, so it's not that far away. Exist, can he make it out? I think he's going to be close to dying here. Yeah, that's it. The bomb just reaches him.
No way!
That's rough. So, I mean, it's an expensive round, but Gen.G, they actually did a good job of winning this round.
Wait, does the AWP get blown up towards him? Craze, right? Craze? Does he actually does that AWP, I mean, is that just Gaben giving him a little wink? Like, all right, you lost Exist, but here, have you. This is what you really wanted to save anyways.
You can have this one. That's a good, I don't know.
Okay. Well, 4th round on the board for Gen.G. Again, there we go. Quick play. Nice little read on the tendency there. Mantu trying to play aggressive. Gets caught out. A little bit too predictable there. Gen.G play off of that, and that nets them another round. Very well done here from Gen.G. I like it. Straightforward stuff. And they're in position right now to pinch onto A early as well.
Yeah, have slowed it down a bit now. Waiting to see if OG are gonna try anything. They're watching T main there. I think it's Kusta who's keeping us a slight eye on it every once in a while, which is just fine. But yeah, you can spend some time here if you want, especially because you know OG's economy won't be that good. So they're probably just seeing how many grenades are they going to be using. If they, you know, any smoke that goes down now from the CT side, the Ts will count as a bit of a victory. And OG are actually doing a fair job at holding on to their own smokes. It's going to be a flash setup here. Well, maybe. Mantu's just scoped up for now, so I guess it could be the other way around too, but I was almost ready for it. We'll see. What does he want to do? Even if he misses the shot here, I mean, I'm assuming Valda's going to swing right into that fight, so could be real dangerous. Instead, it looks like Kriaz is going to be setting up a smoke, and Valda, what does he want to do? Just walking backwards. All right. If that gets spammed, it could get really awkward.
Playing with games here. And right on the edge where that smoke clears could give him a little bit of an advantage as he waits on the other side. Yep. Oh, Craze is going to react in time. Mantu's there to trade it, though. Brings it back to a 4-on-4. Issa takes one with him as well. That was crucial You needed to make this a 3-on-3 for OG to have a chance at holding.
They're going to go for it, but, I mean, one death here, and yeah, they're done already, I think. How do you pick that up and go for the plant? NBK goes down. Yeah, but they're out of time no matter what. That is the problem. Man2 just has to live. Oh, wow. That did get a little bit close, but again, the time that's left, you really have to be banking on the fact that there's the entire rotation to the B bomb side already, and it just wasn't. But an expensive round for OG. I mean, I actually think Gen.G not going to be happy they lost the round, but I think in a broader sense, this is actually not that bad at all. They're already up 4-2. They're doing a lot of economic damage. They should be feeling all right.
Well, it looks like some kind of timeout's getting put into play here. Is it tech or tack? Technical pause. Technical timeout getting called here. As we are going to get a quick reset here, and we should be able to get back into it. Usually those problems don't take too long to resolve.
Yes, you have to hope for, but I mean, obviously, you know, want everyone to be able to speak to each other inside of the server. That is going to be critical.
Communication usually turns out it's a good thing, Anders, right?
It can really make the difference at the end of it. Don't get to quite hear enough of it these days, but yeah, it's sort of a fundamental feature of the game, I suppose. This 7th round, because they keep just losing so many rifles on the CT side, you know, they're not in that position where it's just like, oh, let's just win like, you know, 1 or 2 rounds, and then we've got like the massive economy and it's all working out. Could see they have to sort of spare grenades. They have to think about how they use those all the time. I think Gen.G they're definitely outperforming my expectations for now. It could change a bit, and I'm sure OG, you know, once they get a little bit more used to the style here, maybe it'll also start to look a little bit better for them. But yeah, so far so good. What's the second map? Second map was Dust 2. Yeah, that caught everyone off guard. But for Gen.G, that's probably pretty cool.
It's very good.
Got the aim for it then. Just
no, they've got, yeah, that's the thing. They've got the aim. If they can just make this chaotic, if they turn it into a series of duels, they can win out. If it goes to the end of the round, as we've seen now, where they basically lost to the clock twice, that's where they're going to hurt. That's where it's going to get real difficult for them. But if they can play quick, just get in there and try and get chaotic, this is going to get real fun. Nicely done there. Automatic times Montu perfectly. Right behind that flash. Frustrating start there for Montu. MBK recovers that AWP, but now it's going to be Action Valda. Going to spot the first one by. 2 guys there ready to rush him down. He's going to be hard-pressed to survive this, but somehow he's still doing it. He's still here.
Just really nice control. He should have jumped down and then went back up again, so they wouldn't know exactly where he is. Now backup is a little bit further away, and Valda's not going to get that second kill that he desperately needed. That would have absolutely changed the tie, but suddenly it's a 2-on-3. 2-on-4, actually. 2 of them are pretty low on the Gen.G side, so, you know, you could still turn it, but he needed that double kill for sure. There's so much time on the clock that Gen.G slowing this down makes a lot of sense. Quick jump down there. Automatic, getting shot in the toes a bit.
Yeah. That's an unfortunate turn of events there for Issa. Feel like that should be a freebie.
Look at how low they all are. 34, 41, 38 health on 3 of those players there for Gen.G. But it doesn't, I mean, it doesn't have to matter yet. You can still win this by just getting a kill on either bomb side, and no one is going to try and go for that 4-on-1 retake. It's not even clear that they know how much damage they've been doing. Let's see. Easer up here. Grenade in on the one side. Flashbang to force him down up on the high ground, and he doesn't even realize. That's going to be the round for sure. Even NBK. Almost, he's got 1 health left.
1 HP, yeah.
All right.
Well, let's see it. Bomb's going to get planted. Easy peasy. And they can even go out and try and hunt this. It's not like they have a bunch of money in the bank, but...
Well, you know it's an AWP, so the incentive is a little bit higher to try and get it out of the game, at least for a minute here. It really feels to me like now OG are taking a lot of forward battles, and that could also be an attempt to establish some kind of dominance early on. Saying, you know what, like you saw Man2's trying to do it a couple of times. Val did this round. Don't necessarily mind that approach, but obviously eventually if it really is not working and no one is sort of connecting with those early kills, maybe you have to call it off.
I think it kind of works against you. It's like, yes, you have the aim, but what you have that they don't is depth to the game, right? Or you should. But then again, I mean, this is still Train, and so that was mentioned on the desk going into this. I mean, this is Gen.G kind of going for a weak map as far as OG are concerned, and so trying to, you know, make it a bit scrimmy, trying to turn some duels in here, but also relying on OG not having as much experience, not being as comfortable on Train. I mean, this could be a winning formula for Gen.G to kick off the series. It's a must-win map for him. So, first tactical timeout getting called here by Gen.G. And so far, so good. I mean, they take the AWP away. This is going to be a hard eco from OG. It's looking better and better for him.
Yeah, I actually think they've done a remarkable job. It's even worse because OG's round loss bonus is really messed up because they've been trading, you know, like the 2 rounds they have weren't consecutive. So as a result, the 2 losses they have aren't consecutive. There's a lot of weird things that are happening right now, and they seem to be favoring Gen.G. I'm really impressed. I think this is great news. I did way too soon, I think, still to really to call it in terms of OG doing much, because I still wonder what happens if they get enough money to have, you know, everything and they don't give up some of those early duels. I think there is like a plan B in some sense. There has to be for OG to sort of say, let's just play a little bit more default. But now they're down at Ivy with a flash setup.
Sure, and that works. Exist is going to get caught here. He's got some backup arriving now, but he is still all the way out alone. Takes a wide angle, too. So big chance here for Montu at least to pick up an M4. Craze looking to cut them off, though. Issa is low. 1 bullet will do it. There you go. Does not know where Montu has run off to, but that's Montu probably just going to try and hold on to this M4. If he does, that's a full set of nades next round. Fully equipped.
Yeah, definitely the smarter choice. But 6-2 again. T-side Train. I mean, this is one of the few maps that is currently left that can still be pretty CT-sided if you get off to a good start and all that. So I think Gen.G are really looking good at the moment. Kreas has got 9-3, so he's performing really well. One of the players that we knew not that much about coming into this. Good sign, I would say. And BnTeT is at 6-3, so, you know, nothing super explosive, but definitely putting up a good game so far.
Yeah, yep, spotted. Spotted. But this is big, as you can see. Now you have an M4 that's in play. Oh, just $100 short for Montu. That's so unfortunate.
Yeah, he would have loved to have picked up that ult.
That would have been sick. Unfortunately, yeah, it's not going to happen for him. So it's just going to be rifles across the board here for OG. But this is somebody being fully equipped with everything that they need, kit, full set of nades, and that's going to be Alexi B taking that. So he will be able to carry that M4 over, and he will have extra gear going into this key round. 6-2, Gen.G in the lead on the T side. And OG looking to fight back. Craze, though, really quick out through main, and he may have spotted Alexi B's shadow.
He's certainly well aware. Calling in for a Molotov, that could definitely be behind that. Yep, some good little attention to detail. MBK grenaded once and a second time. He's not enjoying that whatsoever. Alexi B nearly catching it, but Craze will still pick up the kill on MBK. In spite of the communication and everything, it just wasn't enough. HE will do a little bit, but they've actually really confused this A defense. You could tell. And he's just going to continue. Huge double for him right now.
Dude, that was sick. Just waits out that flash as well. No fear at all. He knew that he had Alexi dead to rights. So 2-man advantage for Gen.G in this round, and OG right now are getting swarmed. They're getting swamped. Let's see, Valda and Issa, last 2 alive, and now this is drawn out long enough for them to start wondering if this is going to be a B-site hit. Spread out, OG. It's only Issa alive on A. Molly comes in, he's going to be forced around the corner, and pretty soon he should be going down, although Valda's going to get the flank. Issa and Valda each finding a kill.
Valda, this is dangerous. He can't really get any cover. Yeah, they know where he is. He does not have a defuse kit. He's got no grenades or anything else, so he would need to get that kill that he was just battling against Kusta for almost immediately, and then still it would have been hard to track down Automatic at the end of it. But now that they've sort of fallen a little bit back and are playing it a little bit more safely, it's just going to be hard all the way around. Automatic trying to see if he gets to catch him there. Valda goes down at the very end. So nice round out of Gen.G. They take all the rifles. They're up 7-2, and OG look real uncomfortable.
This is one of those stats now where I'm kind of wondering. But I always get the feeling that A train must be, if not the hardest bomb site to retake, maybe second hardest.
It's really high up there, yeah.
You know?
There are a
It's
lot
like-
of issues.
Yeah, there was Dust 2, like B-Site Dust 2, Nightmare mode.
Yeah.
But I always feel like A-Site Train is just insane. All the angles that somebody has to hide, it's just so difficult to win.
Right, and whereas, you know, B on Dust 2 is tricky because of the choke points, you're right. A on this map, and maybe to some extent even B on this map, is hard because it's just the amount of angles, right? You can get in there, but how do you check everything? It's just not that easy. Again, a push-up from NBK on the one side. Mansu, oh, that's a nice find. Big double for him. Alexi's going to take down Kriez. Gen.G, I mean, the focus here needs to just, you know, stay all the way at the top because there's no point in throwing away rounds like these, even if those were some good pistol kills, but still, they need to make sure they absolutely win these rounds. NBK, exploding exists face, and that is going to leave Automatic alone in a 1 versus 4. So, not a lot that he could do here unless, again, they start fighting him one at a time.
That made me happy there for a second. NBK exploding exists face. You know, it's like, oh, what year is this?
It's, yeah.
Those guys have been going head-to-head for how long now?
Got some history, don't they? Oh, and a missed shot. Well, a weird, surprising third round somehow being picked up by OG. This is a gift that would almost be disrespectful if they just throw it away and lose these next rounds. Like this is where they need to say to themselves. I'm sure they are. Win all these rounds back. It's going to be 5-7. Oh, sorry, 8-7 here. Just let's go. You know, get the next 5 rounds.
Oh yeah. Get the next 5, smash them. I mean, double AWP now for OG on the CT side. And this is going to be the 4th spot coming in from Gen.G. They could afford an op. Automatic, he's been doing decently well. Nothing spectacular. But he's just been whittling away at them. BnTeT, there's the flash into a main. There's the push. Pusta still going to manage to get one. And he could even set himself up for a second here. NBK will trade him. That took so long, though. And now NBK kind of caught in the corner. Full flash. Doesn't matter. Still gets the kill. These are big plays coming in here from OG.
They are the Molotov. He's going to run into it. That's so dangerous. He's out of bullets. Oh, no. NBK. That surely would have been a kill right away. He's on 1 health. Automatic. Hard to even really comprehend. Yeah, smoking up for his teammate. He might as well do what he can with these grenades while he's still got a chance to stay alive. And weirdly, Kriez has got, instead of Mac 10, so awkward round all across the board here.
Just what Gen.G want.
Or go for the bomb plant.
Yes, exactly. Get this bomb plant down, and then you can cut them off. Of course, B-side, as you can see, so many places that they could potentially hide, but he's just going to go ahead, get this bomb planted. And, well, they definitely know now, OG, they are on the wrong bomb site.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Having Automatic up there with the AWP is so amazing, but they have so many grenades, and he's on 1 health, so let's just see. Kriez in this corner. Val, they're going to go check for him. Mac 10 will actually stand up to that, and now he's going to run. No, actually, they're not quick enough here. They're a little bit slow, so he's going to get a double kill instead. I thought he was locked in already. Oh, no. This is odd. The grenade leaves him on 2 health. There's no winning. I can't believe it.
No way.
This is fairly unacceptable from OG's point of view, I would say.
What even is going on, Anders? They both die as well.
In celebration.
Ah, because of where they planted the bomb, it was just close enough. Still, this start here. Kusta, 1 for 1. That's monster.
Yeah.
And NBK, he did everything he could this round. It was looking so good for OG, and yet they just completely fluffed it. Automatic surviving with 1 health. That's too much.
Crazy times. 5 rounds down our OG at the moment. They were gifted that 3rd round and all the money that came with it, and they've just given it right back. And can't be having that, can we?
No, it could be. I mean, this is definitely looking very good for Gen.G all of a sudden. 8 rounds on the T side versus OG's 3. OG, they do have money to go for a buy here. And this time around, it's going to be a little bit of a presence getting shown here. Brown Halls towards the B site from Gen.G. Nobody currently pushed main, and that's NBK taking it over. So they will have some ground to cover here, Gen.G. But it is kind of the group and go towards B. It looks like they're still holding on to Brown Halls. They've held Pop Dog Automatic, you can see. Made sure nobody was able to get up here for information.
Yeah, I think NBK, I like what he's doing here. They have so few grenades on the CT side. So instead of just crossing his fingers and hoping for the right timing. He's just going to try and hold on to it until he basically sees someone, I guess. Or until Isa gets pushed back, if that's what's going to happen here.
Nope. Luckily for him.
They started the... Yeah, I was going to say, Mantu was starting to rotate back, and that would have been the wrong move. Valda's going to need him in just a couple of seconds here. Speaking of seconds, 30 of them left, and now they're starting to make their way up on the high ground. Valda could hear that, and somehow he gets bested by the Mac-10, just falling off the ledge. Oh man, I guarantee he's going to be mad. That's Gen.G just winning the round.
Anders, this is actually just going to be us, no. I was going to say, our pinnacle points, man. It's not looking good.
No, I'm digging for that rock bottom at the moment. You know?
At least I've got that. At least I've got you ahead of me on that one. So there's no winners with the pinnacle points, but there's definitely going to be a loser. So
yeah, and we still haven't announced what the punishment is. That's going to be happening on Sunday, I believe. So very likely. I mean, I've made my own suggestion, so it would be just fitting, wouldn't it, if that's what we end up doing?
You've made your own suggestion
for punishment. That is. Yeah.
Oh no.
I don't know if we have a list
you better be
going
highly
somewhere.
motivated now.
Well, there's still time. I can turn it around. I'll go all in on whoever is the biggest odds.
Just
tomorrow.
you'll make it all back.
Yeah, that's how it works.
One bet.
This is upsetting. It's actually hard to watch.
Dude, a Mac-10 dropping down and winning that duel is insane.
I think he even like dinks in mid-air or something stupid like that, and this works out. 9-3. I am really shocked. Even if you factor in OG not really sort of as I think Christine was saying on the desk, fairly that this is their second most common ban for OG.
Mm-hmm.
But I still think I'm still not satisfied. It's not enough.
This really makes you wonder. Four players on A right now for OG, just trying to lock it down. And again, they got some rifles in this round, but it is going to be Gen.G once again showing a little bit of a presence. Oh, exists through the smoke. And they've seen this before, OG, so what do they read out of this situation? Could be expecting two players out towards Ivy right now. And so the answer for OG, it looks like, yep, to start clearing out main, or at least getting a little bit more of a presence over here.
Giving up B entirely. And, I mean, it's not such a crazy idea when you have very few grenades. You have really a lot of rifles. You've got armor on 3 out of 4 players. It's a huge risk, but at the same time, I don't know if being, 1B, 3 on A is going to be that much better. Roll the dice, and looks like they might actually get what they want. Although I still don't think this will be an easy defense at all.
Oh man, that first shot is insane. That opens it all up. Just like that, everybody getting wiped out. Anders, we've got double digits on the T side for Gen.G on train. 10-3.
Yeah, they are certainly way overperforming my expectations.
They're just annihilating OG right now.
Yeah.
Is this just due to, expectations, right?
Yeah, I mean, it could be that we're just plain wrong about the level of Gen.G, at least in this particular matchup. But again, it is the third map, but who knows?
Or this is just a hard caster curse.
Yeah,
like,
everyone's been saying
next level, because we full predict Cloud9. Cloud9 lose. And then we all pretty much predict OG. It would only be fitting for there to be...
We have that kind of power.
Exactly.
Maybe.
Guys...
He walks right into essentially a Booster and Kriya sandwich. BnTeT swinging out wide after having warded off for just a second Alexi B on that AWP. He just turns and takes down MBK. And again, they're just winning every single fight across the board. I mean, that does help when you're trying to take any site, really, on any map. If you can enter with a couple of kills and not lose anyone.
Listen, who needs strats when you can get headshots?
It's great.
Yeah. Turns out that actually is a pretty good winning formula. We've seen that work in the past. And well, Gen.G, they've unlocked it. They've figured it out. They've gone through those dusty tomes and scrolls of CSGO strats covered throughout the years. And then they found it all the way at the back of the shelf, Anders. And it was just one piece of paper. And written in bold Sharpie was...
get double entry.
Get double entry. Just hit headshots. Click heads. Oh, yeah, of course. It was so obvious all along.
It's working out. at an incredible level at the moment. Again, 14-5 on Chris. Kuster at 13-7. And the rest trailing a little bit behind, but it doesn't really matter when you're winning this much. Who really cares? They have some kills on the other side. Valde is, 3-9, and obviously he is, one of the people we're definitely going to be looking for to put up a lot on this OG team. So not really been happening so far. We're going to go into the 15th round, the last of the half, and I really don't know where OG have gone.
They are currently wondering that themselves. I mean, we've seen this in the past, though, from OG. Obviously didn't think we'd be seeing it now, but they have vanished from the server sometimes, where for whatever reason nothing seems to work for them, and they just cannot seem to do anything. And even NBK, at times, he's even gone for like the tweets, like just getting yeeted out of the server, stuff like that. So OG are aware of it. They know that this can happen. I just wasn't expecting it to happen here versus Gen.G. But I guess that's the usual way these things work. 11-3 for Gen.G going into this final round of the first half. It's a full buy for OG, double AWP. This didn't work last time, so let's see if they can change that around here, OG. This though.
Okay, they're just gonna smoke it. That buys them some time to go and check out T-main if they want to. Of course, that Molotov is sort of slowing them down, but it looks like they kind of do want to go for a bit of a fight here. Walking in around the corner, no flashbangs or anything, but I'm sure it's going to be tested. Kuster's just ready for this instant headshot. Yeah, he had the perfect angle for exactly that fight. They've spotted them out, but again, this is just keeping a lot of people on the A side, and they're not really committed to anything yet here, Gen.G. Nice shot on automatic. He's getting ones with the smoke at the very least, but 4-on-4, and looks like the bomb is making its way down pop lock now.
That's unreal. Dude, Craze is nuts. Like, this guy, he's 15-5 right now. He's just beasting. And while it is still going to be a 3-on-3, Alexi B doing the best he can to buy some time here. He needs to survive to allow for his team to rotate through. Finally gets caught by BnTeT, but now his team have made it to the back line. Mantu and Valde trying to work together. Valde going to miss his shot, though, and Mantu now in a 1v3. AWP in hand. A dream. And he's going to pick up the first one. BnTeT is out, but that's the element of surprise lost. Kusta and Exist now working together with a crossfire established already.
Yeah,
How do you get out here?
I don't think that's even possible. Again, if they just play it safely here, you have to go and tap the bomb and all of that. They're going to be a little bit early, but they could have even played it even safer than that. It doesn't really matter. It's 3-12 at the end of the half, favoring Gen.G. Definitely no longer looking like an underdog, at least for now, but I don't know what it'll take for OG to wake up in this match. It's going to be a lot, I reckon. It's a long road back. I mean, even on the second map, right? No one's really been warmed up here, so a little bit tough. We'll find out if they can do anything in the second half. It's coming up after the break. right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 12-3 at the end of the half in favor of Gen.G. We're on train. It's the first map of the best of 3, and nothing's working for OG.
No, and there was a fun fact that was brought up by one of our statisticians. Shout out to the production crew. 8 years ago, NBK and Exist played each other for the first time at DreamHack Valencia 2012 in the finals, and NBK outdueled Exist 7-2. Doesn't matter, though, because NIP still won. Because at that point in time, NIP were unbeatable. They were gods.
That is what happened, yeah.
That was the history. But, dude, these guys have been going at it for 8 years now. That's so sick. That's some longevity in the CSGO scene.
Yeah, it's one of the things that makes this such a cool space, isn't it? We have these people lingering around for a really long time. I'm watching 3 HE grenades on Gen.G, which to me is a sign that they've got some sort of tricky plan. Although Koreas did just throw one of them out there and another one here. So no plans at all. That's really disappointing. But a good shot from Kusta to take down Issa. So I guess they don't need the HEs technically. That's a nice return.
There we go. P250. Putting Exist on notice. There is a little bit of damage getting taken by Alexiabi as well, but BnTeT's going to catch out Mantu. 3 remaining players for OG pushing out onto this A site, and they are just taking fights straight up against USPs at range. Valda, though, shows up with 2 big kills, but they are now very tagged up on OG's side.
Yeah.
They're battered. They're bleeding. And
yeah,
Alexi is just waiting.
Yeah, I mean, seeing if there's a rotation and obviously waiting for Valor to get into position. Although Kusta is right there. He's just going to shoulder peek it once, see if the timing is going to work out. He may think that he's already checked it. We'll see. Is he going to go for it again? Valor walking in at the right time, and that's just an execution kill. It's so easy for him. If Kusta had checked, a little bit later, maybe it would have worked out. Bomb is being picked up, and Korea is now walking out again. A bullet will almost do it, but he's already been tagged, and now he is low. And somehow they could actually turn this OG, which again, I mean, the road back is still very, very long, but it's impressive that they've managed to get this far into the round. Korea's with 1 kill. He does have a kit, so he's got a little bit of time here. Oh, and he just shoots him right in the face. That is amazing. What a 1 versus 2.
What was that shot?
That was
deadly. That was so sick.
That was so deadly. 17 and 6 on Koreas. That's very cool.
Dude, he didn't even have the angle advantage there. He had to swing and insta-give him. No margin for Eric. Dude, Kreese is just nuts.
Looks like he was back around. Yeah, everyone's looking like, what?
Yeah. You know that they wrote that off. Like, pistol didn't go our way. That's kind of rough. Okay, fine, fair enough. And then that happens. Dude, he's 17 and 6 right now.
What a badass.
But dude, Kusta as well, 17 and 8.
Right.
They're just popping off against OG. OG just making sure that they can still walk straight after that one. OG sitting at 3 rounds. What?
Listen, if I had more points, Semler, I'd be so ready.
Dude, this would have made us all back. Are you kidding me?
It's great.
Oh, these are map 1 odds, though, I guess.
Yeah, that's true. We don't.
Fair enough. We don't want to be putting our no points on this one.
If ever at any point in this tournament there's where the opening odds are 17 and 1, I'm in.
Yeah. It's just worth.
We still don't know what it is that OG need, or what it is that isn't really working. They haven't shown us much of anything. Gen.G are, just playing way better Counter-Strike at the moment. OG seems slightly confused. Exist with a good kill, but he's going to go down right afterwards. Good grenade, but unfortunately, NBK was swinging even as it was coming out. So, pretty quick round. OG not really slowing this one down, and so far that's working.
This is essentially what you need in these situations. Just very quick play, get in there. This is exactly what Gen.G were doing when it was working for Gen.G, at least at the beginning. It was just very quick, aggressive plays, relying on the duels to carry him through. And well, now, you still have the monster alive, the raid boss, and he's wondering if it's going to be B. This is a tough one. Although Automatic has worked his way all the way through Ivy, he still has yet to spot anybody. Would be hard for him to spot from that position, though, all the way back in T-spawn. But as he clears out main, this might get interesting. It's looking like Mantu's aware of this, though.
Yeah, they've called a complete, just a freeze across the board. Actually, that Gen.G was doing something similar. When you're that early in the round, I mean, you have time to say, just slow down, see if they're pushing. Got to say, it's impressive as well. Automatic hasn't turned the corner yet. Might just be waiting for the bomb plant. But yeah, this is a coin flip from really either side. There's the bomb. So yeah, that's when Automatic is going to start to make a little bit of a move. Still being watched here, though. And Mantu, you nearly could have had that one Automatic. But yeah, a step forward and he's going to go down. He's no idea. He still gets the kill and picks up Mantu. Oh man, Mantu knew for a long time what was happening. That's really odd. And now it's MBK 1 versus 2 up here in the sniper nest. I mean, this is not so easy with the FAMAS necessarily. They do have a kit as well on Krias, and it's going to be automatic. Just all 3 kills going his way. What a strange round.
He just got slapped. This is just automatic. What a round from Tim. 14-3. Gen.G are just mauling OG right now. They can seem to do no wrong. I've been face-bombing so hard that our makeup artist is coming over here to just help me out here for a second to save me. Because there have been many rounds that have just been crazy.
I know. Ether is at 5 kills, Valdez at 7, all the rest are at 10. This is a real mess. I said in the beginning I thought it would be a mess, but I thought it would be Gen.G. I was throwing them under the bus before we even got started. I was that confident.
I mean, this is like the true power of the Caster Curse. Full display right here. Got beat 2-0. And OG are currently struggling mightily on this first map. Granted, it is worth keeping in mind that this is not a good map for OG. Gen.G definitely got a counter pick involved here. They managed to pull a fast one on OG. And, well, I mean, you can tell that OG just not a big fan of this map at all. And so keep in mind, we've got Dust 2 coming up next, and then Mirage is the decider. This is not done by any means. But this will certainly have been a good map for Gen.G to kick things off on. No bomb plant means it's going to be pistols, Kevlar. Maybe they can squeak a rifle. Yeah, Galil out. But this is just a phenomenal start for Gen.G in the series. And it feels to me like we're going to get 3 maps on this one, Anders.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm holding out a little bit. I want to see what the start of that Dust 2 pick looks like. A lot of grenades going over. It's just nearly getting exploded. That's a cool little trick, but is it going to be quite enough here? Yeah, 15-3. Really interesting beginning. I think the problem again is like, they're getting beat up so badly that you have to imagine no matter what for OG, even if you say, it's not really our best map or like no matter we like or whatever, still got to think, well, yeah, but how are we just losing every single duel across the map for like, 19 rounds in a row?
Yeah.
I mean, that can change if you start off well on Dust 2, right? Like maybe you forget it a little bit quicker, but it would be way more beneficial if they could play their way a little bit into this map at least, get a couple of rounds here, start to really warm it up. Nice shot. BnTeT going down, scout there on Mantu. Still 45 seconds, and the bomb is being brought down. Ivy. Bit scary though if Isa leading there with the Galil, if he goes down, then suddenly the bomb is being brought in on a scout with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, they're running this clock down. Oh, the timing!
That is ridiculous.
And this works out for Gen.G because now they'll just save these 3 guns for the next round and it'll be fine. No need to even attempt a retake here. But that's CSGO in a nutshell right there, isn't it? Hold an angle patiently. The split second that you glance away is when they will peek. It's just written. So it's like a code. It's in the Matrix.
We've all been there.
Many, many times.
So yeah, they are going to be saving the guns somewhere across the map. And that will give a 4th round to OG. They have set themselves up for an amazing comeback if it ever gets there, There's always that. Always have to think about that. Automatic holding the one side. Yeah, not even really hunting for it all that much. Just letting it go and continuing into the 20th round where Gen.G actually, they can still buy an ult there. I think BnTeT picking that one up and throwing it over to automatic. So they're going to have some money to work with still.
Losing it a little bit there.
Almost breaking the chair.
Just breaking stuff, Anders. I mean, they're only points, Anders. It's
yeah. I love it.
You still don't. I'm still very curious to see what the punishment's going to be for last place this week. It's going to be fun.
I am too.
Hey, it's not like I'm that far behind you either. I'm right there with you, bud.
A lot can change. Never count on this. BnTeT getting traded. Nice double kill for Isa, opening up from main. And they're going to go down onto the B bomb side at what looks like a really great timing as, yeah, Crazy's going to make a jump and just realize, hold on.
Yep. That one jump gives him so much, that just saved them. Quicker rotation coming through, but yeah, that molly. And then the smoke follow-up. It's going to be so difficult for Gen.G now. This is pretty much impossible.
Yeah.
I think you save again.
Well, if you can, because Isa's already out looking for you. That's really the issue. And I don't know how they would expect to find Isa that quickly down at Ivy. That's going to feel really odd if they suddenly go down. Kuster is about to walk into it. Well, nearly did. But yeah, this is going to be a 5th round no matter what here for OG. And unfortunately for Isa, can't find that 3rd kill. But yeah, good call. I mean, good timing on that for OG just as they were rotating into the A-bomb site.
What a mad lad.
Just went for it.
What even was that? I guess he expected him to be in brown halls at that point, trying to pull back on the other side, but okay. That was unfortunate there. I was about to say that, you know, Craze can do no wrong, but this time he gets caught, he gets punished. Still, he's right up there. I mean, Costa, Craze, BnTeT, 19, 18, 17 frags apiece, looking very good. And, well, over on OG side of things, there's a couple guys, you know, getting into the double digits, several, tied at 11, NBK Montu and Alexi B. So, starting to get some kills on the board here, starting to show some fight. 15-5, Gen.G map point, 10 of them still on their CT side. But this is going to be, BnTeT hitting a spicy headshot.
They just need to slow this down. I mean, they've got some rifles coming in as well, so anything you can do like that. Krias, yeah, he needs some timing on this. If he goes straight down the ladder, Isa's already watching it down there, or Alexibi, I think, so don't want to be doing it too quickly. Oh, nice shot from Automatic, holding that diagonal angle, and now maybe you could go for it, and this would just be perfect for Gen.G to close it out like this. It's going to be 16-5. Didn't even need all the guns or anything like that. A couple of good headshots, and they take Train away from OG. Only the first map in the best of 3, but still, gotta say, that is really impressive, and OG need to wake up and do whatever they can to get into Dust 2, because that is the second map, and if they can't wake up for that, it's going to be a huge upset. We'll see how it goes after the break.
Ah, yes. Gen.G absolutely blowing the fuck out of OG on Train, just as we all expected, right, guys?
Yeah, the script is just kind of writing itself out here, isn't it? This was quite the surprise. And it wasn't like Gen.G was doing any particular crazy strategies or being really innovative across the map. It was pretty cut and dry, defaulting across the map, and OG just seemed to be caught off guard time after time.
Yeah, but still, even with a map that OG has not been good on Train, it's still a bit of a shock here to see this level 16-5 of dominance from Gen.G. And also, it has to be said, nobody even mentioned Kriaz's name coming into this match. In fact, there was so little hype around this guy, even compared to some of the players that on Dignitas Vi that got picked up heading into this season. So he had an amazing performance by a rookie unknown player's standards, at least on this one map.
Yeah, I mean, he is a player who has pro experience. It's not as ridiculous as that Heap scenario where he didn't even have a map registered on HLTV.org. Like, he stood in for Fnatic at ESL Pro League in the last season. He was playing for Simon Gaming over in the CIS region. So he's played a little bit, but certainly I asked around in the Swedish scene. I didn't hear anything. Like, even the players who knew him were like, I'm surprised he's getting that gig, actually. So impressive from him, not something you could anticipate. But then I also look at this equation. Listen, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. This is actually one of the worst maps. It's the other map, aside from Vertigo, that they always ban in OG. But I'm not going to give them a break in that sense. Like, I certainly think in the series they can reset. But when you're the veteran team, even if they spent their few days of practice only practicing this map, how have they got everything down? How is your CT side non-existent? Why are you always passive? Terrible calls, it looks like, coming in. Bad communication. There's no 2vX game for this team whatsoever. So I think, listen, as much as I'll give credit to the Gen.G side, what an appalling display from the guys in OG.
Well, especially Gen.G started T-side and absolutely dominated that half on a CT-sided map. So you're really playing from the back foot after halftime if you're OG.
Yeah, and again, as I mentioned, there wasn't really anything crazy coming out of Gen.G. There wasn't even a lot of rushes. So it wasn't like the aggression caught off OG, or it wasn't like the strategy caught off OG. They just lost map control all across the board, where there was Inner, Kriaz lurking through the smoke upper, picking off Valde time after time, or Issa losing that popped up control. And once you just start losing little portions of the map like that, you saw it. Gen.G just slowly poking and prodding and just winning out the duels. So this was a pretty cut and dry Train for me, and pretty surprising that OG looked so out of sorts.
Yeah, and let's start by taking a deeper look at one of the rounds, starting with the pistol here in the second half, Thorin. What did you see from Gen.G?
I can't lie, I actually thought we were talking about the pistol of the beginning of the game, so I can't tell you anything about this one.
Okay. This pistol, it started off once again with OG finding some picks, but BnTeT showing up huge, and really Kusta showing up huge. I think Kusta's stats were absolutely wild this game, winning out majority of his opening kills. But OG, you know, Valde, he found the pick here. It's a post-plant scenario. This was a situation that OG looked like they should have won, but Kriaz coming out of nowhere and finding those one-taps with the USB. And Kriaz, he was able to pull out rounds like this on the first half as well, and in the second half.
Yeah, and it chained into round 17 as well, where Gen.G continued that dominance, right, Potter?
Yeah, exactly. And once again, Exist finding the pick again. And I know that the OG guys were kind of caught off guard with Exist finding these opening picks, especially towards that sandwich. But again, OG find themselves in a post-plant scenario, 3 versus 2, but peeking into automatic. He's nowhere near the bomb, mind you. He's in T-Con. And again, it just falls apart.
Look at the timer at the top of the screen. He had all the entire bomb timer, so there's no real reason to peek now. When they peaked, actually, we won't say what they were saying, but basically, like, there's a clear miscommunication there. Those two people could peek together. They could neither peek. They could say, if I die, he has to be at this spot. Instead, they essentially just one by one gave him just a gunfight. And I will say, I think it was Valde who was on the left there. Just based on the fact that he was crouched for a long time. I'm guessing he just whiffed his spray, unfortunately. It's one of those ones where, like, everything was going wrong for OG pretty much in this game.
That's right. Well, we are going to head into a second map here. So tell me about your expectations for OG and the rest of this series coming off the hard loss.
I think once again, we have to remind everyone that Train is OG's worst map. Coming into Dust 2, I think this is going to look very much differently. Again, I like Alexi B's micromanagement. Dust 2, way more of an open map. Mantu is going to feel a lot more free. Issa, even if he gets poked and prodded away from whatever map control he's going to want, he's going to have a secondary plan. He's not going to be just isolated towards a single room like on Train. So I think these players are going to feel a little bit more loose going on to Dust 2, but the same can be said for Gen.G as well.
Yeah, I actually also now want to see Alexi B get a chance to call a T-side because it was such a dreadful CT half.
Yeah.
He never really got in a position. This is a map where he can mid-round. We can maybe see some of the strengths. I'm expecting this to be the hard reset. Great job by the ones on there. They held serve on their map. We come into the next one. Hopefully it's a great one. Dusk can be a close game. And then we get the 3-map series.
Yeah, and Gen.G, is there an opportunity here for them to realistically close this out, or are we really expecting just a dominant Gen.G Dust 2 performance?
The problem is,
OG,
like,
excuse me.
there wasn't really any reason why they would win train aside from OG's just not good at train. So I don't really know. Like, you can't just take what you saw on one map and just say it'll replicate and copy and paste over. So at the moment, I still have to see it proven. If they win the series, then I'll start to, give them some credit.
All right. Are there any bright spots for you, Christine? Do you think any of the Gen.G players can rise to the occasion here for what would be an enormous upset here in Flashpoint?
Man, I'm hopeful, Monty. I'm not going to lie to you. A part of me the way Kusta was moving in there, automatic. He didn't have the most kills, but I know he's been working hard on getting back into form. He was a top 20 player in 2018, right? So certainly they've got the skill to get them across the board. Dust 2, again, the loosey-goosey style that I wanted to see coming out of Gen.G, it's absolutely there. Dust 2, they have the opportunity. They really do.
All right, well, let's take a look at our updated Pinnacle odds at this very moment so we can see the line has come down. It is down, but it's still extremely, you have to say, in favor of OG, as you would expect. Anders still salivating at that 3.17 for Gen.G. He didn't actually predict them this time, though. He didn't do his
Have a chance then. There you go. He's the worst one at predicting so far, so yeah, probably win.
Finally a victory potentially for Anders here in our Pinnacle point prediction game. But yeah, as we come in, if this goes to a third map and we're back here one more time, what are you guys going to be looking forward in that third map of play?
Third map was Nuke, right?
No,
it was Mirage.
Inferno.
Yes.
Oh, Mirage.
It was Mirage.
Oh,
yes.
If it gets to a third map,
I think that's where OG gets the heavy favourites.
Yeah,
I mean, that is another map that very much plays in the Alexi B wheelhouse. They're very comfortable on that one. I think the opening's a lot more easy. So I think if it goes to a third map, it's not impossible for Gen.G, but I'd have to see something special on this map, even if they lose.
Well, OG, it's your time to turn things around here. We're going to head right into our next map with Anders and Semler.
Oh, yes. I just want to say, it isn't, I've got like 250 points on OG, so that 1.37 returns not
Dude,
gonna make any difference for me.
We're so far behind right now, and I love how we're just getting roasted by the Pinnacle social media account, so shout out to the Pinnacle intern. You're doing good work. You're doing good work there.
Listen, I find it all to be fun. It's great. I love it. And just again, we don't know what the punishment is yet, and there's still a couple of days left before we get there, so, I remain hopeful. I'm optimistic. In life in general, I don't think it's all that bad, really. No. I'm not even sure we're living in the real world, Semler, so who really cares?
We've been wondering for years, Anders.
Gen.G and OG. It's a best of 3. It's the second map coming up here at Flashpoint 2, and it's going to be OG starting on the T side with Gen.G on the T side, and they just got, they just got completely slapped, didn't they, on that train map. So we shall see. I'm ready to give OG a second chance, but I think that's also it. If this doesn't work, no more second chances, and I'll be way more critical. BnTeT hiding inside of the smoke, and he's got the right idea. He's got Kusta in here. Oh, such a cool idea for Gen.G. It doesn't quite work out when they already lose one, and yeah, that's the problem is you always need to cancel it, but I actually think that's a very, very interesting plan there for Gen.G.
What a shame that BnTeT is. It looked so good for BnTeT there. But the watch was on from OG. They were aware of it, and yet, Anders, this is looking like a B split. Where are the remaining 3 players for Gen.G?
All in B.
Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. If this happens, OG have no way.
This is a fantastic call. I mean, obviously if they're all going A, we'll say, oh, no, they're not watching A or whatever, but that's just how we are.
They're expecting there to be a rotation towards A from Gen.G because of the guys that are dead, and now they're just going to walk right into the trap. This is the gamble here.
Exist in the corner. Ooh, he's going to get one good headshot. Keeps going. He's got a couple of more bullets. Oh, no. Now he has to reload. It's still a 2-on-2. He does get the reload in, but he's still going to be going down. And now it's Krias. Can he do it again? He will stand up for the headshot and take down NBK. That is a huge win for Gen.G and a great call.
I'm beside myself, dude. I can't handle this.
Listen,
this is too much.
Yeah, and OG must be feeling out cold in that moment, right? They must be feeling like,
you just got
wow.
owned so hard.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, there were the 3 there. I mean, it was the best case scenario for Gen.G. That was the gamble, but that's Alexi B getting too deep in his head where he's like, okay, wait, we got to kill, we got two kills mid. They're going to have to rotate somebody over to A, right, to cover that ground. And so the B side should only have 1 guy there. And, you're just going that deep into it, and it just happened that Gen.G called the B stack.
Yeah, but I mean, the math makes perfect sense, right? From Alexi B's point of view. It's like, yeah, of course, like, chances that they have all 3 at B are really low. And I mean,
and then, it's the 1v1 clutch, and it works perfectly for Kreese. So, I mean...
Oh, they screwed the run boost. Here we go, but it's Glocks. They're just going to come running out. Automatic. Not that many bullets for this entire fight here. Kuster also a little bit uncomfortable with the UMP, although a good lineup there. That actually slows it down, and that means no bomb plant. Well played on Kuster. That's a quad kill. I thought they were going to get him and a bomb plant, and maybe even a rifle. That would have been weird.
Indeed. That flash was impeccably timed to keep him alive, or rather to to keep him from saving automatic there on the site. So could not have gone better. It is going to be, Kuster with the triple sprays. You can see he even manages to get that last USP kill in. So that means that there's an AWP in play already for automatic. He'll be happy about that on Dust 2. In general, that's a good thing for Oppers. Still is kind of an opping. Ooh, what is this? 4 mid right now for Gen.G. They were desperate to play off of automatic, looking to really capitalize on this. Instead, it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. And now the crossfire established and held here. Are they stuck? They're stuck. How do you get out of here if you're automatic? You have to fight your way out.
Yeah, I mean, they do have a smoke. They could pop that down and try and escape if they really want to. They're also checking upper dark and finding no one, and they have to be pretty quick about what they do next, because it's cool to have that information, but you still then need to start to get some people over to this A side before Kuster's going to find himself in a lot of trouble over here. And I mean, all he can really do, Kuster, is just call it out and say, all right, they're coming. He's actually going to move closer, which I think is a really dangerous move. He's on half health. He's got that M4A1. So far, so good. But again, any kind of spam, if it connects here, it's going to put him down immediately, and then they probably lose the round. So 4-on-4, still 50-some seconds. Yeah, there's the spam I was worried about. He's going to throw out a flashbang and just try and play a little bit safer. They do have only 1 Molotov left here on the OG side, so let's just see automatic. Missing a bit of an opportunity now. The rest of the backup is coming in here for Gen.G. If they could win this round, it would be absolutely massive. Kuster's going to be going down finally. Deep grenade, but it's not going to be enough to kill anyone with, and that bomb should be going down real soon.
Oh, the systematic approach from OG is just beautiful. They line up, but it is going to be BnTeT finding that kill on Velda. 3-on-3 retake now for Gen.G. But all 3 players for OG alive and well on this site. They need to hit their shots, though. Kray's going to come through again, taking down NBK. Automatic alive with the AWP on short. There's another headshot coming in for BnTeT. It's all on Alexi B. 1v2. Both players for Gen.G very low, though. He could pre-fire this. He's got the angle, but automatic hits the shot. Unreal.
And he has a kit as well. They both do now. Yeah, what a turnaround. That's more or less everything OG could have possibly wanted. They don't lose the fight in the middle, or they trade it evenly, and then they just go up A and they find, 2 players, both of whom they can smoke off and just go for the bomb plant. That's amazing. But they don't win the round. So
I'm just blown away that, I mean, look at how they were just so measured in how they took A. Taking advantage of the smokes, not rushing into the smokes, not rushing into weird situations. They had time, and they used it on OG. It felt like they really set themselves up for success there. Just when it came to it, they weren't able to hit their shots. And so that's a very painful round loss for OG. Gen.G surviving the 2, some shots getting put through the smoke. It's still going to be a buy round, but look at this. It's OG just relying heavily on firepower. They hardly have any utility to speak of. They have a smoke and a flash across 5 players.
Right, and that puts a big dent in the fact that they've taken long, which is otherwise a good tactical position, but you probably need 2 smokes to be really happy about having long, because 1 will leave a gap when they try and make that cross. So let's see. They've called a bit of a freeze here. They're rightfully, or like, I think they're not wrong to be paranoid about what's coming from Gen.G side, because they were so aggressive in the last round, so they're sort of checking everywhere. But there is a big problem with being out long, and, okay, they've got 1 guy in middle here, but again, you don't know if Gen.G are taking upper dark right now. We can tell that they're not, but OG are running out of time to make a play that they can feel really confident about. When you don't have upper dark at all, you've got to be worried. Nice swing to take down automatic. That's a 3-man push. Alexi B comes in. He actually hits BnTeT, who was just ducked in there. That's a bit weird, but still, good start.
Fantastic. This is another winning, this should be a winning round now for OG, right? Getting in with 4 players alive on the A site. No chance for Gen.G to get in here. There's an attempt, though, for Costa. He misses the headshot. NBK manages to get the job done this time. And that could not have gone better. They had to dry peek because they had no nades. So it's just like you had to dry peek and you had to hit the shots, and OG redeemed themselves. 4th round, they managed to actually pick one up. Finally, they're going to be on the board. 3-1. Gen.G on the CT side still in the lead, and no money in the bank for Gen.G.
Yeah, they are definitely a little bit in the hole. So, yeah,
no
that's
op either.
That's good. It's starting to look a lot better here.
To be fair, I mean, we do really expect, this is OG's map pick, and we really do expect OG to fight back here after that train. So now it is going to be OG with the full buy and Gen.G with their backs to the wall. 2 guys have rifles. Do you just kind of bolster this with Deagles and try and play around the rifles right now?
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely try and do that. Automatic actually does have enough for an AWP. I wonder how tempting it is to just go straight for that. And yeah, he's going to do it with no armor. I actually, it's fine. I'll co-sign that purchase. I think
You're
it's a
on
good
board
idea.
with this?
Yeah.
I mean, if he can hit some shots, he's got 2 kills so far. I mean, Automatic hasn't really been dominating, and it feels like it's been a while since we've seen Automatic just dominate. But that was nades. Insane damage. This is really stopping him up. It's a straight B rush. No subtlety here from OG, but the nades did so much damage. OG are really struggling to make their way out onto the site. The crossfire, impeccable for Gen.G. That could not have gone better.
Yeah, that's didn't even need that AWP with no armor. Really cool stuff. 4-1.
Anders. Oh, it's so silly.
Outrageous, isn't it?
The double HE's in just did so much damage. And then one after another for OG as well. That, I mean, not making use of utility, really. There was no flash. I don't even...
Almost looked like he failed that jump. That can get you killed. Okay, well, here we go. 6th round. A little bit of a boost to try and look up. No one's going to be there, though. And a pretty common setup here for Gen.G so far. No real crazy tricks. OG also just playing a default spread. So they're going to have control of most of the map here, at least on their side of it. And then we'll see what they want to do. But that was a huge gift to Gen.G. They're going to be so excited about that.
Oh, that was phenomenal. Yeah, that's really going to swing things back in Gen.G's favor. 4-1, CT side. And if Gen.G win this round here, OG are going to be hard pressed. So, nade over the top, just a little bit of a hello. That this is going to be them clearing, OG clearing out Catwalk now. A little bit more room to maneuver with, and also to try and slow down any potential rotations if it's going to be a B split from OG. They still have exactly Issa lurking in Upper Dark right now. And now having cleared out Catwalk, they could set up for that B split. And there's only 2 players alive right now on Gen.G's side on that B side. So things could get spicy real quick here for Gen.G.
Yeah, they're going to have a real hard time defending. I think Exist probably would have to smoke off the door that he's holding right now and then just hope that that's enough that they can, funnel them in through Upper Dark and the window. I doubt it will be, but I don't think he's going to have many choices once he realizes, and he will right about now. So, yeah, tries to smoke it off. I still don't think it's quite enough. Nice kill. That is huge. Suddenly they're coming through the smoke. He turns around. Brilliant play from Exist so far. Can he get a 30? We'll get one more. That is massive. 9 seconds left, and they're going to go straight for the bomb plant, but Exist just gave them a path to victory here that they would definitely, I mean, that was very, very slim, but that just worked out flawlessly for him. Valda now looking to see if he can at least make it a 2-on-2, but they were expecting it. And they have some flashbangs and an HE to get in here. Mansu's low on health. He's going to be worried about that too. Upper Dark as he's just about to walk into BnTeT, and he's got all of the angle advantage here. That's just perfect timing. And now Valda alone, 1 versus 3. Going to turn him with their back, and he's now outside instead. They do have a kit on either player. He's walking right into window. That actually could have worked, but he's going to get no scope, and it will be the round for Gen.G.
He's going to get impaled.
Exist though, that... I'll tell you, I mean, that smoke that's what he had to do, but that doesn't make it easy by any means.
Well, this is where I'm wondering, right? Dust 2, this is what the Eternal Pug map, right? And Exist, he's not calling. He just gets to frag. So put him on B site and let him go to work. If he has opportunities like this, this should be theoretically where he gets to shine. He's at 7 kills right now. These guys right now are popping off on the side of Gen.G. They've clearly got the more comfortable firepower. Mantu is currently Mantu, who is a linchpin for OG as far as star power, as far as firepower is concerned. He's working on a secret agent.
Yeah. Things are getting a bit rough at the moment. 5-1. I think Chad was tweeting about how he was finally, ready to believe in OG again, and that he might be slowly getting off that while watching that train game. I am having a parallel experience, and it's not getting better on Dust 2 for me right now, I've got to say.
Have they disappointed you, the Enders?
Yeah, right now I am feeling. I mean, luckily for me,
I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed.
The 250 points I might lose is really nothing. Like that's the upside. That's not really the problem. It's just
man. And I was trying to hedge, going 6-4, and now
turns out none of
if
that matters.
OG get blasted, we're just both gonna lose all of our points again.
All the points. Listen, I was watching OG play in Blast just a couple of weeks ago or a week ago or something like that, and
they were looking great.
They were really fun to watch. It's a completely different team from what I'm seeing here, so it is a little bit shocking. This time they really only have pistols, some Tech 9 there on MBK to get a kill. So, all right, fair play. It's going to be hard to make it through. Quad kill on Kusta, and I mean,
sorry,
I don't know how this is going to work out.
I'm just thinking, Pug life, right? So it's Dust 2. And you've got Kusta and Automatic who come from North American CS, right? I mean, they thrive on the Pug. They live in the Pug every day, right?
There is a crisis in North American Counter-Strike for sure.
Right? So it's like for them, this is their environment.
I can't even really think of what it is that's going on for OG, but it's not good.
They've just created their own space right now. They're going like full Rorschach, right? Where OG were like, oh, yeah, you guys are coming over to EU. Haha, we're going to wreck you. And it's like, no, we're not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with us.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone could have predicted this kind of an outcome. Again, we just didn't really know anything about Gen.G. This is out of control. Nice push from BnTeT going down the middle. They're now trapped on long, essentially. So what are they going to do about that? Right now, I think Kuster is checking lower dark. When he goes to upper dark and finds no one, surely they're going to just call it and say, okay, fine, get everyone over to A. There's no point. Just have them locked in and get 4 people on the A bomb site. And yeah, there he just checked upper dark, and now they're coming. So it's a bit of a timing window here for OG, maybe like 5 seconds before everyone is showing up. Flash through his careers, and a big double, including the bomb getting dropped for a second there. BnTeT also helping out, and a nice flick. And yeah, they were red the whole way. I mean, once they knew that there was no one upper, that was just an easy, well, not an easy round, but it was a very, very readable round for Gen.G.
They are just putty in Gen.G's hands right now.
I can't believe it.
This is, I mean, dude, full flash, and that's all just timing as well for these flashes to work out. You're expecting Craze to be the one to be full flashed as those nades come in, but again, OG, I mean, they're doing everything they can, right? They only throw a single Molotov, right? They're just acting as if it's one guy here at long. There's nobody else. It's not all of us. It's not a big group, right? And yet still, it's just not working out for them whatsoever. Even with the element of surprise, Gen.G are ready for him, and Gen.G just smash. So 7-1, tactical timeout called by OG. This is a hard eco from OG now. They're not getting bomb plants, so it's not a hard eco, actually. What am I? I saw Glocks across the board. It's looking like it's going to be at least a half buy coming through.
Yeah, they're putting a little bit into it. I mean, it's really, I mean, the way that they're playing now as well. This is what that was the second time they sort of more or less went everyone out on long and just hung out there for a long time. And I even mentioned it the last time when they had a guy in middle. I said the problem is if you don't know what Gen.G are doing, they can just find out that you're not there and take control. And then it happened in that previous round. So, it really feels like OG themselves have kind of, they've kind of lost the plot a bit here.
You start doubting yourself, and you're into a map where you can just frag out. This is good, though. Nicely done. A big group on Catwalk are able to just trade those kills effectively. BnTeT takes 1 at least, but this is still going to be a very difficult round now for Gen.G to retake.
Yeah. I mean, they've got some money on everyone alive and also the 2 people dead, so they could try it a bit here. See it, but you're right, it definitely won't be easy. Have some
Nade
grenades.
superiority, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the big deal. That bomb, I can't really tell. Is it planted? It must be planted inside of the bomb site and not, yeah, so that's probably fairly good for OG, all things considered. Some grenades coming in, some Molotovs on top. Valde going down. Still a 3-on-3. I think they realized by now so much time off that clock. Not sure if they should still be fighting this. I mean, they could make it really expensive, obviously, for OG, and even that might be sort of a slight victory here.
Yes,
Korea
one more kill.
Trying, he's going to get one more there, and assist with the one, and stealing the AWP. That is actually not that bad.
Yeah, I'd say this is a win. You're going to let them get it, but now they're going to take one of those rounds off of their loss bonus. They only had one guy survive. Money is not going to be fantastic on OG's side, whereas yourself, you had bank, and you saved the AWP from automatic. That's actually not too shabby in a losing situation like that for Gen.G. So 7-2, Gen.G on that CT side still very comfortably in the lead, but there's a round for OG. Finally. It's been 4 rounds in a row for Gen.G. OG managed to just pick one up. Nice leg shot on Kreese through the doors. Barely survives, and now BnTeT just charging into pit. Can he make it in time? He will not. BnTeT was ready for him. Oh, that's a heartbreaker.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very cool idea. I mean, we saw that at the beginning when Vitality started to do that a lot, where they would have that like whole path where you just run with your back turned and your teammates would throw flashes for you. It's really, really awesome when it actually does work out, but this time it just wasn't it. BnTeT step ahead and certainly unflashed makes a big difference at the end.
Yeah, he was just ready for it, wasn't he? Like, okay, then you can make it to pit, but then you'll die in the pit. And so this is prompting a change of strategy here from OG.
I'm so confused about what we're seeing from OG. I really just am.
I just don't know if they just clearly can't handle the chaos. Ooh, that flash. Costa. Did they didn't realize, they didn't see him.
No, they don't know.
Ooh, buddy. Could have a very quick flank. You could have all sorts of fun things here from Kusta now that he's alive. Oh, and the timing works out that they turn away. He's going to have a very quick flank in Upper Dark now.
Yeah, and they're calling it in as well. They know what's coming. And once again, they have a perfect read here, Gen.G. They know everything that's coming their way. They line up for a huge spray. That's a fair bit of damage. Kusta now coming in from behind. Oh, but he started running and made some noise, and Exist goes down. Oh, dear. That was essentially a gift-wrapped round at that point in time, and somehow they get just a bit over-eager. If you know, the running, the stepping at the end, that made all the difference in the world. BnTeT going to try and see if he could go for a wide swing. It's Man2, who's finally going to be picking up a kill there. He was actually 0 not that long ago. He's got 5 now, so that's a nice turnaround, but that is a round that Gen.G should never lose.
What a save from Man2. You got to give it to him. He heard the footsteps, and he whips around and hits that shot. If he doesn't hit that shot, 2 of them are dead, right?
Yeah, but that is definitely not OG winning the round, but Gen.G losing it.
Yeah.
It has to be.
Unfortunate for Kreese, he's not able to get more there.
Yeah, but I mean, even then it was fine. Like, you know, it's like he's got a kill, he's done some damage. Like, I think the round is still 1 at that point in time. I'm like, yeah, that's it. On to the next. But yeah, I mean, it's hard not to get excited, right, when you've got that much timing and you're just so ready for it.
Yeah. You know that okay, hold on. Are we going to get it from Monsters? Yeah, we are. So he hears it. Man.
It's a sweet turnaround.
It's a sweet shot. That was so clutch from Montu. That made up for a lot. And so NBK, the bearded one, nonplussed. He's seen too much CSGO. He's jaded now, Anders. Yeah. It takes a lot to impress Nathan Schmidt, the natural-born killer.
Listen, he's seen a lot. That's also one of the reasons why these things shouldn't be happening, what's happening to OG right here, you know?
It's true, though. I mean, we just talked about it. 8 years, right?
Yeah, you've been through many. And this, again, you know, we just saw them playing not that long ago, and they looked very, very focused. And they are playing in $1 million tournament here. So, you know, like, it actually does make me really worried about what is happening on the team, because there's gotta be more here. Automatic slowly walking forward. Smoke is going to force him away. They're going to be coming out long. If Kusta goes down, this could be great. The MP9, though, will slow them down a little bit. He's turning around for more. Nice job on Kusta. Huge double. He does get a bit greedy. He wanted to upgrade that gun. Can't really blame him. The bomb is down here, though. So, again, if Man2 can't win this fight against Automatic, it's going to be a real issue, and he's just waiting for it. Man2 right on the other side of the timing is ridiculous. He's throwing the flash behind him, and that is the bomb on the ground. And Alexibi and Isa, again, if Gen.G just call, you know, a bit of a freeze and don't freak out, they should be fine.
Yeah, that timing there. Exist able to win that shot. The double spray, so close for Isa. 17 health on Kreese. One more bullet does it.
Oh, man.
I know, dude. They're doing everything. I mean, this is still Pug CS. That's the thing. It's going to be like this, Anders. It's not going to stop.
Yeah, but why are OG the ones playing Pug CS is the question.
You know, that's the thing. I don't know, man. It's like, I guess the only way to counter the chaos is to embrace the chaos yourself, but I would think not.
There are so many fundamental things that I really am just confused about from OG's point of view. I just can't even. I can't wrap my head around. Listen, I'm happy that I'm not, you know, trying to be an analyst. The people in the green room right now are going to be the ones that are going to be scratching their heads, thinking.
Do we have the green room cam ready?
Yeah,
I would love to get that green room cam. Just see. I want to see Thorin's face, just like, what?
Then I'm going to expect some high-level breakdowns and, like, you know, amazing rationales for what's going on, because some of this is really out of control. Timeout is just about done. We're heading into the 12th round. Gen.G up 8-3 right now on OG's map pick here on Dust 2. They already won the first map in tremendous fashion. So things are looking really strange right now. Cool little boost here to try and look over. It does get spotted, but the shot through the box doesn't really do that much damage apparently. So everyone is fine at the end of it.
Yeah, an automatic just not wasting any time at all. Rotates hard over to cover long. So far, though, OG have not committed anywhere. And now automatic's got that angle. Let's see. Should be the catwalk clear. They have a flash to help open that angle up. And so that sets up. This is setting up again for that B split, it could be. Because that bomb, Velda, he has not committed to A long just yet.
Yeah, they're going to be slightly more prepared for the B split now that they've got Kusta there in CT spawn. So doesn't really guarantee anything, but it's at least doable. See, flash, Molotov, just standard tools for clearing out catwalk. It'll pull Kusta a little bit back. I can't blame him because he doesn't want to leave automatic alone over at long. And it looks like the bomb is still committed out long, so I don't know. It's hard to say right now. Those smokes are again classic sort of B-split type, you know, you're sort of faking that you might be going catwalk a little bit. And now the bomb is making its way back. 30 seconds, not a lot of time. There's no one in CT spawn. They've actually done a good job, OG, in this round. Again, now they just need to get into the B-bomb site itself and try and take it over. 2 people left in here, 20 seconds. Flashbang to try and find the timing for BnTeT here. 20 seconds now on the clock. They're really slowing this down. That's so dangerous. Exist going to be dropped. BnTeT gets 1 headshot. 13 seconds on the clock, and the bomb is in the tunnel, just stuck there. They need to get in here right now. I don't know why they're slowing it down. Krios goes down. 6 seconds, 5 seconds. They're just barely going to get the bomb planted. 1 more second or a second and a half off that clock, and it would have been too late. That is so close.
I can't handle this, man. Especially once he gets spotted on the plateau crease there. That's insane. And I mean, just unbelievable that they managed to survive as long as they did. But what a setup from OG. Slow, really running the clock down, but not giving anything away. It's a 2-on-3 right now, and actually they're right outside of B. They could really be going for this retake, but Issa's going to be there to flank him in the back in just a moment's time. Have to get into the site immediately, and it's just not going to happen. Velda holds the line. That was the key shot, taking Kusta out of it. And so, I mean, 4th round on the board for OG.
If they'd got that second kill inside of the B-bomb side, I think they win the round.
Yeah.
I don't think the guy in the middle can stop that defuse where the bomb was planted, so that would have been really an uncomfortable end to the round. But yeah, Alexibi, 2 good kills. You know, from OG's point of view, 20 seconds. They'd left themselves some time. Well, the part where I was getting really nervous was when they were standing still inside that tunnel for such a long time, because again, they were just about a second and a half away from losing the round. So that's cutting it too close.
This is Pug CS, Anders. You just have to embrace it, okay?
I won't. I just refuse.
Just believe that chaos reigns.
Oh, well.
And that Kreese is going to hit headshots through smoke and the gap in the doors on NBK. And this is going to be a half buy coming in from Gen.G, so deal Kevlar. And OG already down a man.
Yeah, and I mean, they probably realized from just hearing the deal, right, that that is what's on the other side. So 1 kill, maybe not the end of the world, but if it keeps going, it's going to be a real issue. Kusta pushing forward. They had no idea. He's caught him out in the open. Does only have the P250, and Mantu will stay alive, but only barely. That's a bit dangerous.
Ooh, the scout bait. That was a nice attempt here. He's so fast, though. He can be mobile. This is, oh man, up close. That Deagle spray is lethal. Man advantage now for Gen.G, looking for a follow-up as well as that smoke, the wall of smokes has been put down. Alexi B is waiting for somebody to get impatient and push out on Catwalk. Not committing just yet though, Gen.G. They have got 4 players alive.
There's a Molotov on Kreas somehow. He's actually just put it down. All right, so it's going to, buy a little bit of time, but there's only 25 seconds. I actually thought maybe if he'd held that Molotov, it could have got really interesting. The bomb is up at the site now, being planted. Just a solo push in there to try and see if he get that Alexi B. It's pretty cool. 3 versus 4, but they do still have good weapons there on the OG side. Some shots all right through to take down Alexi B. Didn't even see him. Valde out in the open, and he will go down. And Mantu, there's a big task on his hands right here. 1 versus 4, misses the chance, and he will never get another one. Gen.G take a 9th round, and again, OG just lost in the wilderness. Samla, they've lost the compass, all of their whatever food they had with them. It's a real mess.
This is definitely one of those survival games.
Call in the National Guard or someone to go find them. Like whoever does that, search and rescue.
Dude, that shot, that was just the slowest. But the Deagle spray, man, this is egregious. This is where he gets a bit crazy. That wall bang.
I appreciate the fact that he was crab walking while doing it.
Yeah, that's insane.
Still to this day, when I get sprayed by people who are crab walking, it just makes me angry. It doesn't matter how much meditation I practice, I can't get past that. It's like, no, not the crab walk spray.
Oh, really? No smoke and go? Okay. I still think they're probably just going to gather up and get in there. It's looking like it. Smoke out through mid to create some room, and OG might very well just decide to YOLO it onto the B site. Molly, deep Molly. What are these nades getting thrown here by Gen.G?
Yeah, I mean, they're nades that they wish they would have in a second here.
Yeah.
Gonna be counter smoke. That's really good. And everyone else fell back. Mantu was like, why are you guys running away? Boom.
Oh, yeah. Well, turns out Mantu never has to worry about anything again. 9-4, CT side lead for Gen.G. And, well, Kusta's ready to hold the line in mid. They have got the crossfire established. If they decide to run through here, OG, it's going to be real rough for them. They have that single AK in the hands of Issa. But it is going to be towards the A site now. And automatic with the AWP, this is actually the perfect spot for OG to hit. He's got the op, so he'll take one. But if you're looking to trade, this could be effective.
It'd be really cool if they had some smokes, so to make it harder on him to actually hit those shots, right? He's going to be standing up. Can't believe he hit that. It's all over the place. He doesn't have to peek again, but I mean, he can if he wants to, but it's better, just wait until the rest of the team shows up. It's a nice attempt, some good double kill on him, but it is just nowhere near enough. 10-4 in favor of Gen.G.
I'm done, Anders. I don't even know anymore, man. Okay, I mean, granted, that was an eco round. That was an eco round. But this is OG's map pick. Dust 2 up against Gen.G, and Gen.G are now double digits, 10-4 on the CT side in the first half. This is getting completely out of hand. I mean, that's the thing. These rounds have been close, too. It's not like Gen.G are sitting on fat stacks of cash. They don't have that much in the bank right now.
They really don't. Automatic did fail the smoke in the middle, but it didn't cost anyone anything. It's a slight little, worry there. Again, they're all out long. And again, I just want to point this out again. If you stay here for, 15 seconds, it's going to be an issue. BnTeT gets overwhelmed, turning back around Kusta. Looked like he could have done a lot of damage, but he's going to start to backtrack, and now the backup is being called for here. Automatic, what are you doing this far out?
Mad lad. Oh, did he manage to spot what got in there, though?
Now he definitely knows.
He knows, but he does he know it's an op or an AK, right? Oh,
now he knows.
Mantu knows. Now they know. Sets it up. I mean, OG now, you can get a 5th round on the board here. This is it. Now or never. Smoke wall going down. There's the flash. Spray is in. And again, Craze is going to get just the one. 1v4 retake, and it's not meant to be. NBK collects both kills in the end, and that is going to be 10-5 at the end of the first half in favor of Gen.G. On that CT side, going to be real exciting to see what Gen.G can do on the T side now, Anders.
Yeah, it's going to have to be one hell of a comeback. I mean, we were talking about third maps and all of that, but that is not looking very likely at the moment. Gen.G definitely look like a way more confident team. We'll see what happens in the second half. Stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the second half, second map. OG and Gen.G here at Flashpoint 2. And it has been just one long series of disappointments, I think.
A wild ride.
Not if
Depends
you're a
on
Gen.G fan.
Yeah, exactly. If you're a Gen.G fan, you're over the moon right now, Anders. You're loving life.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. But I think even if you're a Gen.G fan, you've got to at some point say, but could they at least try and make it look like they're not just getting beat up? Like,
if you're an OG fan?
Yeah, no, if you're a Gen.G fan even, you might be like, come on, like, just, you know, the team is winning, but make it look like you're really trying, you know?
Make it close.
They're not doing that at all. 16th round, pistol coming right up, and this time Gen.G on the T side. Isa, very important kill there. Man2 turning for the flashbang, but not in time apparently. Looked like he had the right idea. AlexCB also getting down, and suddenly it is a 2-on-3 with NBK already getting tagged. The bomb is definitely going to be going down. Just a nice throw across there. Exist does fall in the meantime, so a 2-on-2. And, oh, nice shot. That's important. Automatic gets that kill. Isa out in the open. He's going to have one chance, basically, and I think that might have already been a little bit too much. He's wasted a bullet. He's trying to reload in the meantime. Up, and he's got it! What a headshot. What a quad kill. Isa somehow makes it out. He should have been dead 10 different times, but he wasn't.
Yeah, that's really where you start to wonder. It looked like they timed it as well, where they wanted to peek together, which is appropriate. So 2v1, you peek together, you got to be getting that kill, and yet somehow both of them fluff their shots on Isa.
Yeah.
And he survives.
He missed the first 4 or 5 shots. I mean, like that. As soon as that happens, he should be already dead.
Yeah, maybe some moments hesitation there between those two on the communication, but that is a tough loss for Gen.G. Definitely felt like they had that pistol in the bag.
Yeah.
But still, OG, I mean, they needed that. Of course, you know, thanks to the new economy, or new, whatever, air quotes economy, you still can't tell who actually lost that pistol round. But it is going to be Gen.G with 3 rifles and a scout versus the 3 SMGs, 1 rifle and a scout.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I just had a completely memory wiped what's happened so far in this best of 3. I'd say, all right, well, that's the time where OG need to, like, now they get fired up, they get to win that pistol. But they've shown absolutely no signs that is what's happening on this team. Whenever anything positive happens, it's like so far it's just as likely that they just still crumble in the following round. So I want to see them win not just this round, but, you know, just go on like a 4 or 5 winning streak here. Like, really try and cement this, because you need that 3rd map badly right now. Needs to be some kind of a wake-up call happening here. Close is NBK with an MP9. It's a pretty good position. Exist looking like he wants to actually spot for that. He's just going to pre-fire it and, yeah, get confirmation. Not quite a kill, but it's still worth something. 45 seconds on the clock, and they are going to B-split this one, which will be very tricky to hold with what they've got inside of that B-bomb site.
Yeah, especially because NBK is already at half HP. AlexCB is ready for him as well, and are they just going to... NBK is heading out onto the slope. I mean, this is where his MP9 will be lethal. Real chance, yep. I mean, Kusta just swings. Swing and a miss, and now it's going to be NBK moving on up, and he manages to get a shot on Exist as well. Caught him turning the wrong way. Eventually wins that duel. Opportunity here. No, Kreese. Okay, this is the big lurk from Kreese.
Yeah, they have no idea someone's in the middle. Instant headshot. That's so. He just needs to stay alive. He's going to get one more kill, and that probably will seal it here. 2-on-3. NBK shot in the back by BnTeT, and Valde now 1 versus 3. Don't say I did not warn you guys. They've been doing that. They did this on train. They had a couple of rounds on train where Gen.G just sort of, you know, gave them a round for no reason. You know, you're like, that's so nice. We'll give it right back.
Dude, Kreese is nuts, though. This guy just keeps hitting shots, and this is a big tournament.
Listen, I need help.
Yeah, the intern is here. You know, he's helping us out, man. He was looking out. Might get him on the phone later.
Is it in golf where you count the points opposite? Where I thought that's where.
Yeah, that is actually that, and somebody tweeted that as well.
I thought we were going for low points.
Solid to solid. Yeah, our handicap is actually mega.
Yeah. I mean, no one's told me, so I don't know. I think I'm leading. In fact, I'm just gonna say it. I am leading, and we'll see if
Why
that
not?
works.
That's the thing. It's the others that need to figure out what the game is actually all about.
I've turned it around. I figured it out, guys.
You figured it all out. Did any one of us predict Gen.G on this?
Possibly, yeah. But I know it wasn't me, so.
No way. Actually, production, if anybody, you know, put that up on the screen. Actually, I'm kind of curious to see if anybody did. But in this round, at least, Gen.G, they are set to nobody bet on Gen.G, I'm being told. So this could just be the most ridiculous day.
All right.
Actually, it's great because for you and I, everything just stays the same. It doesn't get worse. But Gen.G still have to get the job done.
It can't get worse, Samlo. That's the only reason it's not getting worse.
It can, though.
You can't celebrate that, can you?
Listen, I find the positives where I can.
It's like, well, I appreciate that. It is like saying the earthquake has leveled all the houses, and you say, well, I don't have a house, so haha.
Get wrecked.
Sick. Thanks.
Oh, just like, Alexi V trying to get clever in the smoke.
Yeah, I like that. I think that's a smart idea for LXCP. He got, checked on it, so not really his fault, but it's worth doing. Man 2. Completely unnecessary fight for Kusta's point of view.
Yeah.
I guess there's nothing much to lose, even if he had gone down. But yeah, I think that just reveals maybe a little bit about Gen.G's sort of state of mind. There's like, yeah, whatever.
They're in that situation that they just don't care, I think at that point where you're taking a fight like that, you're just throwing it out there. Like, I'm going to take this fight, and there's really no reason for me to take this fight. But you know what? We're just going to do it because we can. For whatever reason that popped up on my feed yesterday. Whatever. Some soldiers decided to do that, to go out into no man's land in like trench warfare in World War I just to get this tank. And there was no reason to get this tank. They just kind of did it because they could.
They just felt like it.
Just felt like it, And it turns out that is like the lone surviving tank that we actually have because all the other ones were destroyed. So just because those guys didn't care, we actually have one of those tanks in a museum.
I'd happily make some World War I references about what happened to OG at the moment, but that might be
that might get a bit spicy. They're just caught in Flanders Field right now, Anders.
Yeah.
And they can't seem to get out.
It's not good.
And they're slowly losing their minds.
12-6. They don't really have any money to work with. There's not a lot going on here. 19th round is coming up, and a little bit of a challenge for the scout in the middle. But I think not only would OG have to have some kind of a massive awakening from here on out, but it has to almost be time with Gen.G sort of putting their brains on cruise control or something like that and forgetting about the game for a short while, because they're 4 rounds away, and it's I don't know how they bring this one back.
Yeah.
Very odd indeed.
They've got, it's just going to be taking some crazy plays like that. Or, you get some correct gambles that go your way. Such as this one. OG right now, they've gambled 5 on A. It's a stack on A right now in this eco round. And so it could work their way, and this could pan out nicely for them. Gen.G, however, seems to have sniffed this out because they've spread out, and now they're just holding angles playing the clock. And you can see now OG kind of going away from that stack. And so this plays into Gen.G's favor as the round continues.
BnTeT quickly checking as well. 50 seconds. And, well, the wait, if nothing else, has meant it's now a 3-man stacker at this bomb site. Make that 2 with the kill from Kusta there. So, yeah, just even waiting a little bit of time here actually helps them out. A nice grenade, but it doesn't change the fact that MBK will have to be an absolute superhero with this scout. His feet are on fire. It's all gone horribly wrong.
Yeah, that's essentially it. So we will get that 13th round on the board for Gen.G. Just looking phenomenal. Hey, it's just round after round. They just keep this momentum. It's never really feeling like OG are getting into this in a meaningful way, Anders.
And I'll tell you why. That's because they're not.
That's because they're not. So you're just a very studious observer of reality. Nothing gets past you.
I'm I wish
the absolute struggle.
I wish I wasn't. I wish reality was different right now. I often do, in fact. One of the worst things about reality, in some sense.
Yeah, usually it doesn't really work out,
But right now, Valda and Alexi just walking away. Valda has a little bit of armor. There is nothing much really to highlight from OG's point of view at the moment. 13-6, ladies and gentlemen. 3 more rounds for Gen.G. It'd be shocking if they couldn't find them somehow.
I'm surprised to not see any tactical timeouts getting called by OG either. And so this is, it's funny, as I mentioned, this is a technical called, so we'll figure out what that is in a moment here. But OG, just not calling for any tactical pauses, not really trying to fall back on any kind of strategy right now, or at least trying to slow things down, kind of slow the bleeding. You'd expect a more veteran team like OG to be knowing when to,
Does it count as a technical timeout if you're just pausing to have brain surgery on some of the players, something like that? Could that be it? Could that help? I'm really wondering at this point in time.
It is a
what
very
will take.
technical procedure. You're right.
I know, like.
So I guess you could go that way, yeah.
Well, there's a chance out there if anyone wants to go that route in the future. Kriya's flashing his way out. Mantu, though, nice turnaround, and he's going to have a huge advantage. That is a cool move. Nice double from Mantu, and OG absolutely winning this long fight for the minute here. Exist will get one in return, but yeah, still very, very smooth movement there from Mantu. Cool that we saw that from his point of view. Pushing into upper dark, though, Isa, after they win the fight, they keep going and they check. So even in a 2-on-4 like this, yeah, they're looking so good at the moment. Automatic could actually see MBK. It's not clear how, but he could.
Oh, no way for him to know this. Yeah, that's a tough one. I'm actually surprised that oh, it's Isa. Okay. But they managed to hold on to this now. It's going to be a 1v3 and Exist with a minute on the clock.
Just going to throw away the ult.
That. So clever. See? This is called managing your opponent's economy. Hell, I'd even just throw the AK away. Just throw everything away.
Just throw it. Come knife at them.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it makes sense for him, I think, to try and get another kill here and just to be really annoying, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, he wants to see if they're gonna come look for him, and he has 40 seconds. I mean, I wouldn't even blame him if he waited till like the last 10 seconds and then sort of slowly went for it. If he gets a kill, he could get a bomb plant. That would help out. They do have a lot of money still on the Gen.G side, but yeah, it will be a 7th round, I'm sure, here for OG. There's just not enough time really to do a lot at this point in time, and it's also the health and everything else. So Exist though, smoke is up. He's going to try and jump up on top of the box, and it'll be found by Isa. Still, cool little attempt. I mean, again, you could have made it more expensive. It's all worth it. 7-13.
That was that round where Lady Luck actually winks at Isa, because he was looking away on the other side of the smoke as Exist kind of fluffed the jump, was getting into position.
Yeah.
And he looks back just in time to catch Exist peeking. So, you know, that time, it works out for you. But it is, yeah. 13-7 in favor of Gen.G. They've got the money for a full buy. We will have full buys across the board here, but no AWP because Exist managed to chuck that sniper rifle over the wall in the last round. Gen.G, though, very quickly out long with this op, combat op, thrown in here by Automatic. This is sick. Doesn't even get out of here. He gets out.
Yeah, his clean escape. He's such a fun player to watch, Automatic, in so many different ways. Kriya's goes down, but Isa's traded, leaving alone on the bomb side, NBK, and he already knows it. Gonna try and see if he can buy a little bit of time with the flashbang, but they just turn for it. Molotovs are raining, and there's no one pushing upper, though. So that's a really, really important kill. And Kusta taking down Mantu, and I mean, it just keeps getting worse and worse for OG all of the time. I actually thought because no one was coming in, wrapping from behind into upper dark, maybe that could have been a way more successful defense at B through those doors, but good trading all across the board here.
Just snap call as well from Gen.G. You know, you get that kill on Isa, you're like, cool. Well, all things being, you know, equal right now, normal, right? There should only be one guy on B, you know, with Isa dead, and they just snap, you know, snap decision. Get that call going and put that pressure on, and do not let OG stabilize. You will have Velda finding a pot shot on Kusta there, so going to make this a little bit more expensive for Gen.G. But right now, of course, Gen.G would just love to get this M4 off of this guy. Exist has the chance, and he wins the duel. 14-7. Gen.G 2 rounds away, Anders. 2 rounds away from a colossal victory against OG.
Yeah, I'm so shocked. I'm very interested to see what will happen on social media afterwards from some of these OG players, because
NBK is always a show.
Yeah, I just think it's not really acceptable, if I'm being perfectly honest.
I can just hear the disapproval in your voice right now.
I really think that.
So you thought it was a good idea to stay out an hour longer than I told you was acceptable. You know, you needed to be home at 9:30. It's currently 10:30. Can you please explain yourself?
Oh, that's such a... He just sees that, calls it in for Kusta, who's ready. Man, just a tiny, tiny margin there. They could have made their way past, but they get completely caught in the middle. BnTeT continues, big double. If he hadn't seen that one, Automatic, I mean, that could have gone spoiled out of control, so really slim margins for that one, but a good little spot. MBK does take it down, continuing to fight in the middle. He's got 6 health left, and eventually, I'm sure they'll get rid of him. Throwing everything at him right now, but from CT spawn, it's going to be Exist, no, sorry, Kriya's and Exist, both of them helping out there. 15-7, and yeah, I mean, I don't know.
This is just excellent stuff here from Gen.G. they're keeping their cool, Anders. You know, that's the thing. If anything, I was expecting them to get ahead and then to start kind of, you know, trailing off, right, as the nerves could get to them.
Yeah.
You know, but we're seeing Gen.G just maintain that momentum. They really don't slow down.
Yeah, they've kept a really good focus. Been only a couple of rounds where you sort of thought, okay, maybe they're going a little bit too hard, but no, but I like it. Valde turned again, similar move as to the one that Mantu was making. This time it's an MP9, and he will get 3 kills behind it. Huge success out there. He's going to continue. I can't even really blame him. I mean,
yeah,
it's like, you know what? Let me at least get around in here.
Still a 2v4. I mean, it should be impossible for his teammates to lose this. Bomb's going to get
Famous
dropped.
last words.
I mean, come on. Come on, Anders.
Well, the only way you win 2v4s like this generally is if the other team starts to make some mistakes. You need that. This is a great Molotov and some wall bangs. Oh, it's so close. How is he not dead? Finally.
For 2 HP, you had to get the op shot on him, right?
Yeah. Now, that's a scout on the other side. Automatic, he's going to be flashed into that one. It's just got a lot weirder, this one. They have the double smoke. They have the Molotov. Well, they're going to use one smoke there. The Molotov as well. 50 seconds. Problem for OG is they can't really, with 50 seconds, they can't, now they have middle. This is a huge difference. So I was gonna say, otherwise, they can't really start to really gamble on the A-bomb side. But Isa being here definitely changes things up a bit. Throwing away the AWP and going back to the AK. We'll see. It's definitely winnable.
How many ops have been thrown over walls by these guys?
Just cleaning up, aren't they?
Yeah. They're just, I mean, they're very thorough. I mean, it's 2 scouts and a CZ75, what they're going up against. In terms of firepower right now, Gen.G can absolutely get this done. It's all down to timing. Mantu's able to back off, hits the body shot. Nice little tag. Exist is going to find one. The flank from Isa, though, long range with the AK. He picks up an AK. They leave an AK in the middle after all that. I thought they got rid of all the guns.
I mean, they ran out of time, I suppose. I can't believe that Mantu made that move back to Catwalk, just jumping across. He could have been shot at the back immediately. That is...
Do we need to just... Yeah, do we just need to go away from trying to take over A long early right now? Because that's the second time now where we've just seen them get clobbered.
I don't know. It seems like OG have figured out a cool path to run without getting flashed all that much, but I still think that A long fight is tempting for the T side because, yeah, you have some good advantages at least some of the time. So, especially when you get the spawn for it like they have now, Gen.G, you just think, all right, like, you know, all we need is that one fight and we're good. It is a bit of a lottery sometimes.
You have that money though. Look at this here. So tactical timeout getting called by Gen.G, and you will have a buy, pretty close to full buy for Gen.G as well. So this is interesting because no op for OG, just a few rifles. You'll even get automatic going for a scout. Okay, then let's get into this. Much better buy than I thought would be coming up here for Gen.G. So they do actually have some firepower. No peek in mid though, unfortunately for automatic. And yeah, 3 out A long very early on there for OG. Clearly wanting to be prepared in case Gen.G wanted to keep pressing the matter.
2 HEs landing there on Kriya, so confirmation of at least 2 out of the 3 long, realizing they were there. Don't think they were in a position to do anything, you know, anywhere else necessarily, but I mean, sometimes just counting the grenades can make a bit of a difference. Obviously, when then another 20 seconds go by, you sort of can't really count on that any longer. But yeah, sometimes if you're in the right position, you could act quickly. Classic smoke up on Catwalk. Could do any number of things with that.
Indeed. Yeah, this could still go anywhere, but they're maintaining their presence on Catwalk right now, Gen.G. And to be fair, this wouldn't necessarily be the wrong call because nobody's going to challenge you on Cat, and the only one who could try is Mantu.
And that's a scout and not an AWP.
Indeed. So you could get a plan for Catwalk, and then the ball would then be in OG's court with the retake. Life is going to get real interesting here in a moment. We got 40 seconds on the clock. Match point for Gen.G. And the push begins. Straight up Cat onto this A site.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. Flashes to follow as well. Does he have a clear shot? Kusta will take him down. That's so fast. Lurking top mid is Kriya's as well. Valde might want to try and push out, but if he loses that fight, I don't know if they can actually do this. Bomb is going to be down quickly, and there's still a Molotov on Krius and not a single smoke. Well, he's in the middle, though. That is a bit of a problem, but that Molotov could be massive for him if he could get to Catwalk somehow. Alexi B, one big kill. Good flash from a teammate, but BnTeT unblinded just in time. He's got his knife out, and Isa still not getting the kill. I mean, it's a 1-on-3. There should be no way, yeah. I mean, throwing that out is going to be fun, but they should be able to get this in. Krius running away. It will be a 9th round here for OG, but if he could have made it there somehow, that one Molotov could have done so much damage. Wow.
Still only the 2 surviving, but yeah, another round closer. And CS is a beautiful game in that it is not over until, you know, the score is there. You 1 round at a time. And there are certainly enough veterans on OG's side where they should know that, right? 1 round at a time. Don't even look at the score. Forget what the score is. You're just playing your game. I mean, you got, you know, you got offered a little bit by Exist a chance there, I think.
There was something. There was something that could have worked with, but
yeah, this is still just gonna be a half fight from Gen.G. Ooh, all grouped. Did we just get the full YOLO on to B? I would appreciate that. I would like that.
It's not a bad round for it. MBK only has a smoke, so, you know, they're going to come blasting through that no matter what, once they made the call. Actually, MBK needs at least a kill and to stay alive. The closest... Oh, this is a problem, though. The closest that the AWP to him in the middle, that's not that great for helping him out. You want Isa to be closer with that M4 so he can do something. Some taps coming out. They love hearing that because all they want to do is time the reload as they're coming fly. Yep, there it is. Reload already. Isa a little bit close with his back turn. NBK standing up. It's going to be a grenade kill at the end, but still not such a bad trade here. Isa really helping out now, and Mantu also with the AWP. And they will shut it down, but that could have definitely gone wrong. It's not a bad idea for Gen.G at all.
No, yeah, that's it's so close. If it's a 2-on-2, I mean, that was a 2-on-2, and they did not manage to make it through. That HE actually really stumbled things there, thrown in by Isa. The slow just kind of made it really difficult to get out of that smoke. And NBK looked like he was able to get the spray off in the nick of time. So again, all these things that are just slowing down the progress, just whittling away at your speed. 5 rounds separating them now. 15-10. OG match point still, 5 of them, and a full buy now for both teams. Automatic just being able to squeak an AWP out, and Mantu fully equipped.
If you look at the kills, I mean, some of the OG members are starting to sort of wake up a little bit more here.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
at 19, MBK at 18, you know, it's slowly getting there. Kuster is still at 24 on the other team, so that's very cool to spot, but yeah.
This is where you still have to get it done, Anders. Maybe we're getting a little ahead of ourselves here where, you know, the nerves are going to, you know, we're surprised at how well Gen.G are holding up under the nerves. But, I mean, you still have to get that last round. Exist going to find one, though. That is NBK dead on the B site. Alexi B caught in CT as well. Really trying to pour the pressure on here. Gen.G just barely making it out alive. But little do they know. I mean, Isa is alone. If they kill Alexi B there, I think that they just spring the trap, Gen.G, and just go barreling onto that B site, because then they would have the information.
Yeah, definitely. But they might still do it just slightly delayed. I mean, they just got confirmation that someone was pushed all the way down the end of long. Yeah, I think they're going to show up. Although now he's got some backup, so maybe they could hold it. He's low on health. They don't have any smoke, so Molotov to hold it back inside of the B bomb site. So it's going to have to be some fairly clean kills coming out. Flashes in, Isa lining up for a nice one, and they couldn't actually catch him. That's huge. More grenades raining in 25 seconds. BnTeT's here to catch someone, but again, it doesn't really matter if they can't break through to the B-bomb site. They still need to win that fight. 19 seconds on the clock, and let's see if they could do it. It's all on this. Valde catching a kill. None of that matters right now. It's all on holding the B-bomb site. 10 seconds. That smoke goes up, and at least they're going to get the bomb plant here. They do have another smoke, which is actually really annoying for OG. But a 2-on-2, and this could be the map right here.
Yeah, take your time with it. Oh, some clever stuff coming in here. I really like this from OG. A little bit of a gap you can see here right over the door. Super cool. Unfortunately for them, nobody peeking that angle, though. And right now, Gen.G are expecting a push from Upper Dark. They need that second smoke to come into play, though.
I think they already put it down very quickly. First kill coming in, and now it's on Valde 1 versus 2. He spots the guy in the back, but it won't matter. 16-10, and Gen.G upsetting everything here and taking down OG on just 2 maps. That is fantastic. What a performance from Gen.G.
You can't help but applaud. Yeah, I mean, that's just...
no, like, that's super cool.
I mean, NBK's face kind of says it all right now. If you're OG, this is a monstrous loss. You are not supposed to lose games like this.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, I mean, this is really not meant to happen at all, and I can't find a nice way to say it, but it's just not acceptable if you're OG. You can lose to a Gen.G, maybe that's fine, but it's more, for me, it's much more about the manner in which they ended up taking this loss. That was, it was some very, very uninspiring Counter-Strike coming out from OG. And I don't know what that is about, but that is they're gonna have to fix that right away.
It's a real, wow, I mean, obvious glee. You know, it's just, this is so good for Gen.G though. These guys have been out in the woods for so long. You know, guys like Automatic, like Kusta, just been grinding and trying to come up with results. And, you know, glad to see that, you know, as far as the stand-ins are concerned here, you know, Exist really slotting in. He was doing very well on Dust 2, on that defense and on offense. He was looking very solid individually. So, you know, solid performance across the board for Gen.G in this match. And OG really left wondering what the hell. It's not the first time that we've seen these guys completely fall apart, though. So, I mean,
no, I guess not.
I'm curious to hear what the analysts have to say in regards to OG's performance, because, I mean, they look like they were on the up and up, like you mentioned at Blast. They were looking real good last week when we were casting them.
Listen, they're over at the blind spot. I hope they had very many drinks, because that was needed to try and even just cope with what was going on here. How do you guys feel over at the blind spot?
Well, Anders, we are having a drink here at the blind spot. I think we all need to forget how every single person on this broadcast lost all 1,000 Pinnacle points today. And of course, you have to say, if you were to peg the least likely outcome, if you were to look at all of our opening matches in Flashpoint 2, hands down, the least likely outcome was Gen.G 2-0 over OG. Literally nobody with a sane mind would have selected that.
I think OG is like ranked number 5 or number 6 in the entire world. And Gen.G have that Kriaz guy, who, by the way, carried in this series, and no one even knows. No, here's the thing. We did forget Monty, but what we forgot is this. We all thought that OG was going to win. But OG, original gangster, the original gangsters exist, and he was like, don't ever pick trash against me. So little reference back to the old days, the good old days, you know, when you could pick teams to win games.
I mean, you must be over the moon if you're Gen.G right now. You show up with half a team to Europe, have 2 stand-ins, and you take out OG, who, as they were mentioning, was doing quite well at Blast. So this is a pretty astounding upset. And for OG not to even pick up a map, to lose their own map in that fashion is staggering.
It is staggering. And I got to give kudos to Gen.G and it exists in particular as well, because his individual form, it was on point. Yeah, I mean, he was defending towards that B on Dust 2, getting 3Ks, 2Ks. OG couldn't get into the site. And my biggest fear for the individuals like Exist, like Kriaz, is coming in and rigging for a squad like this. You don't get to get your roles. You don't get to defend the bomb sites that you feel most comfortable on. So to see these guys come out in this opening series and perform to that level, it's impressive. But the question still remains, was it OG just failing and struggling badly, or did Gen.G look as good as they did?
Gen.G was hitting their shots, at least. You can say that. They were hitting their shots. Now, whether that is you know, a result of poor planning on the part of OG or poor execution of their tactics, that's another story. We'll be back to talk about this game, though. First up, we do have an interview of the winner with Freya.
Thank you very much, Monty. I do indeed. Automatic is joining me down here to break that one down. First of all, massive congratulations to you, Automatic. How are the team feeling after managing to pull that off as your first result here at Flashpoint 2?
I think we're feeling pretty good. We're pretty hyped right now.
I wanted to ask specifically about Train. Was this a map that you picked because we know that OG don't generally play it, or is this a map that you've been kind of practicing and preparing as a team in general throughout your 5 days of preparations?
I think it's a bit of both. We knew that it was their worst map, and then also when we've talked theory about Train, I think Kusta has a really interesting way of wanting to play the game, or playing that map. So I think both factors played into the pick.
Yeah, let's speak about Kusta a little bit as well. Obviously, we see him taking on this in-game leader role now. So can you kind of tell me from your perspective as a player, what kind of style he's taking on? What are his key focuses as a leader in the server?
I think right now, since we don't have our 5, he's just trying to get sort of in the swing of things and just try to figure out how he wants to call, how he wants to play. So we're kind of experimenting right now. And, you know, other than that, I think he's a great player. He's insane at fragging. So So that's obviously a plus.
It is indeed. And of course, you spoke about it there, your 2 stand-ins coming into this. How have they been integrating into the team? Because from what we could see on the server, they looked incredibly comfortable, both as players on both maps.
Yeah, I think they're playing really well. They keep the environment, really good, and the atmosphere is awesome right now. They're also playing a lot of sites together, so sometimes they will communicate in Swedish, and when we see them play like 2vx's together, I think they look really calm, and they look like they're on the same page. So overall, I think they're doing really well.
Yeah, you noted there about them, playing a lot of sites together that we've seen so far. Was this a choice from Kusta? Was that something they kind of requested together? How has Kusta kind of been using them as players within the server?
I think it just kind of worked out. When it was just me, Kusta, and BnTeT, we talked about what spots we wanted to play, and we just had them fill into the spots that we didn't really want, and it just kind of worked out that, they worked well together, and also that they're pretty good at those spots.
Now, I know that Elmer Puddy said just before we came into this match that the key focus for you guys was to make OG look uncomfortable, and it definitely did look like that inside the game. So from your perspective, what were the key focuses kind of coming into it? Did you have to adapt anything around OG, or was it easier than you maybe anticipated?
I think for the most part, we're pretty comfortable in the mid-round, at least in practice. Where we fail is when sort of our default fails and they punish us for trying to slow default. But once we can get map control and play slow, I think that's our strength. So yeah, we just got into a lot of those scenarios and we're really good there. I think everyone gives a lot of good input. I mean, the Swedish guys are known for playing that way, so I think that definitely helped.
Yeah, Emma Paddy kind of mentioned just beforehand, obviously we see exist frequently in that in-game leading position, obviously not in here, being in that stand-in role. So what is he kind of giving in terms of that input? Has he brought any strats, from his previous teams to the kind of, refresh the scene here with you guys?
He didn't really bring too many strats because I think we just wanted to just play, but he brings a lot of experience and he tells us a lot of like good reminders mid-round and things like that. And I think that's where his experience really helps. But other than that, I think we're just all kind of mid-rounding, and then also Kenny's doing a really good job.
And of course, you will be coming up and facing against Virtus.Pro later on in the tournament. We heard it from Yakinda earlier on. He had a few harsh words, perhaps, about Gen.G. So I'm wondering if you have anything that you want to say to him ahead of that next matchup.
I have nothing to say. I mean, they're playing pretty well. Hopefully we can stop the streak, though.
Well, thank you so much, Automatic, very much for joining me. A few celebratory drinks, maybe, for the guys from Gen.G over there, but maybe a few drinks to be drowning our Pinnacle prediction sorrows over at the blind spot.
Yes, it is a time for mourning our Pinnacle predictions, that's for sure. When we come into this one, going back to the Akindar interview, there was only that 2% chance that he gave.
What a genius, though. He didn't make it 100%. I questioned him.
You said 100%. The 2%, he was right. But
never doubt Akindar. Listen, this man expertly picked that out. No, what I found interesting, actually, in the interview there, aside from the potential lying about whether Exist actually does anything in the team at the end, like that seemed a bit like he was like, he just didn't know what to say and he was caught a little bit, by the question. But earlier on, when he's talking about Kusta, who, by the way, was fragging out of control in the second map, while the IGL, while working with 2 Swedes as stand-ins, one of them totally inexperienced, putting them both in the B-bomb site. Obviously, he was, experimenting. He was the mad professor. He was tinkering around. He had the dead body of Exist on that table. Then he caught the lightning. It's alive! Next thing you know, what do you know? OG's out.
Oh, they're not quite out yet.
They're almost.
They're almost
halfway out the door, put it that way.
1 foot out the door for OG.
How'd you like that grudge match in the lower bracket, Monty? The OG versus C9, where, by the way, because they're both 0-2, probably out of the tournament whoever loses that one, especially if they get 2-0.
Yeah, and speaking of that, let's take a look at the bracket here, everybody, for our final group, the Tower of Babel. Gen.G 2-0 over OG in a stunning upset. They will go up to play Virtus.Pro, and now Cloud9 dropping into that losers bracket alongside OG. And as you said, Thorin, here's the real kicker, guys. So yes, one of the 4th place teams that we have will be able to still make playoffs by participating in the last chance qualifier, but the first tiebreaker is going to be map differential between all of the 4th place teams. So the fact that both OG and Cloud9 got 2-0'd may be the difference here between a team that can compete in the 4th place match there or not, right? So it's likely to be a 4th place team from another group, barring any kind of craziness. We'll have to wait till all of that shakes out. But for OG or Cloud9, they both are pretty much in a must-win scenario if they want to have a shot at playoffs.
And obviously, again, just to reiterate, this is one of the few tournaments of the year that has the monster prize pool. It's got the money that you would have had at a major, so it's all well and good doing very well in those other tournaments, building into it, but if you blow it at this one, this is going to be the regret. And of course, the Gen.G VP upper bracket match that we all expected and were incredibly hyped for. You know, I've been planning for that for days.
It's not happening, dude. It's just not happening. Dude, sitting next to Anders, it was great. It was like an inflatable balloon or something, just all the air leaking out of it as the match progressed. He just kept getting lower and lower.
What I love about Anders is he literally dug himself into the prediction hole by picking every underdog except Gen.G. The one time he could have gotten back into it.
Listen, this is how it works, though. You know, just the
he
bet.
psyched himself
it's
out.
like you do a few of those risky bets, doesn't work your way. You're like, okay, I'll start playing a bit safer again. You know, make some of this money back, and then no, just keeps going, just keeps going. That's usually how this goes.
So it's time for the moment of pain, everybody, where we actually look at our leaderboards for our pinnacle predictions and our pinnacle points.
Let's see. Yeah. Listen again.
Semler and Anders are making the rest of us look
What's important is that
okay.
we're all losers.
That's essentially what I take away. That's what I take away from this.
So in the dressing room.
Everyone lost 1,000 points today, and for what it's worth, I would be between Thorin and Alan right now if I was on this graphic. So I would not be in last place. But you look at this, and no one got any points today, so it's extremely rough
So I'm fine.
on everybody.
Oh no, it's not. No, Monty, this was all part of the plan. It was all part of the strategy. You know, if I was going to lose, I was just going to make sure that all of you lost with me, so that at least we'd maintain today. I did not lose the day.
Look, Sam, I'd be really careful. You're only 44 points away from being in last place.
But hey, those 44 points, Monty,
They mean everything.
Semler's playing the long
they mean
game.
everything.
And there you guys are with your empty wallets. Yeah, it's been rough. You know, I can't remember the last time I saw a broadcast where literally 10 people got every prediction wrong across 2 matches. That is.
Man.
Yeah,
To be
usually.
fair, last time I saw 3 members of Talent with empty wallets, it was an ESL event.
There
Sorry,
it is.
it's one of the old jokes.
There it is.
Well, you can go back to it anytime.
They promise you that there'll be some money in there in 3 months.
Yeah,
though.
yeah, eventually.
3 months. That's who'd you have to get that one on? All right, so moving on.
All right.
Move along. What do we got going here?
Yeah, what do we have going here in next production? I actually didn't catch that in my
Something
ear.
funny, maybe?
Oh, okay. Yes. Here's what I asked for today, which is our map tournament for Map Point. Very creative production. I like that. So here's what we're doing. We are going to discuss which of these maps you would like to see added to the active map pool in a tournament. No, you can't just say that.
No? Okay, that's not how this works.
Seven.
The answer probably is Cobble.
The answer can be Cobble at the end, but we have to go through the bracket.
Right, let's do it.
You can't just yell out the winner of a tournament at the first. Well, you didn't do that at the start of Flashpoint. You didn't just yell. Who did you yell out at the start of Flashpoint was going to win?
It had to be anonymous. It was written down. We couldn't say who we predicted, just to be fair.
Already on that one, but you know.
Whatever. We're going to start upper left bracket, guys.
I'm a big fan of the Colossus.
Aztec versus Canals.
Right, the joke here is they've purposely matched these well because those are both actually god-awful maps. So, like, I'm going to probably say Canals, even though Aztec is not exactly much better or worse. Like, they're both just, neither should be in the map pool. So, spoiler, they're not going to win. So, Canals for that one, maybe.
Hey, that's fair.
I like Aztec.
For what reasons?
Brings back memories.
I like we go for some boomer reasons.
Yeah, some boomer memories. Listen, we're all older here, right?
Yeah, no. I'm a big fan of Aztec too, specifically the Aztec map that James Bardolph plays with his drones. Like some guy has actually ported that into the drone thing, and he flies his drone around Aztec. Yeah. The funny thing is that we didn't even see the map in its totality. We just saw a little second of it and was like, Aztec? What are you doing, James? How does that work? Oh, yeah, some guy ported it over. Freaking awesome.
Okay, then you've outvoted me in Aztec.
All right, so 2-1 Aztec will advance. There you go. Thank you. All right. Coming up next, let's do lower left. Season versus Cash.
This has got to be Cash. Come on. Season was trash. For a start off, that's literally the map that I buy power through the game on. So I would just go ahead and say maybe throw it out for that
Iconic
reason.
for the rock.
Ban that indefinitely. Why don't we? See, Cash is a good map. There's been classic games on that.
Cash.
And don't ever pick Cash against Exist, motherfucker. That was the line. Quote, end quote.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
All right, so is it 3-0 for Cash?
Easy, come on.
Yeah.
Old Cash, yes. Not this new abomination.
So you pick season, it doesn't matter. You're outvoted anyway. All right. Upper right hand. Cobble versus Tuscan.
Here's the problem, is everyone always goes, oh, I've got to be Tuscan. The reason why Tuscan wasn't released is because the map was just broken. It was all like the textures were busted. The guys just abandoned it. So being as Cobble is a real map, and we've had some really good games. I'm going to say Cobble.
Wasn't he trying to hold Valve hostage on it? Like he was trying to demand like some obscene amount of
By the way,
money
good
from
luck
Valve.
trying to hold Valve hostage.
Yeah, it's not happening.
How did that work out for Too Good?
Not quite. Not quite. Didn't really work out for him.
Actually, Dragon Lore coming back is quite enticing.
That was hype. By the way, there's one reason those majors had all the record-breaking numbers, because idiots were just watching them going, is there a skin? Did I get a skin yet?
Stonks going up. Lore stonks.
Exactly. That was the original Stonks.
That was the whole point.
Yes.
No, we got to bring that back. Cobble, please.
All the way.
All right. 3-0 to Cobble. Tuscan in the dumpster. Our final, what is this? Quarterfinal bracket here. Santorini versus Sub-Zero.
I'm not going to lie, I've never even seen
played
either of
Sub-Zero.
these maps before.
I've seen Santorini because it was also in 1.6, I think, at the end or something.
Really?
But it's just a map based on wherever Santorini is. Like, what is it? Somewhere in the Mediterranean or something.
Yeah, in Greece.
I'm completely lost. Nope.
That's quite a cool looking map, basically.
Santorini wins by
Santorini
default.
Santorini, because it sounds nicer.
I would like to go to Santorini as opposed to Sub-Zero.
Santorini, yeah, okay, put that
It
in
wins.
Okay, so our first semifinal is going to be Aztec versus Cash. I feel like I know where you guys are going on this one.
Surely Cash. Come on.
Yeah, come on.
You guys are just going back to the classics here. We got
We're Counter-Strike players.
Yeah.
We don't want new champions.
And we're
all
boomers.
bullshit. Yeah. I'd go back to
Counter-Strike and
D-Dust if
boomers.
possible. Can we have that in the middle? Put on Siege.
All right, so Cash is going to be our first finalist, and I know exactly where Cobble versus Santorini is going.
Listen, this is, I
The
got to say
winner
this.
is the Campground some Quake 3 arena. That's weird. What was that doing in there? Surprise entry.
Listen, Exist has just reminded me of this. This like the old Nip magic coming back into it. Cobble, this is where Nip made it happen. That was where it was all about. Got to bring Cobble back.
Like, I know why people didn't like Cobble. It had some flaws, but it still was a good... Like, the teams that were good on it was an entertaining match to watch, man.
That's what was so fun, is that you actually had teams that started developing, like the Danish teams that started developing that as
Rourke,
their like pocket
a whole
pick to
bunch of them.
assassinate
Yeah.
the bigger teams with. That was so exciting to watch back in the
Plus, Brazilians used to be able to win maps back then.
day. yeah.
The old days, you know.
Back in the days.
So Cobble is the
Gotta be Cobble.
Cobble's the answer. Okay, so Cobble means our finals is a very old school Cash versus Cobble matchup here.
Get rid of Cash. Give me Cobble.
I would just take Cobble, yeah.
Why?
Dragon Lore.
Yeah.
That's one good
Done.
reason.
The
We
best
needed
reason.
eval.
The only
There's actually
reason
a real
that matters.
reason. A real actual analytical reason is this. You don't want too many Poggy maps in the pool. We've already got Dust 2 and Mirage to some degree. Dust 2's not quite like
But
that.
you could take out maybe Dust 2.
What, and have both?
Sure. I mean, which maps would you take out for this one?
I would take... Listen, I don't
Vertigo.
care. I would still take out Vertigo instantly. In a heartbeat.
Get rid of that real quick.
Because we didn't do the reverse.
So what I
of
like
you
about
would-
Cobble, for example, is it's also a really hard map to play, actually. That is
Yeah.
not an easy map. Like, you have to know how to do your CT holds. You have to have all your flashes and smokes.
Yeah.
So the thing with Cash is, it's a fun map. Like, listen, if Nico or someone's playing that map, I'm going to be loving it. It's going to be popping heads. But if I want to watch team play in Cash, I want to watch Cobble.
Yeah, that's fair.
CT Cobble was tough. That drop
Good.
area.
Should
yeah.
be.
But then you always had the counter boosts that were
That's
fun.
an actual man's job. You work there, you put the hard hat on, you go in there. You know you're going to die like 8 out of 10 times anyway, but you go in there, you're a
You
hero,
go in there
NDK, JW.
Yeah,
Remember
yeah,
when JW used to actually, he was banned from using rifles. He had to only use like semi-automatic guns and shotguns in that drop-down
drop
area.
room.
It's true, and then B-side players want to get paid the same, and you were just like, what the hell is this?
Exactly.
Life
They're
isn't
just over
fair.
there
Anders.
chilling on a
Life
deck
isn't fair.
chair.
Yeah, it's just the way it goes sometimes.
It's like, oh, you all died in there again. I'm saving. Tell you what, if we had Jim in here right now, he'd pick that map instantly. There you go.
All right, so Cobble is the eventual winner, and it seems like you guys would like to, if you could trade it out, you'd trade it for Vertigo.
Yes.
Here's the thing. Some of the pros wouldn't, because I will say, in terms of liking the map, a lot of pros for like a whole year didn't like the nuke remake. But if you noticed, a lot of the underdog teams have embraced Vertigo, actually. They do try to play it. The problem I have is I think just the spectator experience is absolute trash on that map, especially like if you go back to like end of last year where everyone just walked up the ramp slowly like 15 times in a row. Like, that's not a great viewing experience, unfortunately.
This is the too much on top, one on top of the
Yeah, the
other. It's just the verticality of it doesn't really work in CSGO. It's hard enough with Nuke, and that's just, you like Nuke because you still have the audio cues. They've put so much work into making it so that it's distinguishable and all that. I'm just not a huge fan of Vertigo.
All right, so Cobble is the eventual winner, and it seems like you guys would like to, if you could trade it out, you'd trade it for Vertigo.
Yeah. That and heights, you know, just it's distracting.
All right, let's move on to another fun segment we got here, which is talent fails in Counter-Strike. So they've been digging through your favorite clips of yourselves playing Counter-Strike.
No.
Wait, playing Counter-Strike?
Yes.
Oh, this is going to be Potter.
Who dug where?
I wonder who
There's
this
going to be
is
some good
going to
ones.
be.
I've been told that Bardolph has an abundance of these.
Yeah, but there's a reason why none of us played with Bardolph for years.
Trying to pick a Bardolph fail is like trying to pick one of Michael Jackson's greatest
In fact, they have
hits.
so
It's like,
many that
you know,
James Bardolph has his own separate reel.
Oh, okay, good.
Okay. Okay, he's like the equivalent of Scrooge, where it's like he had his own special place in hell because he was so evil, right? That's how James Bardolph has his own special blooper reel because he has so many of those.
Okay, come and hit us with it.
All right, let's go. Let's go.
Build up is too much. I gotta see this.
I hope there's an Anders one in here. Okay, Freya.
Freya. Yeah. Vertigo too.
Utility usage. Okay.
Kobe.
That's almost. At least here's the thing, though. You get points for the reaction. Yes, I agree.
It's all about the reaction.
If you just sit there tilted, you get like double points against.
Oh no! No!
Hey.
No!
Listen, that gun can be hard to spray if you're moving. You know, can be tough.
I like how they found you a Vertigo cobbled.
I mean, there's more to the clip. That wasn't even it.
Here's me. At Valorant, oh God, I'm terrible. Holy shit.
I played Valorant with Monty,
actually. I'm
actually.
terrible.
Okay.
I'm fucking terrible at FPS.
Flashpoint 1.
Get him. Get him.
There's a lot of Valorant getting played then. That was really sick.
Oh,
no way.
Yeah, I'm awful.
Oh God.
See, I'm just laughing because I know I'm fucking shit.
How did you miss that big bazooka you just
I know.
pulled?
I
have to rocket launcher.
Change AoE and still missed it.
Here's the funny thing. I don't even remember ever playing Raze, so yeah.
I've noticed. And League of Legends as well.
Just erase
this is
that.
great. To be fair, I was trolling in this clip, but
Yeah, but this was that costume that you had the Wild West.
Yeah. I was trolling. I was intentionally.
Wait, do you have contacts in?
Yeah, I did.
There's a lot of clips of Freya in this.
Well, I mean, we could, who's streaming, right?
Oh, it's
streaming.
yes.
Freya's streaming a lot.
One connector. I'm a fucking idiot.
Little nerd raging.
I think we're
Yeah.
safe
I like
somewhere.
it.
I actually was worried they found that old video that we did where we were all streaming with Anders and they were going to take all the clips from
Wait a second.
from a couple of years ago.
No, this could just be the purge. I literally killed all my VODs and clips off of my channel.
Look, Anders, wait, by the way, it's me. That's actually, he's watching me there. If that's not Anders, that's me. I'm
How
Ninth
old
Wonder
is
Banger.
this?
Fifth Wonder Banger.
But I was ordering. I got that guy. Look at that.
Dude.
It was a reload.
Yeah, that's not
bullets in
bad.
the gun. Yeah,
That's not
exactly.
bad.
And also, I should have just said, Anders under his Ninth Wonder Banger alias there. It's got-
Oh,
yeah,
this is
the
such
stream.
a throwback.
This is Anders himself. By the way, just watch Anders play. It's an incredible. It's an experience in itself. That's
Is
what
he
I'm saying.
tagged NIP Anders?
Yeah, of course.
This is old.
By the way, his
This is
movement is
so
straight.
old.
He
This
always
is his old apartment.
He always buys a Deagle and AWP, and I don't think I've ever seen him get a kill with either. It's mental. Like, look at this. Dude. And also, the problem is he just laughs when he dies. Like, you can't tilt Anders, unfortunately. He just thinks it's funny that he died.
Oh, here we go. Here's
Wait.
Freya watching these.
Oh.
No! See, we have a camera in our green room now, so Freya could be embarrassed there too.
Wait, are they in there right now?
Yeah, this was them
is
watching
before.
those clips. So.
Oh, that's so good.
The worst thing is she had like all the clips as well.
Oh, that's so good.
That's so brutal.
That's amazing.
Sexy Maui. Just
He
throwing
got-
that
All
out
right,
there.
no, we've got a whole one for Bardolph now.
We have a
come
whole
on
one for
then.
Bardolph? Okay.
These are going to be incredible. Is this just all the show matches he played back to back?
You know, in my defense,
He streams a lot.
I
Bardolph, yeah.
really never played tac shooters growing up, so I am
Bardistan
uniquely bad.
is a wealthy country.
Problem is, I never played Danger Zone, so I have no idea what it's going to be like.
But James has gotten better.
Oh, no. Let's just wait before we say that, Samuel.
Oh no!
I remember this clip. I remember this clip.
He was using the Glock on the burst fire mode.
Yes, I remember
He
this
actually
clip.
dinked him at the beginning, to be fair. He did dink him, but he just messed it up after that. Like, that was
That's
amazing.
beautiful.
Here we go. This is going to be so good. Bullet outline, everyone. Bullet outline. Bullet outline.
No.
Yeah.
It's like, we should have the sound clips like, I can dance all day. I can dance all day. Oh, not Scout, please. Oh,
The
the tracking.
tracking, the
Look at the
tracking.
tracking. It's like an AI bot trying to update, like updating.
I'm
blind.
Updating.
Totally not painful to watch.
Oh,
How does he start just like, okay, let me face this guy?
he needs a
pistol
different set
from
of
a mile
keys.
away?
He would have owned if he'd have had the different set of keys in.
The keycaps were
Who
the
does
problem,
this?
I agree.
Yeah, that was the problem with that one. He didn't have his lucky ones.
Whoa, what's his camera angle here?
Okay.
Oh, is he trying? Wait.
Look
Oh,
at
he's
this
going to get backed out
movement.
instantly
Look at
by
this
this guy. You ready?
movement.
Oh, he's trying to go behind.
Wait.
Pulled out his...
Here we go. Oh, does he get killed by the helicopter? Does that,
Oh,
can that work?
no.
Does that work? Come on. Come on.
Oh,
You're kidding me, dude.
no.
Come on. Come on. Come on. Ah,
Come on.
all that.
That's
Wait, isn't it
ridiculous.
Priest? It's a god at that.
That's
right?
No,
Rush.
Rush
It's
Lee.
No,
Rush.
Rush.
Yeah,
Rush
yeah,
is a
yeah,
god
yeah.
at that one. Yeah,
he's
this
a
game.
he's a movement god in danger zone.
Yeah, that's it.
Ooh, that was not bad first kill. Decent.
Oh no! Oh
Okay, spoke too soon on that one. Bardolph giveth and Bardolph taketh away. I feel like he's going to get insta-banged here. He's going to drop behind someone, try and shoot him point blank, and then they're going to do the insta-turn and kill her. You ready? You ready?
Two players.
It's two in lane. Oh my god, I'm so.
Bloody hell.
Oh no.
Oh, come on.
Ooh, we're
More
going back to
more
Cobble.
punishment.
This doesn't
There's
end.
more. I
Going
know.
back to Cobble. Wait.
He also uses that logic as well, where it's like, I only use unorthodox weaponry.
And unorthodox crosshairs. Look at this T crosshair coming
Okay.
out from Bardolph.
Yeah.
So there's a clip with a Mac 10 on Cobble that I remember that made me so angry at him.
Oh, look at this. Look at this.
Oh, come on.
It was a different guy who shot him, to be fair, but yeah, he did just get his head banged off the knee.
Oh, come on. What's he doing?
More
in that?
Bardolph.
He's got in mid of the
It just
bomb.
doesn't end.
It doesn't
just
end.
keeps
It
going.
actually doesn't end.
What is he doing?
Stay alive, guys. I'm
It seems production had an abundance of clips.
He's in a clutch or something
for
here.
James.
Oh, he's going to get missed both. That is unbelievable. That is actually unbelievable. That is holy moly.
His reaction is so good, though.
Swear to God. Move! Not.
Oh, he's
He's going to trap. He's trapped. He's trapped. He's trapped. He's staying there and he's trapped. Get me out. Just get me
Trying
out.
to out-heal himself through the
me out.
molly.
Just get me out.
Oh, this is good.
my.
See, you know
was good.
that gives me hope as somebody who has played almost no tac shooters over the my life. Like it pleases me.
You could be one of us.
There it is.
Who knows? You too could be a play-by-play commentator in CS:GO.
There it
The
is.
hope is still
Yeah.
there. The hope is still there. You know, it's funny because when I started doing Overwatch, I literally played tanks because I can't fucking aim because I
Yeah.
spent my entire life playing RTS and MOBA. So I was just like, finally, a game I don't have to aim in.
It was made for you. It was
You just
made
have
for
to
you,
play with
Monty.
James and bait him. That should be your strategy. Is go pug with James and bait him.
Too funny. Too funny.
And obviously, we would have showed one of DDK's big mistakes, but there's no actual footage of him leaving and going to Valorant. So it's a slow burner, that one. It's all right. It's all right. You'll get it. You'll get it.
Wow. Rough. All right, that's the last bell for us. We are going to take a look at our schedule for tomorrow, which will see the return of Big as they take on Fours in our winners bracket match coming up first.
Probably just 2-0 and bankrupt us all on the pinnacle points there. Why not? Just keep going.
Followed by Envy versus MIBR in a very interesting battle because Envy started strong there. MIBR lost pretty hard, won their Vertigo map very closely against Big, but then kind of got banged out again on the third
This
map.
is what I call a time machine match, because if you had a time machine, this game could be
That would
amazing.
be amazing, yeah. Two major winners.
Sadly, it's 2020, so, probably just be all right, if I'm guessing,
All right, so that's going to be our schedule for tomorrow. Thank you very much for joining us at the Blind Spot today. We'll see you for that Big versus Fours match, 1 p.m. British time, 2 p.m. Central European time. That is 5 a.m. Pacific time and 8 a.m. Eastern time in the United States. So thanks a lot. We'll see you tomorrow.